I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Pre-Season Open Training Session. Number 8. Guran's New Jersey unveiled. Fuck. Chamberlain, you are such a shameless bastard. Before Guran could laugh, the other players in the classroom burst into laughter. Hey, Chamberlain, you are good at chicken feather defense. That's right, our midfielders and defensive midfielders haven't said anything yet. In terms of switching from defense to offense, our midfielders and defensive midfielders are definitely the most suitable. Our central defenders are also okay. Chamberlain's face turned red and black. Coach, if you put me in the middle, I will definitely bring you surprises. Coach Adkins said expressionlessly. You sit down first. Oh, okay. Chamberlain sat down angrily and didn't forget to add, Coach, think about it. Putting me in the middle will really be a surprise. Coach Adkins said, this player who switches from defense to offense is not decided by me, but depends on your performance on the field. Any one of you has the opportunity to become the key man for the team, to switch from defense to offense. The players below whispered. Obviously, this is definitely a very positive change for the stagnant Southampton team. Since the basic style of the new season is defensive counter-attack, every player has the opportunity to become the core of the team. And this new core will definitely challenge the team status of Captain Davis and Vice Captain Walton. Coach Adkins continued, we have 6 preseason games. I will use this preseason opportunity to try to give each player equal playing time. I will observe your performance on the field and use this to determine your chances of playing in the league. These 6 preseason games are also a good opportunity for us to practice defensive counter-attack tactics. In addition, our basic formations in the new season are 442 and 42-31. In the early transition period, it is 442. After the defensive counter-attack tactics mature, we will focus on playing 42-31. But even when playing 442, we must have the ability to change to 42-31 on the spot. As soon as these words came out, there was another sigh in the tactical classroom. The 442 formation is Southampton's usual long pass attack formation, and the players are already very proficient. But 42-31 is obviously the rhythm of cleaning the forwards. In the future, the team only needs 1 wing center and 2 backup forwards. The other forwards will either play as central midfielders or sit on the bench. Coach Adkins ignored the wailing of the players below and continued to draw a running diagram of 442 and 42-31 conversion on the whiteboard. Our midfielders must be good at observing the opponent's mistakes and gaps and pass the ball or advance with the ball in time. Our 2 fullbacks need to be able to effectively block and intercept when defending and be able to sprint to the position of the wing forward when attacking. Yes, this requires a very high level of physical fitness, burst, confrontation, and even offensive attributes of the fullbacks. When we are on defense, the forwards do not need to rush too far forward and must maintain the necessary defensive linkage with the midfielders. However, when the counter-attack begins, the forwards must rush to the penalty area or the key ribs as soon as possible, run out of space, prepare to receive the pass and break through the opponent's defense. Therefore, defensive confrontation training, sprint burst training, physical strength training, team cooperation training, and ball control and dribbling training will be the focus of our training in the new season. Coach Adkins paused and said in a deep voice, the biggest risk of the defensive counter-attack tactic is that when we launch a counter-attack, we must not lose the ball in the process of counter-attack. When we counter-attack, the formation is fully pressed. Once we are successfully blocked by the opponent in the process, we are equivalent to being defenseless. Therefore, when playing defensive counter-attacks, everyone needs to maintain a high degree of concentration and adaptability. Whoever dares to slack off and be negative on the field will be immediately removed from my roster. Okay, now, let me talk about the specific playing methods and training directions for each position. Coach Adkins conducted tactical analysis and guidance for each position from forward to defender. Duran listened very seriously. It must be said that professional head coaches are indeed several levels higher than amateur head coaches in tactical thinking and detail processing. Coach Carter basically relies on passionate pre-match speeches to provide guidance, and there are actually not many tactical skills. Coach Adkins hardly has any passionate speeches, but his tactical skills are extremely rich. After a class of more than 40 minutes, it was full of dry goods, and Duran felt that he benefited a lot, especially with 12 years of football experience. After listening to Coach Adkins' professional tactical explanation, Duran felt that he had mastered it. That's all for today's tactical class. As for more details about tactics, I will conduct a more actual analysis in future training, and after the game with Liverpool. Coach Adkins said as he packed up the materials on the desk. Our next schedule is open class training in the afternoon, defensive tactics practice tomorrow, defensive counter-attack tactics practice the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow we will go to Anfield for the first pre-season warm-up match with Liverpool. For the open class this afternoon, the training subjects are warm-up, group circle grabbing, juggling training, obstacle dribbling training, 100-meter interval sprint, one-on-one defensive shooting training, and finally a goalpost challenge for fans on site. The original plan for the open training class was to give 1,000 tickets to VIP fans, but it is said that more than 3,000 tickets have been given out now. By then, the stands of the training ground will be full of big guys. I hope everyone can show their strength with full enthusiasm. Okay, dismissed. Coach Adkins walked out of the tactical classroom with his materials. The players in the tactical classroom immediately relaxed. Some of them lay directly on the table, some leaned on the back of the chair inside, and some took out their snuff boxes and gathered in groups to smoke. After Duran packed up his notes, he ignored everyone and walked out of the tactical classroom. There was still about half an hour before lunch. Duran returned to the training ground again, took out the shot put, and continued to practice dribbling with the shot put. The shot put was very heavy, and Duran consumed a lot of energy. But Duran never tired of it. He practiced until almost 12 o'clock, and his personal assistant Rick ran over in a hurry, interrupting Duran's practice. My god, Gu, you are here. Rick panted and said, Loina is looking for you everywhere. You should go to eat. Duran reluctantly put away the shot put, went to the locker room of the gym to take a shower, changed into a dry training suit, and went to the first team restaurant for dinner. Lunch was naturally the enhanced demon recipe. Although it was hard to swallow, after eating it a few times, Duran was almost able to bear it. After lunch, Duran went to the lounge to rest. Only a small number of other players in the team were taking a lunch break, and more people were browsing their phones, playing controller games, and playing billiards. For them, the open class training in the afternoon was nothing. It was nothing more than coaxing the group of wealthy and powerful fans and their relatives. It must be much easier than yesterday's team entry test. Duran put on headphones, set the alarm clock, and fell asleep quickly. I didn't sleep well last night, so it's a good time to make up for the sleep. At 2 p.m., Duran woke up on time, just as he was about to wear training clothes and go to the training ground for early training. Harding, who was standing at the door, sneered, "A rookie is a rookie." He actually wore training clothes to attend the open class. "Oh, I see. You don't have your own jersey yet, ha ha ha." In Southampton club, even the reserve team players have their own jerseys. If I were you, I would find a place to hide and not go to the open class to embarrass myself. The younger brothers around Harding also laughed. Some other players also laughed, but it was obviously not as obvious and harsh as Harding and Harding's younger brothers. Duran responded to the ridicule with a calm face. He really didn't know that he had to wear team uniforms instead of training uniforms in the open class. After all, he came from a grassroots background, and it was normal for him not to know many things about the professional team. And Duran also observed that this time, the ridicule was not followed by the whole team. Players like Lallana, Lambert, Schneiderlin and others did not laugh. This is also a big improvement. Duran smiled coldly at Harding. "So you are not me. You are just a ridiculous coward. Fuck you." Harding's eyes widened. "Who are you scolding? Apologize to me." Harding's boys also blocked Duran's way. Chamberlain also stood up, but when he turned around and saw that other players did not respond to Harding, Chamberlain stretched and sat down again. Captain Davis was half lying on the lounge chair, with no intention of participating or stopping. Harding himself felt that he was a little weak. Although he and his brothers had 6 people in total, facing Guran who was alone, he really felt that the 6 of them were a little weak. Guran looked at Harding with contempt. Apologize? Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't insult the turtle. The muscles on Harding's face twitched slightly. Boy, you're dead. Guran sneered. Come on, try it, paper bastard. Harding was furious. Paper, I can't resist. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Harding was in a dilemma. If Captain Davis supported him, Harding would certainly dare to rely on the whole team to confront Guran. But now Captain Davis obviously doesn't want to wade into this muddy water. Cunning Captain Davis. Without the support of the whole team, Harding is still a little bit afraid. Guran is indeed a tough guy. And he is super tough. At this moment, Rick ran in panting with a dozen sets of brand new jerseys that had not been opened yet. Hey, Gu, your number 8 jersey is here. Harding and others were stunned. Their jerseys were not delivered until several days after they joined the team, but Guran had them made the next day. This treatment is super high. Rick proudly put the brand new jersey in the most conspicuous place in the lounge and deliberately raised the volume, fearing that no one could hear it. Boo. Do you know? The club attaches great importance to your jersey, especially the commercial director Mr. Philip Buzz. Do you know that Mr. Buzz personally went to the Umbro factory and watched the assembly line all night? The Umbro factory also made an exception and started working overnight to rush to make it. This is all for VIP fans to see you wearing Southampton jerseys in today's open class. Damn, Rick, you are exaggerating, right? That lucrative Philip actually stayed up all night to supervise the assembly line at the Umbro factory? He must have said that to make me look good. Guran himself didn't believe it. However, Guran still smiled. Oh, that's really hard work, Mr. Boots. Rick quickly opened a set of jerseys. Boo. Put it on quickly. Let me see the effect. If it doesn't fit, I can make emergency modifications. Okay. Guran took off his training clothes, revealing his tight tendon meat. The players present all widened their eyes involuntarily. They all thought Guran was very thin, but they didn't expect that. After taking off his clothes, his whole body was full of strong muscles. Just like Bruce Lee. No wonder he is so hard to mess with. Guran picked up the new jersey and took a look. The big number 8 was printed on the chest, and there were 2 Chinese pinyin combinations of Guran on the back. This is also to conform to Guran's own spelling habits. This season's Southampton home jersey is still red and white vertical stripes, while the away jersey is white with a diagonal bar in the middle like a red ribbon. The one in Guran's hand is a red and white home jersey. Guran put on the jersey skillfully, and his whole temperament changed immediately. The new jersey was cut very 3-dimensionally and fit very well. Guran moved his arms, twisted his waist, and then nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It fits very well. Rick applauded. So handsome. Gu, you are definitely the most handsome in the first team and the reserve team. No, you are the most handsome in the entire Southampton first team in history. You are simply a super male model. A standard clothes hanger. Damn, Rick, you really deserve to be my chief steward. You really flatter me. Ha ha ha. I'm a little embarrassed by your flattery. Guran smiled calmly. It's just so low-key. Rick praised again. You can obviously make a debut on the spot with your looks, but you still play football so low-key. It's like your family is obviously a billionaire family, but you still insist on setting up a small stall every day. Gu, you are really amazing. Damn. Rick, you are such a big mouth. How many donuts did you eat for lunch today? Guran smiled and said, nothing, really nothing. But I really just want to play football. The master and servant sang the same tune, almost driving Harding and others beside them crazy. Rick smiled happily and said, Boo, you can take these 3 with you. I will keep these 5 for you to use in case of emergency. The remaining ones are the ones you promised to sign for us. Don't worry, we have paid for these jerseys. Guran said quickly, we agreed to give them to you. Why are you paying? We are a team. Rick said seriously, that won't work. We are very happy to have your signature. What's more, we will ask you for more signed jerseys in the future. We can't always let you pay for them out of your own pocket. No way. You want more. You can't use me as a signing machine. Guran was suddenly a little amused. Harding seized the opportunity and sneered, "Hey, you guys are just trying to increase sales." Harding's younger brothers also laughed in a sarcastic tone. Rick said angrily, "A bunch of bastards. What are you laughing at? What do you mean by increasing sales? Just because we like Goo, can't we buy his jerseys with our own money?" Harding said arrogantly, "You are just increasing sales. I just don't like it. What's wrong with that?" Rick wanted to quarrel with Harding, but Guran smiled and waved his hand. "Rick, it's okay. There are so many people who don't like me. If I care about every cat and dog, then I won't be able to do my job." Rick immediately said to Harding, "Did you hear me? Cat and dog." Now it was Harding's turn to be angry. "What did you say?" Guran ignored Harding and directly picked up Rick's pen and signed his name on several other jerseys. Guran's attitude in dealing with this was invincible. Even Captain Davis couldn't help but nod secretly. After signing, Guran handed the jersey to Rick. Rick took the jersey and said happily, "Great, Gu. We finally have your jersey. Give them to me. I'll help you give them to Jacob and the others." "Okay, thank you for your hard work. Not hard, not hard, not hard at all. See you at the training ground later." Rick ran out of the lounge quickly with the signed jersey. Guran packed up the other jerseys and was about to go to early training when Harding and his little brother blocked Guran's way again. "Boy, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a new jersey. What do you mean the commercial director watched the assembly line for you all night? Humph, who do you think you are? You also let your small team help you increase sales. Do you think it makes sense?" Among the players present, the worst one has accumulated jersey sales of over 1,000. Lalana and Kana's jerseys have accumulated sales of over 100,000. How can you compare? Guran smiled and ignored these sarcastic guys. "Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. You." Harding's face was ferocious. Just when Harding was about to put all his strength into another shoulder collision with Guran, there was a commotion at the entrance of the lounge. The club's commercial director Philip Buzz walked in with several staff members with a smile on their faces. All the players present were shocked. Just now, it was mentioned that Buzz watched the assembly line all night, but now Buzz is here. As soon as Philip Buzz entered the room, he asked politely, "Is Mr. Guran here?" "Goo. Praise God. Goo, you are here. Goo, you look so handsome in this jersey. You look like a supermodel. It's worth it that I stared at the assembly line all night. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 277. I really just want to play football. It turns out that there is a price to pay for showing off. Director, you're not. You really watched the assembly line all night. You really watched the assembly line all night while I was giving Alson a massage to activate blood circulation and fighting Scholard Witch for 600 rounds? Guran was shocked. My chief eunuch, he is not lying to me. The players present were even more shocked. The treatment of the business director personally watching the assembly line all night is unprecedented. Business director Philip Buds took 2 steps at a time and walked to Guran excitedly, shaking hands with Guran and saying hello. Harding and his brothers quickly stepped aside, not daring to show any intention of showing off in front of Philip Butts. Although the business director has no say in the training ground, as a professional player, the scope of his career is not just the training ground. Personal brand, merchandise, endorsements, commercial activities, etc. These are all part of the career, and most of these projects are handled by the business director. No player dares to offend the commercial director, otherwise even his jersey will be placed in the most remote position and cannot be sold. Guran, however, was calm. "Mr. Butts, thank you for your hard work and for helping me to make the number 8 jersey overnight." Philip Butts grinned and said, "This is what I should do. Goo, I must say that you chose this number 8 very well. Just based on this number, it will definitely sell well in the Chinese market in the future. I can't wait to join hands with you to expand the Chinese market. And you know, we originally planned to customize 1,000 sets yesterday, but before I got to the factory to supervise, countless internal bosses called me and asked me when the first batch of number 8 jerseys could be made. Damn, I'm so awesome." Guran said quickly, Thank you for your concern. Philip Butts laughed. They don't care about you. They want your jersey. The first batch of jerseys is of great commemorative significance. The collection is even more significant. We are not stupid. No one will miss it. 1,000 jerseys are not enough. If we give them all to the senior executives and their relatives, our offline stores will have nothing to sell. So, we temporarily added an order for 2,000 sets, and we finished them all in one night. Now you have 3,000 sets of jerseys. 2,500 of them are for home players and 500 are for away players. Duran opened his mouth in surprise. The other players were shocked to the third power. Is this an official sales increase? Why are all the orders placed by internal bosses? This influence is too awesome, right? Even Captain Davis couldn't help but sit up straight. Duran asked, 3,000 sets shouldn't be easy to sell, right? Philip Butts said proudly, how is that possible? The big guys have already grabbed 1,000 pieces. In addition, I brought 1,000 pieces to the training ground, ready to sell them on site, at a higher price. The original price was £19.90 and the current price is £29.90. Duran, director, are you crazy? Others can't sell them, even if they lower the price, and I haven't played a professional game yet, and you're actually raising the price? Do you think I'm crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Philip Butts grinned and said, of course, if you want to sell them at a higher price, you have to sign the jersey. Boo, you should support my work, right? After all, this is selling your jersey, and you can also get 50% of the net profit. And, at least I stayed up all night to watch it. Duran's mouth twitched. I really just want to play football simply, but you asked me to sign 1,000 names first. You are also blackmailing me morally. Duran cleared his throat. Mr. Bus, I still have to train. Philip Bus smiled and said, of course, I won't delay your training, so why don't you start signing now? Sign as many as you can, and sign the rest when the open class is over. After saying that, Philip Bus waved his hand, and several staff members behind him immediately piled several large bags of jerseys at Duran's feet. Duran's knees were almost buried. Sure enough, pretending to be cool has a price. Even passive pretending has a price. Mr. Bus, can we discuss it? 1,000 sets are too much, right? 100 sets are about right. Philip Bus took out a new set of jerseys without saying anything. You sign this first, and this one is for me. I paid for it myself. Oh, okay. Duran took the pen helplessly. Of course, I couldn't refuse the signed jersey for Philip Bus, and I couldn't refuse more than this one. But just as Duran finished signing his name, before he could even open his mouth to discuss, Philip Butts handed him another one. This one, my wife wants it. My wife also graduated from your Southampton High School. Ever since you won the first national championship in the history of Southampton High School, she has been calling your name in her dreams at night. Fuck, Mr. Butts, stop talking. I'll sign it. Isn't it okay if I sign it? Fortunately, your wife only calls my name in her dreams. If she calls my name when we are in love, I will definitely break my pen. Duran quickly signed his name on the jersey. Philip Butts took out another away jersey. This one, my wife also wants it. My wife wants everything you can sell. Without saying a word, Duran quickly signed his name on the away team jersey. Philip Butts brought out the fourth jersey. This one is for my little lover. Duran. Phyllis Butts shrugged. At my level, it's reasonable to have a little lover, right? Duran nodded. Reasonable. Duran signed his name obediently. Philip Butts happily brought out the fifth jersey. Duran was about to go crazy. Mr. Butts, I was just about to discuss this with you. Philip Butts smiled and said, sign this one first. This is also for my little lover. Duran said depressedly, your little lover also graduated from Southampton High School? Philip Butts laughed. That's not the case. It's just that young girls are more playful, and she wants me to wear your autographed player and be affectionate with her, saying that this is called COS. Duran, but didn't you already have one of my autographs just now? I have to wear that one when I'm affectionate with my wife. Okay, no problem. I sign. Duran couldn't complain, so he could only hold the pen and sign frantically. And this, and this. Sign them all together. These are for my daughters. Guran couldn't help it. Your daughter wants so much. I have 5 daughters. Are okay, you're awesome. Guran didn't ask any more questions. Shut up and sign. Sign as soon as possible, so that he can discuss it sooner. Finally, all the Buzz family members had signed. Guran said, Mr. Buzz, I want to discuss something with you. Philip Buzz said first, okay, the remaining 1,000 pieces are to be sold today, please sign. Mr. Buzz, I still have to train. Can you sign less? Goo, have you forgotten that I stayed up all night in the factory to make jerseys for you? Philip Buzz said with emotion. For this matter, I have to explain to my wife why I didn't come home at night, and I also have to explain to my little lover why I didn't come home at night. I explained to both sides. Can you understand how hard it is for me? I love you so much, my wife loves you, my little lover loves you, and my daughters love you. Can you really not give me this face? Damn this moral kidnapping. Guran said helplessly, but Mr. Buzz, I really. Philip Buzz said, signing is very fast. You can write a lot of words in the time you talk to me. Okay. Guran, who only wanted to play football, accepted his fate. Speaking of which, signing 1,000 jerseys is fast. Guran started signing with a depressed look on his face. The 2 staff members next to him handed over new jerseys like an assembly line and took away the signed jerseys. The other players were all envious. This is definitely the treatment of a star player in the team. This is a treatment that even Captain Davis, Vice Captain Walton, and team players Lalana and Lambert can't enjoy. Today, they have seen Guran's status in the top management. Philip Butts saw that Guran was on the right track to signing, so he said happily, come on, Gu, I'll go to the training ground to grab a seat first. Although I'm also a senior executive, those VIP fans are all big guys. If you don't go early, you won't be able to grab a seat at all. See you when we sell it later. After saying that, Philip Buds took a few jerseys for his family and lover and ran away happily. Guran, who just wanted to play football quietly with a miserable face, and a group of players who envied him so much that they wished they were Guran. Harding said with jealousy, Gu, you are really lucky to have curry favor with the business director. But I tell you, we professional players rely on our performance on the field. Without performance on the field, just a handsome face. Even if you sign a lot of autographs, no fans who really understand the game will buy your jerseys. The younger brothers beside him also echoed, yes, what Harding said is absolutely right. It's just a business operation of a business director. Do you really think you are a star? Look how proud you are. Humph, it won't sell, even if you sign it. No matter how handsome you are, you can't play it like a ball. Damn, are you really scolding me? If you say I'm handsome, I really can't refute it. Forget it, I'd better sign it with peace of mind. Guran lowered his head and signed with concentration. He just wanted to finish signing as soon as possible and go to the field to practice earlier. But it seems that this is impossible. There are too many jerseys. When the open class starts, it will be great if he can sign 500 sets. Guran's signature gradually became sloppy, and he simply signed grams. The 2 letters grams alone are worth 100 yuan, which means 50,000 yuan per 1,000 words. This is the daydream of many online writers. Not to mention, thinking about it this way, the efficiency is really much faster. When Guran signed more than 100 sets, there was another commotion at the door of the lounge. Financial director Nicola Courts walked in with his assistant, smiling. All the players present stood up to greet him. Although the financial director has no say on the training ground, he is the key person in reviewing the player's contract. If you want to raise the price or get a higher salary, it is impossible without the financial director's nod. Moreover, this financial director is sent by the Liebherr Group. In the future, it is very likely that he will replace Mark Fry and take over the position of CEO of Southampton Club. Therefore, all the players present did not dare to breathe heavily. Captain Davis hurriedly went up to shake hands with Nicola Courts. Mr. Courts, what brings you here? On behalf of all the Southampton players, I welcome you. Nicola Courts simply shook hands with Davis. Oh, you guys are busy. I'm here to see Mr. Guran. As he spoke, Nicola Courts walked through the crowd and came to Guran. Guran saw the assistant director holding a bunch of new jerseys in his hands, and his scalp tingled. Nicola Courts grinned and said, "Hi, Gu. Are you busy?" Guran raised the corner of his mouth. "As you can see, Mr. Courts." Nicola Courts smiled and said, "Boo, you look so handsome in the number 8 jersey. You look like a male model." Damn, this routine. Guran, who didn't even change the template, signed his name sloppily and said, "Mr. Courts, let's get straight to the point. As you can see, I'm really busy." Haha, that's right. The future CEO was not angry at all when Guran interrupted him like this, but smiled and said, "Boo, you've worked so hard. Well, I want a signed jersey from you. Why don't you sign it for me first?" The players around were all numb. What's going on? The top management was so humble in front of Guran, and Guran was so calm. Guran looked at the jerseys in the assistant director's hand. "I'm afraid there are more than one." Haha, you guessed it. Nicola Courts grinned and said, "My wife." "Okay, no need to say. I'll sign right away." Guran took the dozen jerseys from the assistant director's hand and signed them. Although the workload has increased, as long as you don't waste your breath listening to stories about wives and lovers, you can save a lot of time. After a while, Nicola Courts' dozen jerseys were signed. "Thank you for your hard work, Gu. See you at the training ground later." "Okay, Mr. Costa." Guran sighed and continued to sign. Davis and others respectfully sent Nicola Costa away. Harding was so jealous that he was about to smoke. Boo. Don't be arrogant. The financial director is nothing. He is just well-mannered and polite to you. Guran said without raising his head. Then why didn't he be polite to you? Harding was immediately rebuked and couldn't say a word. Not long after Nicola Costa left, there was another commotion at the entrance of the lounge. Marketing director Woodhouse Ingram walked in with his assistant, smiling. In the assistant's hands, there were also more than a dozen new number 8 jerseys. Needless to say, they came to ask Guran for an autograph. All the players present were stunned. A grassroots newcomer in their eyes was the object of the top management's fawning. Davis and others secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, they didn't completely tear their faces with Guran. Woodhouse Ingram took 2 steps at a time and walked straight to Guran. "Hey Gu, your new jersey is so handsome. I think it's very suitable for promotion. I'll ask the Forward Saints to take more jersey photos for you. This will greatly increase your popularity." "Don't." Guran hurriedly said. "Mr. Ingram, isn't it just an autograph? Come on, I'll sign. Woodhouse Ingram said happily. "Boo, you are so straightforward. Is it okay if you are not straightforward? Including you." This is the third wave of senior executives. Guran quickly signed all the jerseys that Woodhouse Ingram brought. "Thank you for your hard work, Gu. See you at the training ground." "Okay, see you at the training ground." Guran continued to sign. Harding continued to sarcastically say, "Humph, what business director, financial director, marketing director, these can't be considered real football people. Damn." Guran stopped writing, frowned and stared at Harding. "Can you stop talking? What if other senior executives come later?" As soon as the voice fell, Old Rice, CEO Mark Fry, and sports director Mark Walker came to the lounge together. The whole lounge was in an uproar. Harding wanted to slap himself in the face. These 3 are definitely the real power figures of Southampton Club. And they are senior executives who really understand football. When Southampton Club suffered a devastating blow and almost disbanded, it was these 3 people who turned the tide, which made Southampton's players and fans have a home. Their reputation and status are unmatched in Southampton. Even the major shareholder, Liebherr Group, has to give them 7 points. Seeing the arrival of the Old Rice and the other 2, Guran quickly put down the pen in his hand. "Mr. Rice, Mr. Fry, Mr. Walker, hello." "Haha, Gu. Hello. Are you busy signing?" "This Philip, that's enough. You actually asked you to sign so many. I'm very opposed to selling on the spot during the open class." The 3 giants spoke for Guran one after another. Guran said gratefully, "Thank you for saying that, but it's all for the club. Not to mention that this is my own jersey. It doesn't matter if I sign a little more." "Gu, you are indeed a very good professional player," I said. How could Gu refuse to sign? Guran suddenly had a bad feeling. I saw that behind the 3 giants, 3 assistants followed, each holding more than a dozen brand new jerseys in their hands. Gu ran. Okay. I'm young. Old Rice cleared his throat. Boo. We old guys helped you get the labor permit, so it's not too much to ask you to sign a few players, right? To be honest, of course it's not too much. The business director, financial director, and marketing director have all signed, so old Rice and the others have to sign even more. But what do you mean by more than a dozen pieces each? Do your wives/lovers also want to play COS? I'm here to play football, not to help you pass on your family line. Gu ran said numbly. I'll sign it right away. Chapter 278. The open class was a blast. The case was solved. It turns out that my biggest fan leader is. Gu ran was complaining in his heart while signing all the jerseys brought by the big 3. Great. Thank you for your hard work. Gu. Then keep busy. We'll wait for you in the stands of the training ground. I look forward to your great performance in today's public training. Come on. Come on. We are all optimistic about you. The big 3 happily left with the signed jerseys. The other players were so envious that they couldn't speak. Even Harding kept his mouth shut and didn't dare to say another word. The big 3 of the club came to ask for Gu ran's signed jerseys. There was really no other emotion except envy and jealousy. Even if this was an internal sales increase, the gold content of this sales volume was far more than their accumulated jersey sales. Gu ran didn't feel awesome at all, but just felt a little annoyed. Gu ran continued to sign sloppily and was about to sign 500 sets. The time for the public class gathering training was almost up, and the players packed up their things, changed their jerseys, and prepared to go to the training ground. At this time, there was another commotion at the entrance of the lounge. Gu ran couldn't help but tremble as he held the pen. No way. Still coming? Then he saw the executive director Andre Quinn walking in with a smile. He didn't bring an assistant, and he didn't have a jersey in his hand. Gu ran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I finally met a normal senior executive who didn't need a signed jersey. Andre Quinn, the executive director, was equivalent to the chairman Katerina Liebherr's mouthpiece and spokesperson in the club, so his status was naturally quite high. Other players wanted to curry favor with her but couldn't. Andre Quinn also took 2 steps at a time and walked straight to Gu ran. Hi, Gu ran, how are you? Wow, you signed so many jerseys. Hard work. Gu ran also smiled and said, hello, Mr. Quinn. Andre Quinn said, I see you are very busy, so I will make it short. I'm sent by Miss Katerina to greet you. Miss Katerina is still in Germany and cannot come to the training ground to watch your open training class. She asked me to send you her blessings and hope that you will have a perfect performance in the open class. All the players present were jealous. The club's big money sponsor and rich woman even sent someone to send blessings. Gu ran, can you be a human being? Gu ran signed his name wildly and said with a faint smile, thank you, Miss Katerina. As a reborn person, Gu ran knew that Miss Katerina rarely managed the Southampton club in person. Katerina did not love football as much as her father did, and she would sell the Southampton club to Chinese buyers in the future. So it was absolutely normal for Katerina not to come to the open class. However, Katerina was so polite and sent the executive director to send her blessings, which made Gu ran a little surprised. It is impossible that Katerina, who does not like football, also wants a jersey? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She doesn't like watching football. When Gu ran just thought of this, he heard Andre Quinn smile and said, Miss Katerina hopes that you can take the time to give her a few autographed jerseys. Gu ran, all players, tired, destroy. Gu ran sighed helplessly and said resignedly, okay, since Miss Katerina wants it, bring it here for me to sign. I'll sign it now. When you are in the arena, even if you are cheating, there will always be times when you can't help yourself. Who said she is a big money sponsor and a rich woman? The other senior executives have signed, so the rich woman must be given more face. Besides, I'm not really a star now. If someone is chasing me for an autograph, it means I look up to him, so I really can't refuse these good intentions. Gu ran was ready to sign, but Andre Quinn just stood there indifferently. Gu ran was stunned. You didn't bring your jersey? You want me to sign my jersey? Hey, isn't this too much? Andre Q1 smiled and said, no, boo, you misunderstood. I just want to wait until you are done before signing. Guran smiled and said, don't be so polite, it's okay for me to give Miss Katerina a shot. I have already given so many high-level shots, it really doesn't matter if I give one more. Andre Q1 smiled and said, there are a lot of jerseys, and they are not with me. Guran smiled and said, how many can there be? You Katerina are just a rich woman, can you wear two at the same time? Even if your whole family is included, at most there are 20 or 30 pieces, and my signature of the 2 letters grams can be done in minutes. Andre Q1 smiled and said, it's only about 500 pieces. Guran, what? 500 pieces? Katerina, are you here to purchase goods? What do you want so many for? Give benefits to employees? Question mark? I was wondering why the business director said that 1000 pieces were not enough. It turns out that you, Katerina, took away half of them. I just signed 500 jerseys with great effort, but now there are still 1000 left to sign. Is being a professional player so difficult? Guran was about to go crazy. Andre Q1 said, of the 500 jerseys, 100 are already worn by the outstanding female cheerleaders of Guran Global Supporters Club, and they are also here to watch your open class. You will see them when you go to the training ground later, and you can just sign for them on the spot. I will have someone deliver the remaining 400 to your car, and you can take them home and sign them slowly and give them to me before the game against Liverpool. What the hell? Guran's eyes widened immediately. My Global Supporters Club? Question mark? My female fan organization has now been upgraded to a Global Supporters Club? Wait. Why would Katerina give my benefits to those cheerleading girls? Could it be that my biggest fan leader is Katerina? What the hell? I haven't even met Katerina before, and Guran was stunned. The players next to him were so jealous that they almost couldn't eat anymore. The club's big boss, big money sponsor, and big rich woman are the leaders of their fans. This is so enviable. Just for this, let alone asking them to sign 500 jerseys, they are willing to do it, even if they pledge their bodies to him. Of course, Guran is a serious person. Guran has never thought of sleeping with his boss. Guran really just wants to play football. Now, playing football is not difficult, but why is it so difficult outside of playing football? Guran said with a smile, I understand. Thank Miss Katerina for me, really. Don't worry, I will definitely sign it. Andre Q1 nodded with satisfaction. Come on, boo. Miss Katerina has been paying attention to you and looking forward to your wonderful performance in the open training class. Guran smiled bitterly. I will definitely perform well, then I won't bother you. See you at the training ground later. Okay. Andre Q1 left the lounge with satisfaction. Guran continued to sign autographs. If he could sign one more now, he would have one less to sign later, saving more time for extra practice. The other players changed their jerseys in envy and jealousy, left the lounge, and walked towards the training ground. When Lallana passed by Guran, he smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. Lambert also patted Guran on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Chamberlain opened his mouth, shook his head, and walked past Guran. Luke Shaw looked at the jersey under Guran's feet and seemed to want to collect one, but he still held back. Captain Davis came over and smiled at Guran. Boo. Today is very important. Don't be late. Damn, Captain Davis, I still like your rebellious look. Guran nodded. Yeah, okay. After this high-level visit, Guran could clearly feel that the players' attitudes were different. Although it was not friendly, no one dared to look down on Guran anymore. Only Harding and his younger brothers were full of jealousy, but they dared not say anything. After all the other players left, Guran had signed about 600 jerseys. The remaining 400 plus 500 jerseys could only be signed after the open class was over. So Guran threw away his pen and hurried out of the lounge. At this time, it was 5 minutes to 3 o'clock. The simple stands of the number 1 training ground were already full of spectators. The identities of these spectators were not ordinary. Those who could receive the club's pre-season open class invitation must be local big shots, shareholders who own shares of Southampton club, senior executives and their relatives, club-related figures, club media, representatives of fan organizations registered with the club, etc. Of course, the 100 young and beautiful girls of Guran Global Support Club were also wearing brand new number 8 jerseys and sitting in the front row of the stadium stands. They were also the most beautiful scenery of the entire training ground. Many big guys took out their mobile phones to take pictures of these 80% and 90% beautiful girls. In the past, only 1,000 spectators were invited to the open class, and they were often not full. But this time, more than 3,000 spectators came to the open class for the first time, and the entire training ground was almost full. Not only were the stands full of people, but the sidelines of the training ground were also full of people. The grass of the training ground was urgently maintained at noon. Several family members of the players brought their children to play football on the grass wearing children's jerseys with their father's numbers. The atmosphere on the scene was very joyful. At 3 o'clock, led by Captain Davis, the players of Southampton's first team and reserve team lined up and trotted into the training ground. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly set off a small peak. After entering the field, each player stood in the middle and waved to the audience. Assistant coach Andy took the microphone and acted as a live DJ, introducing the players to the audience one by one. Every time a player was introduced, there would be warm applause from the audience. Guran entered the field at the end of the line. When Guran stepped onto the grass of the training ground, the entire stands were almost boiling. In Southampton, anyone who likes football has heard of Guran's name. Although Guran has not played a professional game, at least half of the big guys in the stands have seen Guran's wonderful performance in the finals of the National High School Student Competition. They have long been conquered by Guran over and over again. Until now, as long as they see Guran, the adrenaline and happy dopamine in their bodies are secreted crazily. There is another half of the audience, although they have not seen Guran's game, but they learned about this young player newly signed by Southampton club through newspapers and media, especially through The Sun. Everyone wants to know how handsome the male protagonist who can have a scandal with Sister No and Linda looks. Now I see that he is really handsome. Originally, no one believed the scandal in The Sun, but after seeing Guran himself, the credibility of this scandal has been greatly improved. The 100 cheering girls wearing the number 8 jersey jumped up from their seats excitedly, raised their arms high, and waved and cheered at Guran desperately. Their miniskirts were so short that they were covered by the white jerseys, as if they were not wearing anything, and the visual impact of the scene was extremely strong. The boiling cheers at the scene even covered Andy's voice when he introduced Guran through the microphone. The other players were shocked again. They thought that the top management's pursuit of Guran was exaggerated enough, but they didn't expect that Guran's influence among local fans was even higher. Guran stood on the green field, feeling the crazy cheers of the fans, and the previous depressed mood, because of the autograph, was swept away in an instant. That's right, this is my battlefield. Guran raised his hand and turned around, smiling and thanking the applause and cheers of the fans in the audience. Among the many crazy fans, he saw Coach Carter and Evelyn's father Sir Jonathan Adelaide. No need to guess, Evelyn must be here today. Coach Carter excitedly waved at Guran and shouted, "Boo, ha ha ha. I'm here. I'm here. Give me a few sets of autographs later." Guran also excitedly waved to Coach Carter. The sound in the field was too noisy, and he couldn't hear what the coach was shouting. After all the players appeared, Captain Davis led the team to warm up. This time, Guran did not lap, but ran in the front of the team in a very low-key manner. Although he was the first place, he was very low-key without lap. The other players breathed a sigh of relief and secretly thanked Guran for not lapping. If they were lapped 3 or 5 times in the open class, they, the old professional players, would have no place to put their faces. Coach Carter in the stands looked at Guran, who was always running in the first place, and his eyes were full of the handsome shadow of his youth. It's only been a few days, and Gu has made great progress. Among so many professional players, he can still run first. Haha. He is really worthy of being my disciple. I'm so happy. Evelyn's father Sir Jonathan Adelaide also proudly said to the audience around him, "I know Guna very well. We have eaten together. Drink tonic wine. My daughter is his personal reporter. He has also ridden my daughter's horse. After 15 minutes of warm-up running, it is dynamic stretching. The players are divided into 2 groups and pass through the obstacle cones one by one to do dynamic stretching. When it was Guran's turn, the whole stadium was filled with the crazy screams of the cheerleaders. Although Southampton has well-known stars such as Lallana, Lambert, Schneiderlin, Canali, etc., the focus of the whole stadium was completely on Guran. Guran was highly focused, and his dynamic stretching movements were completely standard. After 15 minutes of dynamic stretching for the whole team, it was the ball does not fall to the ground and grabs the circle training. This is actually a warm-up game, not very intense. The public class that just returned from vacation is not focused on training, but on showing the VIP audience the positive spirit of the team. The whole team is divided into 2 large groups, each with 2 players responsible for interception, and the other players form a circle to pass the ball to each other, and the ball cannot fall to the ground. Whoever's pass is intercepted, or the ball falls to the ground, he must stand in the circle to intercept. The atmosphere on the field also became lively in this game environment. Assistant coach Andy assigned Guran to the second group, avoiding veterans such as Harding. The players in the second group are generally young, energetic, and competitive. The players in the first group were basically experienced players who were good at using games and funny ways to make the audience laugh. Therefore, the first group had a lot of fun, while the second group had a lot of fun. Guran did not have the opportunity to pass the ball in the scramble circle, but Guran was not in a hurry at all and waited patiently for the opportunity. Soon, a reserve player kicked the ball and the football suddenly flew towards the gap between Guran and Luke Shaw. Luke Shaw felt that the ball could not be saved at all, so he simply chose to dodge and distance himself. As long as he dodged faster than Guran, when the bad ball landed, it would be considered that Guran did not catch it. Guran did not dodge, but went straight to the bad ball. Seeing that the ball was about to land, Guran fell to the ground and slid, using his toes to pick out a rainbow-like arc for this ball that was almost impossible to save. Wow. This save was amazing. Loud whistles and thunderous applause rang out from the stands. The players in the same group were also stunned by the shock. Luke Shaw was also full of shock and admiration. Guran, who had fallen to the ground, stood up gracefully with an easy somersault. The fans in the stands were all crazy, just based on this action. Their trip this time was not in vain. Ladies in their 40s or 50s in the stands chatted excitedly. In the 20-minute circle grabbing game, Guran only got this chance to touch the ball, but this time, it was already very amazing. It can be seen that the other players still have a strong rejection of Guran and do not pass the ball to Guran. But Guran did not care and just continued to train patiently. After the circle grabbing game, it was the juggling training. Normally, professional teams do not have this kind of training. This is a subject that only the youth team will train. It was just because it was an open class that this entertaining project was added. In addition to the first team and the reserve team, the U10 youth team of the Southampton club also participated in the juggling training. Guran has a great advantage in this project, and Guran also has the skill of fancy juggling for free. Guran started by catching the ball in the air and juggling it, which drew cheers from the whole audience. The other players' basic juggling skills were not bad, but they generally gave up after juggling more than 100 times. The U10 teenagers were very serious about juggling. Guran was more serious than them. Guran not only juggled a lot, but also juggled in many ways, including front to back juggling, juggling with the back, and juggling with the shoulder. Not only was his juggling performance very consistent, but it was also very long-lasting and beautiful. After the juggling performance, head coach Adkins announced that the players had 10 minutes to rest and move freely. At this time, the fans went off the field to experience juggling, and some old players also stayed on the field to interact with the fans. Business director Philip Butts also took the opportunity to hold the microphone and sell 600 jerseys signed by Guran on the field. The fans who saw Guran's wonderful performance in the training class immediately bought them enthusiastically. The price of £39.90 was not a big deal for these wealthy people. Some people bought more than a dozen at a time. The two wealthy ladies who were stuck in phlegm even bought 50 pieces at once. The sales scene was extremely popular, and almost everyone was scrambling to buy. Coach Carter sat firmly in his seat and said with a sense of superiority, "Haha, you guys go ahead and grab them. Anyway, Guran will definitely give me a dozen or 20 pieces for free." Sir Jonathan Adelaide on the other side also smiled proudly and said, "With the relationship between my daughter and Guran, asking him for a dozen jerseys is just a matter of opening her mouth and moving her tongue." At this time, Guran chose to go back to the sidelines to rest, so as not to be caught by the enthusiastic fans for autographs and photos. It's not that he doesn't love his fans, but there are too many autographs today. "Gu, you performed very well." The exclusive Coach Jacob shook hands with Guran with satisfaction. "Thank you, Coach Jacob." The exclusive team Dr. Mayfu said, "Gu, sit down. We will check and massage you." Okay, in fact, this amount of exercise does not require inspection and massage at all, but in front of so many fans, Mayfu and Gregory also want to show off, right? Guran could only sit down obediently and let Mayfu check and let Gregory massage. "Gregory, please massage my right arm, wrist, and fingers more." This was also the first time Guran made a request. Gregory said quickly, "Okay, no problem." Nutritionist Loina came over with the enhanced version of the magic meal. "Boo, it's time to eat, dear." Guran was numb all over. He would rather go back to the court to interact with the fans, even if it was to interact with the two ladies who bought him 50 jerseys. Guran thought so and turned back to look at the two ladies. The two ladies responded coquettishly, "That look can suck the soil." Guran quickly retracted his gaze, picked up the enhanced version of the magic meal without hesitation, and drank it all in one gulp. Just after drinking it, before he could catch his breath, he saw Evelyn, a female reporter from the Forward Saints, twisting her tight waist and walking towards him in a charming manner. "It's only been 2 days since I last saw her, and Evelyn is more moisturized than before. Her gait is a bit lazy and charming, as if she hasn't fully recovered from the last battle in the grass. I can't have sex with her recently. My body can still hold on, mainly because I have a lot of things to do recently. I have to go back to my hometown to handle various procedures, sort out the bits and pieces of my hometown, and move them to my new home, take my family out to play, and entertain friends, so I can only update once recently. When I'm completely settled, I will resume updating 10,000 times a day. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 279 Lalana, Why Am I So Short? The male and female duo. The 1v1 shot that ignited the whole audience. "Hi, Gu, long time no see." Evelyn greeted him with a shy and intimate feeling. "Damn, it's really too charming. But, we had sex together in the wild just the day before yesterday. How can we say it's been a long time?" "Oh, I understand. It feels like a long time since we met." Guran smiled secretly in his heart and kept his calm with realistic acting skills, as if he and Evelyn had not seen each other for a long time and were not very familiar with each other. "Hello, Evelyn." Evelyn bit her lip and smiled. "I want to pick you. Do you have time now?" Guran shook her head. "It's very short." Evelyn chuckled, her full upper body trembling. "Don't give me that. I know you're very long. It depends on whether you want to satisfy me." Guran said seriously, "I can satisfy you, but it will be later." Evelyn's eyes were seductive. "Okay, I'll come to you later. Oh, by the way, I also want your jersey, the one you're wearing now." Guran smiled and said, "That's no problem. Just come and get it yourself when the time comes." The two of them talked back and forth, and it was unclear whether Eve was flirting with Guran or Guran was flirting with Evelyn. The two of them didn't seem to be driving, but they were better than driving. Coach Jacob and the others beside him were all stunned. Evelyn gave Guran a meaningful wink, then walked away with her tight waist that could squeeze out a bag of water. Maeve asked tentatively, Gu, why do you feel that you have an affair with this reporter?" "More than just an affair. We have an affair." How? Guran quickly denied with a smile. No, not an affair. It's not that." Guran didn't want to admit it, but Evelyn specifically told him that night that they should pretend not to know each other well in the future when there are people around. If the relationship between the two was made public, Evelyn's position as a female reporter would be difficult to maintain. At least she would not be able to interview Guran again because of suspicion. Evelyn still enjoyed being a reporter to interview Guran, which was also regarded as an honor and privilege by Evelyn. So, Guran was also cooperating with Evelyn. As soon as Evelyn left, Philip Buss, the business director, ran over with a red face and hugged Guran's shoulders. Ha ha ha. Gu. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. All your 600 signed jerseys are sold out. Damn, signing is exhausting, and it only takes a few minutes to sell out. Guran couldn't help but complain in his heart. Philip Buss said with a beaming face, in my career, the income from 600 jerseys is indeed not much, but among all the products sold by me personally, this is the fastest selling time. Gu. You made me. You ignited my passion. I feel like my whole body is burning now. I don't need to take the blue pill tonight. Philip Buss kissed Guran on the cheek excitedly. Damn, Buss, you are so short and playful. But this sales speed is really unexpected. VIP fans really know what they are doing. Guran wiped his face and said with a smile, this is all because of Mr. Buzz's help. Philip Buss laughed very happily. Boo, you speak so nicely. There are still 400 signed jerseys left. When can you deliver them? Guran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wait until I finish training. Okay, I'll wait for you. Philip Buss ran away. I'll go and pre-sell them for you first. Hey, without waiting for Guran to stop him, Philip Buss ran to Coach Andy, grabbed the microphone, and shouted, the last 400 number 8 jerseys signed by Guran are now available for pre-order. The last 400. This is a rare opportunity. This is Gu's first batch of professional jerseys. If you don't buy it now, there will be no chance. Imagine, when Guran appears on the professional field wearing the number 8 jersey, no one else has the number 8 jersey, but you have it. And it's his autographed jersey. This is face. This is identity. The training ground was crowded with people, and fans were madly crowding around Philip Buss, scrambling to make reservations. This scene was extremely hot. The club's top executives were all grinning from ear to ear. Of course, the profit from selling jerseys was nothing, but such a hot scene made them full of confidence in Guran's business prospects. At this time, Evelyn took the interview microphone and walked to the other players for interviews. As a formal employee of the Forward Saints, Evelyn not only interviewed Guran, but also interviewed other stars in the team. Mr. Lalana, I'm a reporter from the Forward Saints. Can I delay you for a minute and interview you? Lalana hurriedly said, of course, no problem. As an old player of the Southampton club, I'm very willing to cooperate with the team newspaper's interview. Evelyn asked directly, okay, there are rumors that your first team players are very jealous of Mr. Guran. Is this true? Lalana. This question caught Lalana off guard. Evelyn smiled and said, thank you for the interview. Lalana said in astonishment, I haven't said anything yet. You finished the interview already? Why is mine so short? As Southampton's top star, the media has always attached great importance to Lalana's interviews. They can't wait to ask one question after another, and they can't wait to chase Lalana to the bathroom for an interview. As a result, this new female reporter didn't follow the routine at all, and the interview was very perfunctory. Evelyn said helplessly, okay, then do you have anything else to add? Lalana said depressedly, what do you mean by adding something? I haven't even answered your first question yet. Evelyn looked at her watch, then tried to be brief. Lalana's mentality was about to explode. Fortunately, Lalana quickly sorted out his thoughts and said, we, are not jealous of Gu. What I mean is that he is a newcomer and has not made any contribution to the club. How can we, the old guys, be jealous of him? We just envy him a little bit. However, I want to emphasize that this envy is benign, and we should thank the club. I think it is precisely because all the work of the club has returned to normal that non-professional players like Guran, who come from grassroots, have such a good opportunity to enter the club. Rather than saying that we envy Guran, it is better to say that we are very satisfied with the current operation of the club. Lalana's answer is quite standard, and his speech is also very organized and logical. He can also elevate the club. This is definitely the favorite interviewee of the club newspaper. Lalana is worthy of being the star player of Southampton. When it comes to interviews, he is definitely like a fish in water. Evelyn just nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, thank you for the interview. While talking, Evelyn wrote the title of tomorrow in the interview book. Lirana, why am I so short? I envy Goo so much. After that, Evelyn raised the microphone to the Captain Davis again. Captain Davis, I heard that you mobilized all the players to isolate Guran. How do you explain it? Davis was immediately furious. This is not an interview. This is an interrogation. Guran's lethality on the training ground is terrifying, and this female reporter Evelyn's lethality off the field is terrifying. Are you two a male and female duo? However, Davis is worthy of being a veteran. Davis smiled and said in a steady voice, nonsense. This is absolutely nonsense. I have a very good personal relationship with Guran. I like Goo very much. I even gave my dedicated parking space number 1 to Goo. As the captain, I firmly oppose any form of bullying within the team, including grabbing parking spaces, malicious hoops, dragging teammates, destroying the locker room, and so on. I also fully exerted my majesty as the captain, united my teammates, and worked together for a better tomorrow for the Southampton club. Okay, thank you for the interview. Evelyn put the microphone in front of Chamberlain's face again. Mr. Chamberlain, you and Goo are both rising stars of Southampton, but Goo's first public appearance was much better than yours, and his jersey sales were better than yours. What do you want to say about this? Chamberlain opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word for a long time. Evelyn kindly reminded him, are you trying to say that you are not as good as Goo? Yes, yes, no, no. Chamberlain said anxiously, I didn't mean that. I really didn't mean that. Evelyn smiled and said, okay, I know how to write it. Evelyn pointed the microphone at Harding again. With the experience of the previous few people being interviewed, Harding was well prepared this time. He wanted to use the forward saints to blacken Guran. He wanted to exaggerate the bad behavior of Guran's disrespect for senior players, his arrogance and willfulness, and Guran's deliberate destruction of the locker room, to bury everyone with him. Evelyn raised her hand and looked at the Patek Philippe watch on her wrist. Oh, it's almost time, so I won't bother you anymore. After that, Evelyn put away the microphone. Harding had so much to say that he was choking it all. Harding said anxiously, Ms. Reporter, don't go. I'm very short. I'm really very short. But Evelyn had already walked away. Beep beep beep. As Coach Andy's whistle sounded, the fans in the training ground returned to the stands with reluctance. After the field was cleared, the members of the first team and the reserve team returned to the training ground to carry out the next training project. The first was obstacle dribbling and shooting training. Captain Davis stood in front of the goal, and the other players passed through the layers of obstacle cones in turn, dribbled the ball into the penalty area, and then shot. The first to appear was the team flower Lallana. Lallana dribbled quickly like flowing water, rushing left and right, and the human wall sign and obstacle cones did not shake at all. After Lallana broke through the obstacle area, he shot directly. The quality of this shot was extremely high, and the football turned to the upper left corner of the goal at high speed. Captain Davis jumped up beautifully, like a big fish that was fried in water, and washed its gills. His body stretched to the extreme, and it was natural to the extreme. Captain Davis' fingertips slightly touched the football, and the football changed its line slightly, but it still hung into the dead corner of the goal with its extremely fast speed and strong power. A warm cheer suddenly broke out in the audience. This is simply a goal performance. Lallana shot beautifully. Davis's defense is also very entertaining. The two are indeed experienced veterans of the field. They are very familiar with each other and have a tacit understanding. Davis naturally knows where Lallana is going to shoot, and Lallana also knows that Davis wants to pursue the entertainment of the performance, so both of them performed very well. After scoring, Lallana immediately smiled and shook hands with Davis, and Davis also smiled and patted Lallana on the shoulder. Lambert came on next. Lambert's speed is not as good as Lallana, but his left and right feet are very balanced, and his movements in the obstacle area are more beautiful than Lallana. After breaking through the obstacle area, Lambert made a powerful low shot. Davis's position is very good and his reaction is very fast. He jumped directly with his feet in the air and fell to the ground to save the ball. However, the ball still passed through Davis' 5 fingers and shot into the goal beautifully. The VIP fans at the scene cheered excitedly again. Of course, the audience likes to watch such scenes, but professionals like Coach Carter can see through it at a glance. This is actually just a rehearsed performance. Lalana and Lambert are doing their best, and Davis is performing very hard. Of course, this is just an open class within the team, just for fun, and it cannot be considered as match fixing. But then again, for professional players, if they really want to play match fixing, non-professionals really can't see it. After Lambert scored, he also ran to Davis and gave Davis a high five and hug. Next was midfielder Hammond. Hammond's performance in overcoming obstacles was average, and his shot was a little lacking in strength. Davis made a wonderful diving save and held the ball firmly in his arms with both hands. The audience immediately gave Davis a warm applause. The 33-year-old humorous veteran can still perform so agilely, which is of course worthy of applause. Hammond ran over with admiration to hug and shake hands with Davis, and Davis also rubbed Hammond's head like an elder brother. Open training sessions are like dramas, or relying on acting skills. Next, Chamberlain, Schneiderlin, Canali, Gully and other main players came on the field to show their skills. Davis also blocked left and right, and his performance was extremely wonderful. After 10 saves, Davis left the goal to rest and replaced the substitute goalkeeper number 23 Frecast. Frecast is 199 centimeters tall and only 23 years old. He is a good player in defending high balls. After Frecast came on the field, the success rate of dribbling players' shots increased. It's not that Frecast is not serious, but his goalkeeping ability is indeed not as good as Davis, and his acting ability is even worse. Although there was a goal, the VIP audience in the stands were bored. After Frecast made 10 saves, the third goalkeeper number 24 Bialkowski came on the field. Bialkowski is 195 centimeters tall and has long arms, but his reaction is a little slow and his saves are not beautiful enough. The VIP fans in the stands were drowsy. Soon, it was Guran's turn to play. The VIP fans immediately became active and cheered for Guran, especially the 100 beautiful cheerleaders of Guran Global Support Club, wearing loose number 8 players and tight miniskirts. All of them cheered excitedly. Half of the stands were surging. Bialkowski was ready to save the ball early. Just when Guran was about to start, Davis suddenly ran to the front of the goal and waved to Bialkowski to go down and rest. Of course, Bialkowski did not dare to disobey his captain and could only walk away with a wry smile. The VIP fans in the stands saw that it was Davis who was defending Guran personally, and they immediately applauded excitedly. They like to watch this kind of strong confrontation. Davis stood calmly and experiencedly in the middle of the goal, lowered his center of gravity, and hooked his finger at Guran who was across the obstacle area. Guran's mouth curled up a smile. Beep. As assistant coach Andy blew a whistle, Guran immediately shot out at super high speed on the spot like a bullet. Half of the VIP fans at the scene had never seen Guran play, so naturally they didn't know how fast Guran's sprint was. This was the first time they had seen it. Guran's speed was as fast as lightning, and his sprint was very Ronaldo's violent aesthetic sprinting beauty. After being stunned for a moment, these VIP fans who had never seen Guran sprinting cheered wildly. The lady who bought 50 jerseys of Guran in one breath was choking up while shouting. The other half of the VIP fans had seen Guran play, but their degree of shock and ecstasy was no less than those who saw Guran sprinting for the first time. They were even more surprised than them. They saw Guran's progress. It has only been 1 month since the end of the National High School Student Competition, and Guran has made such great progress. You know, it is very difficult to improve speed. If you want to break through your own speed limit, even 0.1 seconds, you need to pay a lot of sweat to train. And Guran can actually increase his speed to such a level that is enough to catch up with the wind in such a short time. It is really amazing and surprising. In addition to crazy training, it is also due to his talent. Southampton club is really lucky. The VIP fans in the whole stadium all had adrenaline soaring because of Guran's violent aesthetic sprint speed, and they cheered wildly. At the same time, everyone was worried. With such a fast sprint dribbling speed, when he reaches the obstacle area, he is afraid that he will knock over the human wall and the obstacle cones, right? Just when everyone was so worried, they saw Guran almost not slowing down. His body was like a swimming dragon, alternating between his left and right feet to control the ball, and he was about to pass the obstacle area in the blink of an eye. All the human wall cards and obstacle cones were motionless. All the VIP fans in the stadium were so shocked that they forgot to shout and cheer. What fake? This is too awesome. In this month, Guran has made more than just speed improvement. His dribbling, ball control, and reverse foot have all made qualitative leaps. Lallana's breakthrough before was already as exciting as a Premier League star, but Guran's violent aesthetic breakthrough directly left Lallana in the atmosphere. Guran's height is in outer space. Coach Carter, a filial son in the audience, was full of disbelief and shouted passionately, "Oh, my dad." As Guran's enlightenment coach, he claimed to know Guran's genius very well, but at this moment, he found that he only knew the fur. Evelyn on the sidelines was even more flushed, and her delicate body couldn't help twitching slightly, as if she had reached the peak of a field battle. Although it was just an this was enough to fully reflect Evelyn's emotions. Just when the whole audience was suffocating, Guran broke through the last obstacle cone in a chic manner, then kicked the ball forward, and then took a big step, and swung his leg directly. Shoot. At this moment, the whole audience was stunned. There were still more than 30 meters from the obstacle area to the goal. Other players would pass the obstacle area, dribble forward to the penalty area, and then shoot. But Guran just went for it. Davis had already made all the preparations. He wanted to use the opportunity of the open class to teach Guran, the newcomer, a lesson so that Guran would respect him as the captain in the future. However, when Davis saw Guran's dribbling speed, he was half dead in the thought of teaching Guran a lesson. When he saw Guran swinging his leg more than 30 meters away, Davis' blood ran cold to the soles of his feet. Bang! Guran did not stop and fired a heavy long-range shot. The football shot up from the ground like an arrow through the clouds and shot towards the top of the goal. The ball was like a cruise missile, almost not rotating, and it was very unexpected. The football drew a cutting line like a blade in the fans' vision, almost dividing the whole world, shooting to the inside of the goal beam. Davis was stuck. In front of more than 3,000 VIP fans, Southampton's humorous, the first goalkeeper Davis, was stuck. Davis was trained. The football was violently shot into the net. The whole net was shaking and dancing wildly. At this moment, the whole stadium was silent. From the senior executive, Old Rice, to the 3-year-old little fan, from the chief steward Rick, to the other players of the team, they were all stunned. Everyone couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their bodies. Finally, it was the lady with phlegm stuck in her throat who shouted hoarsely, "Ah, ah." The audience came back to their senses. The whole stand was crazy. Who would have thought that this open training session would be so exciting? Those senior Southampton fans all cheered with tears in their eyes. Awesome. Awesome. This breakthrough. This long shot. So cool. Go. Chinese dad. The Saints are moving forward. Ha ha ha. We have Guran. We have Guran. Win the English League One this year. Win the English Championship next year. Returning to the Premier League in 2 years is not a dream. Not a dream. God's gift. This is God's gift. Oh my god. I'm so happy. It turns out that what the forward Saints said is true. Gu's long shot is really better than Alan Shearer's. Southampton club really did a great thing this year. That is to sign Gu at all costs. I also want to buy Guran's jersey. I want to buy all the products he endorses. I want his personal contact information. I want to have a meal with him. I want to support him. I don't care how much it costs. The fans in the stands were collectively at their peak. Chapter 280. A tough fight in the face. A civil war among the rising stars. The captain with thick eyebrows and big eyes also betrayed. Question mark? Even Old Rice couldn't help but say excitedly, ha ha ha, ha ha, watching Guran play, I feel young again, and I can pick up a gun and go into battle again tonight. Sports director Mark Walker also said excitedly, maybe others don't know yet, but I dare say that the Saints will usher in a brand new era from today. Old Rice, we will all become the biggest beneficiaries of this era because of Guran's arrival. As for the other players of the Southampton team, they were shocked and dumbfounded at this time. Putting aside personal grudges, to be fair, Guran's long shot was really shocking. They thought that they had been numb to the shock of Guran today, and it would be impossible to be more shocked. As a result, Guran was really too fierce. This is really a slap in the face. I can't be sour, I can only admire him secretly in my heart. At this time, Guran walked up to Davis, who was still in a daze, and asked calmly, "Why don't you defend? Didn't you act well before?" Davis's mouth twitched, and the whole person was broken. "Guran, you and Evelyn are a pair, right? What a pair of male and female devils. So cruel." Light a blue skill bubble fell under Davis' feet. Guran concentrated his mind and swept it, diving +1. Trash. Guran ignored it directly, brushed past Davis, who was standing at attention, walked straight into the goal, fished the football out of the net, and threw it into the stands. This can be regarded as a benefit for the fans who support him. Those respectable people with status and position in the stands scrambled for the ball in an extremely undignified manner. Several female fans didn't care that their own balls were torn out, and they just desperately fought for Guran's ball. The scene was extremely exciting and hot, and LSP was ecstatic. In the end, Guran's ball was grabbed by a female fan with the biggest ball. The female fan excitedly shook 3 balls to thank Guran. Guran was a little dizzy and quickly looked away. After the obstacle dribbling training, the next training item was the 100-meter interval sprint. This item was the most challenging item for the player's physical fitness in the entire public training session today. It is said to be 100 meters, but in fact it is 110 meters to be precise, which is the full length of the field from the end line to the opposite end line. The players were divided into 3 groups, each with 11 people, and repeated intermittent sprints. Each group had to do 4 times, 2 rounds. At the beginning of the first round of the first group, the players performed very hard, but the audience on the scene reacted mediocrely. After all, they had just seen Guran's violent aesthetic performance when dribbling in the obstacle area. Although there were many good players in the first group, including Lalana, Canali, Barnard, Lambert and other fast horses, their performance without dribbling was not even as good as Guran's performance when dribbling with the ball. Of course, the distance of obstacle sprint dribbling is only 50 meters, while this intermittent sprint, 1 round is 220 meters, 2 rounds is 440 meters, and the physical requirements are indeed higher. After the 2 rounds of the first group, Lalana was first, and Lambert and Barnard tied for second. The players were so tired that they were about to vomit. The audience also gave these main players applause to encourage them. Then the second group started. The second group was half veteran and half young players. Davis, Walton, Harding, Levis, Tafazili, Harold and others were all in this group. The speed of this group was obviously much slower than the first group. The young players were also very sensible and did not dare to surpass Davis and Walton too much. But even with this slack, after the second group ran 2 rounds, Walton still held the goalpost and retched. Walton wanted to take out snuff and take a few puffs, but in front of the fans, especially in front of the VIP fans, this was a taboo. The intensity of such a sprint was indeed too great. The audience also responded with comforting applause. After the first 2 groups finished training, now all the VIP fans are looking forward to Guran's appearance. In addition to Guran, this group also has Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, 2 players who are also rising stars like Guran. Assistant coach Andy is also not afraid of trouble. This behavior of arranging 3 rising stars in the same group to compete is naturally a big gimmick. Chamberlain is very fast. At the age of 17, he has already reached the speed level of a winger in the English Premier League. Although Luke Shaw is not yet a formal first team player, the 16-year-old Luke Shaw is also a strong player in the team in terms of speed. Basically, the highlights of this group are concentrated on the civil war between Guran, Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, 3 rising stars. The young Luke Shaw looked solemn. He looked back at Chamberlain, who was fearless, and his face was even more solemn than his. Guran is a ruthless man who almost made the exclusive coach who graduated from Real Madrid cry. He is a ruthless man who usually trains with a shot put. He is a ruthless man who dares to challenge their entire team alone. Wouldn't he be publicly executed if he competed with Guran in sprinting? Chamberlain nodded vigorously to Luke Shaw to show encouragement. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luke Shaw also nodded vigorously to Chamberlain in response. Yes, you are more famous than me, and you will die first. Chamberlain, Luke Shaw, did I say it wrong? Guran was assigned to a position near the left sideline. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw were next to him. The VIP fans in the stands on this side all stood up excitedly to watch. Guran politely waved to the fans, then concentrated his mind and stared at the opposite end line with a murderous expression. This domineering expression immediately made the female fans scream with excitement. Beep. With the whistle of assistant coach Andy, the intermittent sprint of the third group of players began. Guran started directly with the catapult, and the muscles of his whole body were stretched tight like the sails and cables in the wind and waves. Especially the muscles in his legs. The lines are strong and powerful, as fit as the top-level sweat-blooded BMW. Guran is not only as fast as the son of wind, but also has a stunning beauty of strength. When he started instantly, the grass under his feet was raised in a straight line. The VIP fans at the scene were so fascinated that they even forgot to cheer. The first 50 meters are sprints, the middle 10 meters are jogging, and the last 50 meters are sprints. After crossing the finish line, immediately turn back and sprint again, jog again for the middle 10 meters, and then sprint again, and so on, to rounds. In the first 50 meters, Guran was far ahead. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw naturally didn't want to be crushed by Guran, and both of them took out their strongest speed to chase. They knew that, if they couldn't hold on to Guran in the first 50 meters of sprinting, then the rest would be even worse. Because Guran is not only strong in instant sprinting, but also has fierce physical fitness, and is even more brutal in sustained sprinting. However, Chamberlain and Luke Shaw were desperate, just as the sprint began. The speed of the son of wind didn't give any face at all, and just crushed their faces. Guran ran 50 meters in the blink of an eye, surpassing Chamberlain by 3 body lengths, Luke Shaw by 4 body lengths, and other players by who knows how many body lengths. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw chased him desperately, but they couldn't catch up. They couldn't catch up at all. After passing the 50-meter mark, Guran immediately slowed down and jogged. Can he run 110 meters in one breath? Of course Guran can do it, and even running 440 meters in one breath is no problem. However, the requirement of this training subject is that intervals must be inserted, which is also to test the ability of instant start, emergency stop, and instant start again. Therefore, everyone must reduce their speed to a walking level in the 10-meter interval, and then suddenly speed up and sprint after passing the 10-meter interval. Such intervals actually consume more physical energy. This principle is like starting a car, and the ignition is often the most power-consuming and fuel-consuming. When Guran slowed down in the intermission, Chamberlain and Luke Shaw also slowed down, but they were obviously twice as fast as Guran. They wanted to catch up through the intermission. The VIP fans who supported Guran in the stands suddenly became worried, and some impatient fans even booed Chamberlain and Luke Shaw. This was the first time that they booed in an open class with only their own players. Guran didn't take Chamberlain and Luke Shaw's cheating seriously at all, and continued to pass the intermission at his own pace. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw followed closely behind. The distance between them was quickly reduced and evenly leveled. Chamberlain and Guran were only half a body length apart. Luke Shaw was only 1 body length apart from Guran. The 3 rising stars were almost back to the same starting line in the second 50-meter sprint. This also gave Chamberlain and Luke Shaw great confidence. As long as they can continue to accelerate and chase in the intermission, then in the end, they may not lose badly. Before Chamberlain and Luke Shaw could speed up, Guran sprinted and left them behind by 3 positions in a flash. Chamberlain, Luke Guran's second sprint was too explosive. The first 50 meters were not Guran's real sprint speed at all. Other people's sprints were weak and exhausted, but Guran's sprints were one wave after another, and one wave was stronger than the other. The VIP fans at the scene were instantly excited. Such a passionate scene made everyone's adrenaline soar to the extreme. Evelyn murmured happily, "You can only watch, but I have truly experienced this feeling." At this moment, Guran's son of the wind accelerated to full speed. The male hormones of running were fully activated. Guran sprinted to the end line in the blink of an eye. Guran stopped suddenly, bent down to touch the end line, and then turned around and sprinted back. All the VIP fans at the scene were excited. This turning speed is comparable to the Cobra maneuver of a fighter jet. So cool. So fast. Guran met Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, and even took the time to raise his chin to them. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw were numb. It was really a face-to-face. Chamberlain gritted his teeth and accelerated. He was forced to increase his speed to the limit he had never reached before. Chamberlain rushed across the end line and couldn't stop. Chamberlain fell to the ground in embarrassment, then climbed up with his hands and feet, and turned back to chase. Luke Shaw slowed down, bent down to touch the end line, and then accelerated again. His turning speed was obviously not at the same level as Guran. After Guran ran the first 50 meters after the turnaround, Chamberlain was covered in mud and grass, and fell behind more than 10 meters. Luke Shaw is about the same as Chamberlain. Guran slowed down in the interval area, even slower than the first time he entered the interval area. It can be said that, even if Coach Carter's grandmother was dug out, she would probably be faster than Guran. However, the VIP fans in the stadium were not unhappy, but extremely excited. This fast and slow rhythm is extremely technical. It makes people addicted. Especially the lady with phlegm. Her seat was wet with excitement. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw finally caught up to the interval area, but Guran had already passed the interval area slowly and accelerated again. This time, the speed was faster than the last sprint. The violent aesthetic sprint posture was fully displayed. No matter how much Chamberlain and Luke Shaw accelerated in the interval area, there was no hope of catching up with Guran. Guran rushed to the end line in one breath, and once again performed the turning speed of a fighter Cobra, stopping suddenly to touch the end line and turning back. Another face rush. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw wanted to die. They had long expected that this would be a public execution, but could they give it a quick death? This fucking face is about to be smashed by Guran. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw could only grit their teeth and push their potential to the limit. All the VIP fans in the stadium stood up to watch Guran's violent aesthetic sprint. This scene was so shocking, it was so adrenaline inducing. Not to mention that the female fans' voices were hoarse. Even the male fans' voices were hoarse. After 2 intervals like an old lady crossing the road, Guran rushed Chamberlain and Luke Shaw again, and finally won the first place in the third group with an absolute crushing advantage. Chamberlain tried his best and showed his unprecedented speed, but he was still 25 meters behind Guran. Luke Shaw was also inspired to sprint at an unprecedented speed, but in the end he was still 30 meters behind Guran. As for the other players in the same group, they were unbearable to watch. They were like amateur players in front of Guran's violent aesthetic sprint speed of the Son of Wind. In fact, the overall score of the third group was higher than that of the first and second groups. Guran was extremely terrifying. Davis, Walton, Lalana, Lambert, Canali and other veteran players watched the whole process in amazement. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. They were just thankful. Fortunately, they were not in the same group with Guran, the crazy guy, otherwise, they would all be publicly executed by Guran. Fortunately, they asked Guran for a truce before the open class. If there was no truce, the whole team would have to die in front of the VIP fans today. This new rising star is really too strong. How did Old Rice discover this grassroots player who had never received professional training in the youth training camp? Saints. 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 All the VIP fans in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Everyone really saw the hope of Southampton's Phoenix Nirvana and rebirth from desperate situations. Even the head coach Adkins, who was originally holding a poker face, couldn't hide the smile on his lips at this time. This open class couldn't be more perfect. Thanks to Guran's wonderful performance, the new head coach is also proud. Of course, just an open class of performance nature cannot prove anything. After all, the season is long, and the opponent is not a human wall card and a barrier cone. It is too early for Guran to take charge of the entire Saints team, but this is really a dream start. Fighting for the English Championship this year and the Premier League next year. Haha, this is an impossible goal. But if Guran can grow up and integrate into the team, maybe it can really be achieved. Coach Adkins is also full of confidence. Luke Shaw walked in front of Guran, panting, and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. "You are so amazing. I, Luke Shaw, surrender. In the future, I may not help you, but I will never be your enemy." Duran smiled and clapped his hands with Luke Shaw generously. Smart. Luke Shaw grinned. Chamberlain on the side frowned. Luke, you little traitor. Goo. Okay, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but I, Chamberlain, will never ever be friends with you. When the truce is over, I, Chamberlain, will do you. Alas, what flag do you say? Do you feel comfortable only when you hit yourself in the face? Duran smiled indifferently. Okay, I'm at your service anytime. At this time, Captain Davis came over and hugged Duran's shoulders with a smile on his face. Hey, Gu. Your performance just now was really great. I think our Southampton team will definitely become stronger with your joining. We are about to challenge Liverpool, so come on. Chamberlain opened his mouth in astonishment. Captain? Luke Shaw betrayed. But how come even you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also voted? Davis said unhappily. What are you talking about? I'm doing this for the team. Chamberlain, open class training continues. There is one last item in today's training, the goalpost challenge. This one is basically a game. The rules are also very simple. After receiving the pass from assistant coach Andy, the players kick the ball from the penalty area line and hit the crossbar to succeed. This training game is also to test the accuracy of the player's footwork. Of course, there is more performance. Every player has one chance, even the goalkeeper. The old players showed off their gorgeous footwork and added funny performances, which caused constant laughter in the audience. Especially the striker Gilly, who deliberately made an exaggerated and funny fake move before kicking. There was no goalkeeper in front of the goal, and his fake move was actually to deceive the crossbar of the goalpost. The VIP fans were also laughed at by his funny behavior. The veterans are all experienced in performance, and they really know what these VIP fans want to see. And their footwork is indeed difficult to hit the crossbar of the goal. Using exaggerated and funny footwork can also cover up the fact that their own footwork is not good. Lambert is honest and kicked the crossbar seriously, but the ball passed over the goal. The football flew into the stands, and the fans were even happier. Lambert smiled helplessly and shook his head. The next few veterans and young players either performed exaggeratedly or missed the target. More than a dozen people in a row, but none of them hit the target. Chamberlain walked up confidently and nodded to assistant coach Andy. Coach Andy then made an accurate cross. Chamberlain stopped the ball with his right foot, then took a step forward and swung his leg vigorously. Bang! The football flew high, almost the height of a goal from the crossbar. Chamberlain missed the target. The fans at the scene laughed. Everyone thought it was Chamberlain's exaggerated performance. But in fact, Chamberlain covered his face and was about to cry. His stop was at the level of the English Premier League, and the continuity of his direct shot after stopping the ball was also good, but unfortunately the final shot was far from the goal. After Chamberlain, the team flower Lallana came on the field. The whole team has high hopes for Lallana. Although the final training is a game project, someone has to stand up to support the team. It would be too embarrassing if so many professional players couldn't even hit the crossbar once. Lallana took a deep breath and signaled Andy to pass the ball. Andy was also very serious and passed a very comfortable cross pass to Lallana. Speaking of which, Andy is also a well-known player of Southampton club. Even though he has retired for many years, his footwork can still be regarded as top-notch among these active players. Don't underestimate retired players. Retired players only have reduced physical attributes, but their technical attributes and awareness are still extremely high. Lallana secretly said good ball in his heart, and then stopped the ball with his left foot and shot directly with his right foot. This shot is extremely beautiful. The football shot sharply to the top of the goal. Bang! The football hit the top of the door beam accurately and bounced out of the end line. The VIP fans at the scene suddenly cheered, and many people shouted Lallana's name. Lallana himself was also very excited to celebrate. Captain Davis took the lead and rushed to Lallana, hugging and rubbing his head. The other players also surrounded Lallana happily and excitedly, as if Lallana had scored a crucial goal in the game. With Lallana hitting the crossbar, the pressure on the remaining players suddenly decreased, and they performed all kinds of exaggerated performances and shot all kinds of planes. Forward Canali even performed a performance of hitting the crossbar with his heel. The result was naturally far away from the goal. The training ground was full of laughter. This public training class is coming to an end, but the VIP fans are still a little reluctant. They are waiting for the real Saints star Guran to appear. Although Guran's position in the team is a left back, it is normal for a full back to not have accurate shooting skills, but VIP fans who are familiar with Guran know that Guran's shooting skills are not inferior to those of the striker. Guran's long shot from 30 meters away before is an excellent proof. Guran was the last to appear. The female fans at the scene screamed hoarsely before Guran started. Guran pressed his palm and signaled everyone to be quiet. The 3,000 strong training ground fell silent immediately. Everyone stared with wide eyes, holding their breath, waiting for Guran's performance. This terrifying ability to control the field was something that only Guran could do. Chapter 281. The heartbeat of the whole audience freezes at this moment. A super exciting crossbar shot. It is God playing football. Guran raised his hand to signal Coach Andy to pass the ball from a distance away from the penalty area. Coach Andy was stunned for a moment, then shrugged. Coach Andy felt that Guran was also going to perform an exaggerated performance. In this case, Coach Andy did not take it too seriously and gave a careless kick, passing the ball to the middle area of the penalty area. Guran started at the same time as Coach Andy kicked. The audience held their breath. Guran saw the trajectory of the football rolling on the ground, and without stopping the ball, he directly kicked the ball and shot. The football immediately rose from the ground like an arrow piercing the clouds, and it also had a sharp arc like a crescent moon. However, the root of this ball seemed a little high. Everyone's heart froze in their chests, seeing that the ball was about to be higher than the crossbar of the goal. When it approached the goal area, it suddenly fell rapidly with the angular momentum of the crescent moon arc. Bang! The football hit the bottom of the goal crossbar accurately, and with its powerful impact force, it bounced directly downwards towards the goal. The ball went in. The audience was stunned. Everyone's heart skipped a beat at the same time. What is this? One touch plus a piercing arrow plus a crescent moon scimitar plus an elevator ball? Exclamation mark. This is a super invincible fairy ball. It's a pity that the Puskas Award does not accept the selection of wonderful goals during training. Otherwise, this fairy ball would definitely have booked this year's Puskas Award. How did this fairy ball come out? Especially the elevator-like fall. This must be God playing football. After a short breath of suffocation, the fans at the scene cheered and jumped wildly. Under the violent resonance, the simple stands of the #1 training ground swung like noodles. Lil Anna's goal beam ball before was already very exciting, but compared to Guran's fairy ball, Lil Anna's goal beam ball was nothing at all. Guran's goal not only crushed Lil Anna in terms of brilliance, but also scored. After Guran hit the crossbar, he was able to score. After seeing Guran's goal, Lil Anna shook his head in disbelief and gasped. Lil Anna was thoroughly shocked. After scoring, Guran also happily raised his arms to celebrate with the VIP fans. To be honest, this goal was the result of his usual training to maintain a super high competitive state, as well as the credit of the free skills, and his growing strong self-confidence and mentality. Of course, a large part of it was luck. When many successful people tell their stories, they often say how hard they work, as if their success can really be achieved only by their own efforts. In fact, hard work is only the foundation. There are so many hard-working people in the world, why can only a small number of people succeed? Invisible luck is really much more important than hard work. However, luck is something mysterious, and can only be encountered but not sought. All you can do is work hard. Guran's crossbar magic goal also completely ignited the passion of all the VIP fans. The VIP fans really did not come in vain this time. Guran gave one surprise after another. I thought it was great that Guran ran the first in the warm-up run, but I didn't expect Guran's save performance in the scramble circle to be so amazing, and I didn't expect Guran's long shot after the obstacle dribbling to be so shocking, and I didn't expect Guran's performance in the interval sprint to be so terrifying, and I didn't expect that at the end of the training open class, Guran performed another crossbar magic goal that only God could kick. Guran, he is simply God himself. Every VIP fan is extremely determined that Guran is the future of the Saints. Duran will definitely surpass the achievements of Alan Shearer and Gareth Bale, and will definitely become a superstar who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Messi, Ronaldo and other football superstars. Southampton is really going to rise. Now, the VIP fans have only one wish: Southampton club, no matter what, don't be a black shop. Don't sell Duran. As the fans stood up and cheered, Captain Davis and other players came to the middle of the field and lined up to thank the excited and cheering fans. Duran's magical ball gave this open training class an extremely perfect and unsurpassed period. Luke Shaw approached Duran with a look of fanboy. "Hey Gu, your kick just now was so cool. When are you free? Can you teach me? Damn, this kid's transformation is really fast." Duran smiled. "You are a defender. There is no need to learn." Luke Shaw, "What are you talking about? Aren't you also a defender?" Duran said again, "You just need to learn to break through, so as not to be defended by your own defender in the official game in the future." Luke Shaw was confused. "Gu, what are you talking about?" "Nothing, haha." Duran smiled. Seeing Duran smiling at him, Luke Shaw immediately grinned. It feels like the stupid son of a landlord. At this time, the team flower liner also walked towards Duran with a smile. "Hey Gu, I'm sorry, we may have had some misunderstandings before. Now I know that it was Harding and his team who provoked me first. I'm sorry for my previous actions against you with them, so, can we make peace?" Damn, another big boss in the team took the initiative to show goodwill. Duran still had a very good impression of Lalana, so Duran smiled and said, "Of course, there was no big problem between us. This is all Harding's fault." Lalana smiled and high-fived Duran. "Yes, it's all Harding's fault. Gu, you are great. We can cooperate more in the future in the game. No problem." Duran shook Lalana's hand vigorously. Then, Lambert also walked over with a smile. "Hey Gu, the fairy ball you just kicked was really great. I can't believe that one of my teammates can kick such a great goal. This is all Harding's fault. Let's communicate more and cooperate more in the future, okay?" "Of course, no problem." Duran also high-fived Lambert. Then, Canali, Barnard, Sknedelin and other main players of the team also came over to shake hands and high-five with Duran. Everyone happily put the blame on Harding. In this open training class, Duran not only conquered the VIP audience with his explosive performance, but also conquered most of the main players in the team. Although these main players also have various problems and thoughts, and may even have some other schemes, the strong will always be strong, and most people are willing to be friends with the strong, rather than enemies with the strong. And Duran is a strong man. In fact, Duran himself was more open-minded about being isolated by the whole team before. First of all, it is not so easy for a newcomer to integrate into an already formed team anywhere. Putting aside nationality, race, and cultural background, even in the workplace in his own country, it is not so easy for a newcomer to integrate after joining the company. Especially when this newcomer is just a grassroots person, is valued by the boss, has super good treatment, is very capable, and is not low-key at all, and is arrogant. In countries like Europe and the United States, elite culture is particularly emphasized. Europeans and Americans value bloodline, family background, and origin in their bones. When many prestigious schools admit students, family background is a must-consider item. In an elite society, 1% of the elites and their descendants control 99% of the resources of society. The elites naturally don't want any grassroots to challenge their social status. In football clubs, players who come from professional youth training camps are the elite class. The more wealthy the youth training camp, the more elite they are. Duran not only comes from abroad, but has never entered a professional youth training camp, not even a domestic football school. Duran is 100% pure grassroots. The elites of these clubs look down on Duran, just like the music elites Naing, Yankun, Wangfeng, and Gao Xianasang look down on the music grassroots Dao Lang, just like the mainstream crosstalk actors look down on the non-mainstream crosstalk actor Guo Degan. But Duran always holds his head high, does not indulge anyone who is arrogant to him, and responds to cold eyes, ridicule, and suppression with a strong heart. As long as there is strength, the grassroots can still crush the elites and become the king. It is true that this is not an era of grassroots, but are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? This process is super cool, super passionate, super sense of conquest. At this time, Chamberlain also wanted to come over and shake hands with Guran, but Chamberlain is a strong man all his life. He just said that he would never rebel. Chamberlain walked around Guran for several circles and finally mustered up the courage to walk in front of Guran. Guran smiled at Chamberlain. "Don't come, I'm still waiting for you to do me." Chamberlain's mouth twitched and his mentality collapsed. The most uncomfortable person was not Chamberlain, but Harding and his brothers. In this wave of internal confrontation, Guran won the recognition of the main players of the whole team in a very short time, regardless of whether this recognition was sincere or not. In short, most of the main players have recognized Guran, while Harding and his brothers are already in a difficult situation. The conflict with Guran was first provoked by them. They knew with their toes that Guran could let other people go, but he would never let them go. "Boss Harding, what should we do? Guran is so strong. If we had known he was so strong, we shouldn't have made an enemy of him." "Boss Harding, why don't we go over and apologize as well? The sooner we apologize, the sooner we'll be forgiven." "Shut up." Harding growled angrily. "What a bunch of useless trash. That Chinese kid really stole the show today. But so what? He's still a grassroots rookie who hasn't played a single professional game. When he gets on the real field, he'll be nothing. Southampton's left side still has to rely on experienced veterans like me to hold the scene. You just wait. When we play the pre-season game with Liverpool in 3 days, you'll see the joke of him. The higher he is praised now, the harder he will fall." Harding took a deep breath, stared at Guran, who was chatting and laughing with the main players in the team, and said viciously, "Before I destroy a person, I must make him swell first." At this time, assistant coach Andy held the microphone and signaled everyone to be quiet. "Now, please welcome Southampton's new head coach, Mr. Adkins, with warm applause, and say a few words to everyone." While the applause was thunderous, the VIP fans were not very interested in Adkins, the new head coach. After all, Adkins' previous record as a coach was not very good. He had no experience in leading a team in the Premier League, and he was not a well-known coach. However, today's open training class was so exciting that every VIP fan was excited and adrenaline was bursting. Naturally, they had a good impression of Coach Adkins, who had a mediocre record. Coach Adkins still had a poker face. He took the microphone handed over by Coach Andy. "Thank you, Andy. Hello everyone, I'm the new head coach of Southampton Club, Nigel Adkins. Thank you for your strong support for our players. Everyone present is the real cornerstone of Southampton Club." These words immediately received even warmer applause from the VIP fans. Then I heard Coach Adkins continue, "Here, I want to tell you that our goal for the new season is to be the league champion or runner-up, and then directly advance to the English Championship." The applause at the scene suddenly became more enthusiastic. The VIP fans are all die-hard fans of the Saints. There is no goal that can resonate with them more than advancing to the next level of the league. Coach Adkins said again, "We will use 6 pre-season warm-up matches to adjust our status and hone in on new tactics and formations. 3 days later, we will have a pre-season warm-up match with Liverpool's first team at Anfield. I hope everyone will go to the scene to cheer for the players, if they have time." As soon as Coach Adkins finished speaking, a VIP fan shouted loudly, "Sir, will Guran appear?" This question is also a question that all the VIP fans are concerned about. Coach Adkins said calmly, "Of course, I promise you that Gu will definitely appear. Yeah. Gu beat Liverpool. Ha ha ha. Buy tickets, buy tickets. Gu. Come on. Come on." The VIP fans were all excited. Guran, who was standing in the team, was also very excited. Guran stood up and patted the Southampton team badge on his chest to show his gratitude to all the fans. Although the match with Liverpool was not a league match that could earn league points, the pre-season friendly match could also be considered an official match. It was a match with international referees, technical statistics, and live audiences. Such a match can greatly increase on-the-spot experience, and after the game, you can also gain systematic growth. Since the end of the national high school student competition, Guran has not grown after the game for more than a month. Moreover, it must be super cool to be able to fight with international stars such as Captain Jared, Bayozi, G8, Slippery, Golden Boy, Holy Child, T9, El Nino, Iron God Tours, Strong God Glenn Johnson, Biscuit, Brazilian Beckham Fabio Aurelio, Fifth Brother Daniel Aga Little Ma, Engineer Maxi Rodriguez, Little Jojo Cole, VIP Jovanovic, Brazilian Jared Lucas Lever, Pride Brother Gogo, 8 Treasures, Black Evil Babel, Pants Kuit, Forever Deputy Carragher, etc. You can get a lot of star level skills for free. Guran's blood was boiling, and he couldn't wait to play Liverpool tomorrow. Coach Adkins' speech was very brief. After the speech, Coach Andy announced that the training ground would be open for half an hour. VIP fans can enter the venue to experience the crossbar challenge or take photos with their favorite players and ask for autographs. As soon as these words came out, VIP fans rushed towards Guran like a tide. This scene was comparable to the charge scene of the zombie siege in Resident Evil. Guran was startled. He quickly dodged outside the field. Good man. Surrounded by more than 3,000 fans, his pants would be stripped off in a minute. These British fans are really capable of stripping players on the spot. Fortunately, at this time, Southampton store guards and security guards intervened in time and erected an explosion-proof wall in front of Guran. Security Captain Kenny blocked Guran behind him and said firmly, "Gu, don't worry, I'm here." Guran breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks to you, Kenny." Kenny said, "You're welcome. Just give each of us brothers a signed jersey of yours later." "Damn." Guran said quickly, "No problem." Kenny raised the explosion-proof shield in his hand and shouted with blood boiling, "Brothers, hold on, hold on." Coach Andy also hurriedly shouted through the microphone to ask everyone to calm down and not to hurt Guran. After all, if Guran was injured, he would not be able to play in the game against Liverpool. The VIP fans at the scene restrained themselves a little. They certainly didn't want Guran to get hurt. So, Guran was escorted to the player channel smoothly. Those VIP fans who pre-ordered 400 jerseys were lucky. As long as they took the pre-ordered number 8 new jerseys, they could line up to find Guran to ask for an on-site autograph and take a photo. The VIP fans who didn't get the pre-sale jerseys immediately beat their chests and stamped their feet. And those VIP fans who had bought Guran's autographed jerseys before felt even more backstabbed. For the same price, they missed the opportunity to communicate with Guran up close. The fans who were waiting in line for Guran's autograph put on their new number 8 jerseys and asked Guran to sign on them. Guran took the signature pen with a helpless look on his face and signed on the backs of these VIP fans one by one. Of course, there were also a few female fans whose lamps were particularly large, who took the initiative to ask Guran to sign on their lamps. Guran was embarrassed to refuse. After all, these were VIPs who had paid real money to support him. He had to satisfy them. After finally signing for this group of fans, Guran's wrists were so sore that he could hardly lift them. But this was not over yet. 100 beautiful cheerleaders from the Guran Global Supporters Club, with amazing figures lined up to have their lamps signed by Guran. This was Guran's fan organization, and he had to pamper them. Guran gritted his teeth and signed his name on their chests seriously. Alas, who can understand the feeling of sore hands? Chapter 282. Goodbye Coach Carter. Goodbye Evelyn. After finally signing autographs for the big lights, no, for the beautiful cheerleaders, Guran felt that his entire right hand was going to be paralyzed. At this time, Coach Carter, who had been waiting for a long time, happily walked into the player tunnel. Coach Carter had been waiting outside the player tunnel early. Although he told the security guards that he was Guran's high school coach, he was stopped outside by the strict security guards because he did not have a pre-ordered jersey, was not a cheerleader, and the lights were not big enough. Coach Carter did not expect that in just 1 month, he would not be able to see his beloved disciple Guran because the lights were not big enough. It was not until Coach Carter went to find Old Rice, who personally interceded, that Coach Carter was allowed to enter the player tunnel. Hi Gu. Coach Carter. When Guran saw the old coach, he immediately excitedly went up to Coach Carter and hugged him. Guran's feelings for Coach Carter were very sincere. Without Coach Carter, it would have been difficult for Guran to enter the Southampton first team so smoothly. Coach Carter was not only Guran's football coach in high school, but also Guran's mentor and friend. Coach Carter touched Guran's muscular chest muscles and immediately exclaimed, "Wow. Gu, what have you experienced in this month? Your physique has become so strong. Your skills have become so good." Guran smiled and said, "I'm practicing hard according to Coach Carter's teachings. What about dribbling, 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 juggling, dribbling, dribbling, and shooting? I practiced very hard." Coach Carter nodded with satisfaction and said, "Gu, you are my greatest pride in my life. With a disciple like you, I can even call out your name in my dreams at night. How is it? Is it going well in the first team of the professional club? Do those old foxes in the first team exclude you, target you, and bully you? If so, tell me and I will tell old Rice to deal with them civilly." Guran smiled. "No, everyone is very friendly. Captain Davis gave me parking space number 1. When I didn't use the locker room, they also accompanied me. During the warm-up training, there were enthusiastic teammates who helped me kick down the blind teammates who were blocking the way, just so that I could lap them 5 times. Coach Carter said in surprise, "Oh my god, I didn't expect them to be so good to you." "Then I feel relieved. Your performance today was also great. I'm proud to be your coach." "Damn, coach, are you proud of me, or proud of yourself?" Guran smiled happily and said, "Thank you, coach. Thank you for coming to my open training class. Your recognition and encouragement mean a lot to me." Coach Carter grinned and said, "You're welcome. Then, Gu, get me 11 sets of your autographed jerseys, so that I can go back and give them to those kids as a reward. That way, they can follow your example and practice and play hard." Guran, "Coach, why are you doing it for free? Question mark. You don't spend a penny, but you want me to give you 11 sets of jerseys with autographs? Exclamation mark. Guran couldn't help laughing and said, "It has to be you, coach. You are the only one in the world who can ask me for so much, and I'm willing to give more." Ha ha ha. Coach Carter was very pleased to hear this. 11 sets of jerseys are really not much money, and Coach Carter can certainly afford it. However, being able to get the autographed jerseys from Guran for free can show that he has a good relationship with Guran. Guran naturally understood this reason, and Guran immediately asked his chief steward Rick to get his spare jersey. In addition to the regular jerseys, Guran also has 100 sets of reserve jerseys, which are used as backup throughout the season. If these 100 sets of jerseys are all used up, he will have to pay for his own jerseys in offline physical stores. Normally, it shouldn't be so miserable. And as his fame increases, the number of reserve jerseys will naturally increase. Rick is really fast, and soon found a lot of number 8 jerseys. Guran signed 20 sets directly for Coach Carter. Coach Carter was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After taking a photo with Guran, Coach Carter gave Guran a few more words of advice, asking Guran to take care of his body, not to get injured, and not to follow other professional players in the bad habit of snuff and laughing gas. Guran nodded repeatedly, indicating that he was not interested in those things. Fortunately, Coach Carter didn't ask Guran to stay away from women. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Coach Carter left happily with the signed jersey. Before leaving, Coach Carter did not forget to show off in front of the security guards. Security Captain Kenny and others also hurriedly took the new jerseys and took turns to ask Guran for autographs. Guran certainly could not refuse. After all the signatures were signed, Guran looked at the watch, and it was already past 6:30 in the afternoon. At this time, the VIP fans on the training ground had almost all left, and the other players had also taken a shower in the locker room of the gym and drove home. Guran really wanted to practice more, but the court was a mess, and it would probably take a long time for the maintenance staff to sort it out. In addition, there were 400 jerseys of the female boss Katerina that had not been signed. Although he could take them home to sign, Guran did not want to be so troublesome, and Guran planned to sign them at the club. In this way, today's extra training would probably be ruined. Guran sighed, feeling uncomfortable all over, even more uncomfortable than not being able to love. Today's open class was just a superficial training, and Guran's abundant physical energy had not yet been vented. Only people who regularly undergo high intensity training can experience this feeling. Forget it, just bear with it for now. The sooner you sign, the sooner you can get out. Go home and practice again. When Guran was about to ask Rick to deliver the remaining 400 jerseys to the single room, he saw Evelyn walking into the player tunnel with coquettish steps. "Hi, Gu." Evelyn's eyes were full of fanaticism and admiration that could not be concealed. Guran said seriously, "Hi, Evelyn." Evelyn asked excitedly, "Can it be longer?" Guran said seriously, "Yes." Evelyn immediately took out the microphone. "Then I'm going to start interviewing you." Rick, the chief eunuch next to him, cleared his throat tactfully. "Boo, it's getting late. Let's leave first." "Yes, yes, yes." Jacob, the exclusive coach produced by Real Madrid, nodded repeatedly. "My mother is waiting for me to go back for dinner." Guran said helplessly, "Okay, we can't have extra training today, and it's not a solution to let you wait. Rick, please help me put the remaining 400 jerseys in the lounge. Miss Evelyn and I will go to sign them after the interview." Rick said immediately, "Okay, Boo, I'll do it right away." Nutritionist Lorna reminded, "Boo, remember to eat the diet I customized for you." Guran nodded repeatedly, "Got it. Then let's go. See you tomorrow." Guran's small team happily left the player tunnel. Soon, the player tunnel was empty, leaving only Guran and the seductive Evelyn. Evelyn raised the radio microphone and asked in a delicate voice, "Boo, you fired up the whole audience at this open class. How do you feel now?" Guran thought for a moment. "Well, Evelyn, why don't we save our time? You see, I'm very busy. Why don't you go back and write the interview content yourself?" "Ah." Evelyn was stunned. "How can you do that? This is a serious violation of professional ethics." Guran smiled and said, "How could that be? You are my woman. You know what I'm thinking. Just ask the questions yourself and answer them for me. I trust you." The words "you are my woman" made Evelyn's heart blossom. "But I can't do this. I just want to visit you." Guran smiled and said, Next time. I really don't have time today because I have to sign autographs." Evelyn pouted. "Okay then. But you have to agree to one condition of mine." Guran's heart tightened. "What condition?" If he had to be beaten into a jungle, then forget it. It's not that Guran doesn't want to, but the game with Liverpool will be in 3 days, and Guran must be self-disciplined. Evelyn smiled and said, "My dad wants your jersey." "Damn, that's it?" I was shocked. Guran smiled and said, "That's easy. I'll sign one for your dad right now." Coach Carter has given 15 pieces, and giving Evelyn's dad 1 piece is really nothing. But Evelyn shook her head and said, "I don't want a new one. I want the original one you are wearing. This is the jersey you kicked the God's ball, which is more memorable than a new jersey." "Damn, Evelyn, you are still a good judge of goods." Guran smiled helplessly. Okay, as long as you ask, how can I not satisfy you?" As he said that, Guran took off the sweaty jersey and handed it to Evelyn. Evelyn stared at Guran's beautiful and strong muscles with her eyes wide open, and her throat swallowed involuntarily. Guran said, "Satisfied?" Evelyn said, "I want your shorts too." Guran, "Is it your dad who wants it, or you?" Guran said with a smile, "Evelyn, forget about the shorts, leave me a decent one." Evelyn smiled, "Okay, but you have to accept my interview next time we meet." Okay, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Guran swaggered out of the players' tunnel. It's good to have your own female reporter. Even the interview is saved. Evelyn buried her face in Guran's sweaty jersey and took a deep breath. The smell of a macho man. After getting rid of Evelyn, the little goblin, Guran trotted back to the locker room of the gym. Guran took a quick shower, changed into a dry training suit, and then went to the restaurant for dinner. In fact, he was not hungry. After all, the amount of training today was far from reaching the threshold of his own body. However, if he didn't go to the restaurant to eat early, the restaurant staff would not be able to get off work. Guran still respects the ordinary staff of the club and tries not to cause trouble to them if he can. As soon as Guran entered the restaurant, he saw that the staff of the restaurant had lined up early, and each of them held a brand new number 8 jersey in their hands. No wonder 1000 sets were not enough. It turned out that they were all waiting for me here. Guran could only smile helplessly and sign for these staff one by one. The staff of the restaurant were all overjoyed, and everyone was as sweet as eating 2 pounds of honey. Working in the club has its benefits. It is so easy to get autographs and take photos with stars. After signing, Guran bit the bullet and finished the enhanced version of the demon dinner reserved by Loina. Then, Guran came to the lounge again and signed all the remaining 400 sets of jerseys in one go. This is much more tiring than playing football. Now this is just a little famous in the local club. What should I do if I really become a football superstar in the future? My right hand. It's really too hard. Guran rubbed his right hand, shook his head, and sighed in melancholy. When Guran drove back to the Dune Villa, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. I don't know how Aomedi is doing at home. She should have moved all her personal luggage in, right? There shouldn't be another sleepless night like last night, right? Probably not. Aomedi is silly and cute, not really stupid. She won't freeze herself in a liquid nitrogen space capsule twice in a row. Guran thought, while pushing the door with his left hand. Light a clear system prompt sound came at the same time as the door was opened. What the hell? Elizabeth was wearing a half-length black silk pajamas, her legs tucked on the leather sofa, holding a bag of popcorn heated in the microwave in her arms, and watching TV absent-mindedly. She didn't know what she was thinking, and she didn't even notice Guran pushing the door in. The luxurious silk pajamas gently covered her buttocks, and her 2 long legs were still so slender even when folded that Guran couldn't take his eyes away. And next to the sofa, there is a bright red talent point bubble. What the hell? After just one day of not seeing each other, Aomedi actually has so many negative emotions? Guran frowned, first concentrated his mind, and picked up the talent point bubble next to Elizabeth through the air. Today's 10 pickup progress is completed. This talent point bubble is too easy to get for free, right? This is not a free thing, it's just a free pickup. Guran himself is a little embarrassed. Guran cleared his throat. Liz, I'm back. Elizabeth turned around and saw Guran and immediately jumped off the sofa happily, running over barefoot. Gu, you're finally back. I'm almost bored to death at home alone. Just bored. Boredom shouldn't accumulate negative emotions to 100 points, right? Guran smiled with a tired face. Sorry, there are a lot of things to do in the open class today. Are you hungry? Have you eaten? Elizabeth smiled and said, don't worry about me, I can cook and make soup by myself, of course. It's not as delicious as yours. Gu, you must be very tired today, right? Guran moved his right arm. Other parts are not too tired, but my hand is tired and about to cramp. I originally planned to hand paint Avengers 2 tonight. It seems that I have to wait a little longer. Hearing Guran say that his hands are tired, Elizabeth immediately widened her beautiful big eyes. Huh? Tired hands? Gu, aren't you a football defender? Your hands are tired? Are you practicing handball? Damn, sister, are you complaining about me? If there is a chance, I must take you to watch me play football in person. I guarantee you will scream. Guran smiled. Before becoming a professional player, I didn't expect that a football player like me would be so tired that my hands would cramp. Elizabeth asked seriously, do you want me to massage you? Damn. There is such a good thing. Guran cleared his throat. That's so embarrassing. Elizabeth smiled and said, what's there to be embarrassed about? You coached my performance and let me live here for free, and if it weren't for you last night, I would. As Elizabeth spoke, 2 blushes rose on her pretty face. That's right. Thinking of what happened last night, massaging the arms is nothing. I should have said that my thighs were tired. Guran smiled and said, thank you for your hard work. Elizabeth smiled and said, as long as you don't mind that I'm not professional enough. I have only massaged my 2 sisters before. Come on, lie on the sofa. It's just an arm massage. Do you need to lie down? But yes, lying down is more relaxing, and there is no need to stare at each other and add unnecessary embarrassment. Guran then lay comfortably on the leather sofa. Elizabeth sat next to Guran's head and pulled up Guran's strong arm. Elizabeth exclaimed like a little girl, wow, Gu, your arms are full of muscles. So strong. Guran smiled, just so. Then Elizabeth laughed and said, close your eyes and relax. Okay. Guran closed his eyes peacefully and relaxed his whole body. Elizabeth placed Guran's arms on her thighs and then used both hands to press from the base of Guran's shoulders. Her fingers were slender and her hand strength was not great, but you could feel that she was using all her strength. After all, Scarlet Witch, magic power is her strong point. Physical attacks are not good. Haha. Elizabeth asked, "Is this strength okay?" Guran said, "It would be better if it was a little stronger." "Oh, okay." Elizabeth immediately increased the strength and used all her strength. Elizabeth panted and asked, "How about this?" Guran couldn't help swallowing. "Very good, okay." Elizabeth continued to massage Guran's arms vigorously. Guran tried hard to divert attention. "Ahem. By the way, Liz, how was your day? Are you interested in chatting with me?" It was natural to ask. After all, Elizabeth had dropped her talent point bubble, and Guran had to know what had happened to trigger Elizabeth's negative emotions. Mastering this point is equivalent to mastering the correct posture to stroke Elizabeth's bubbles. Elizabeth sighed softly. "I don't really have anything to do. I'm just bored alone." Guran took out a mentor-like attitude and said in a deep voice, "Liz, this is where you're wrong. If you want to accept my self-confidence coaching, you must open your heart to me." Elizabeth was slightly startled and then said, "Boo, you're right. I shouldn't have hidden it from you. But this is actually just a trivial matter." Chapter 283. What are the twins missing? Sister AO, is it finally my turn to save Guran? Guran said, "It doesn't matter how big or small the matter is, just tell me about it." "Okay then." Elizabeth smiled. "Actually, there's nothing big going on today. After I got up in the morning, I went to the hotel to check out and moved my luggage over. In the afternoon, I received a call from my two sisters." Guran's eyebrows moved slightly. The first half of Alson's sentence is nonsense, and the second half is the key. Alson's two twin sisters, Ashley Alson and Mary Kate Alson, as the national daughters of the United States, have always been the source of Alson's lack of confidence. Therefore, if you want to take advantage of Alson's talent points, just make good use of Ashley and Mary Kate. This can also desensitize Alson, get rid of the aura of the two sisters, and build her own confidence. Guran felt that he had grasped the key point of Alson's sister at once. Guran suddenly felt that he had indeed grasped it, and quickly let go. Elizabeth's delicate body trembled slightly, and then as if nothing had happened, she continued to press Guran's arm hard. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Guran cleared his throat. "So, what did your two sisters say on the phone?" Elizabeth shrugged. "They know that I didn't audition for peace, love and misunderstanding." Guran asked, "How did they know so quickly?" Elizabeth sighed. "I was also puzzled. After talking to them on the phone, I realized that it was them who used their connections to find an audition opportunity for me. I don't like this very much, because even if I really get the role in Peace, Love and Misunderstanding, it is not because of my good acting skills, but because of their influence. This is not what I want at all." Guran smiled. "Your two sisters are actually very nice to you." Elizabeth said helplessly, "Yes, I know. I have been their dearest little sister since I was a child. They love me, and I love them too, but they always want to arrange my affairs, always want to make decisions for me, always want me to stay by their side, and they always tell me about their successful examples, but I'm not them. I know they are very successful, but their success does not mean that I can succeed by following their example. Their love makes me a little breathless. I know they are doing this for my own good, and I love them just as much, really. But the problem is, they are angelic twins, much more beautiful than me, and I'm just an ugly duckling. They have the halo of angels, and they are loved, no matter what they do, but no matter how hard I try, I achieve nothing. How can I compare to them? They called me today just to take turns scolding me for not cherishing this audition opportunity. I told them that it's not that I don't cherish it, but I have found a very good lead, and I'm receiving special targeted self-confidence training. As a result, Elizabeth became more and more depressed as she spoke. When they heard me say that you are younger than me, they asserted that you are a liar, and the kind who wants to cheat money and sex, and ask me to leave you as soon as possible and go back to them. Damn it. Guran almost sat up. "Liz, I'm not a liar." Elizabeth said quickly. Of course. Of course I believe it. Go. You have such a big house, you must be much richer than me, and you didn't take advantage of the accident last night, so I believe you are definitely not the kind of person who cheats money and sex. More importantly, I think what you said about my acting skills are very sharp and insightful. Elizabeth, you are really pure and naive. Fortunately, you met a gentleman like me. I really don't have any other crooked thoughts. I just want to take your talent points. This is called a win-win situation. Duran cleared his throat. Liz, thank you for your trust. I have already thought about how to help you adjust your self-confidence. Elizabeth asked in surprise. Really? How to adjust it? Duran said. First of all, you can't go back. You can't go back to your two sisters. Although they love you, their love and care will not help your career, and will even make you depressed. Elizabeth nodded seriously. Yes, I don't want to go back myself. Duran said again. Secondly, what I want you to do is to take the initiative to call your two sisters every afternoon and communicate with them. Ah. Elizabeth was stunned, and even the movement of her hand stopped. Boo. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. You want me to call them every day? Duran said. Yes, I'm not kidding. Elizabeth said anxiously. But I'm afraid to communicate with them. Especially during this period of time. I wish I could avoid them. How dare I take the initiative to call them and make trouble? Duran smiled steadily. You keep pressing and don't stop. Your hands won't delay your speech. Oh. Elizabeth continued to press Duran's arm obediently. Duran said, Liz, if you want to become a Hollywood star, you must face your inner demon. And your inner demon is actually your two big star sisters. You have lived under their star halo since you were a child. Deep in your heart, you have already determined that no matter how hard you try, you can never surpass your two sisters. You even think that you are an ugly duckling who is not even 1/10,000th of them. Elizabeth's body trembled slightly. Duran's words went straight into her heart. Yes, she loves her sisters, but her sisters are also her inner demons. Duran continued, only when you can face them completely and calmly, and even feel your own sense of superiority in talking to them, can you be considered to have broken through the shackles of your inner demons, and transform into a real Hollywood star. Elizabeth smiled bitterly and said, if I find a sense of superiority in front of my two sisters, I can become a Hollywood star? This doesn't sound reliable at all. What the hell? Didn't coax it? It seems that you are not so naive, Sister Ao. My eloquence has failed. Don't panic. Duran smiled shrewdly. You are not confident, are you? That's because you are too unconfident. Elizabeth smiled sadly. I really don't believe that an ugly duckling like me can become a white swan, as long as I'm confident. That's all fairy tales. In fact, I haven't even made a decent movie. Duran said firmly, but I believe that you will become a Hollywood star, as long as you listen to me. Liz, you cannot believe in yourself, but in this 1 month, you must believe in me. Power should be used when it is necessary. Elizabeth was obviously shocked by Duran's determination. She didn't expect that Duran really had such high hopes for her. Elizabeth took a deep breath. Boo, you are probably right. I'm probably too insecure. I'll live with you to receive special training. I should do as you say. Duran smiled with satisfaction and said, that's right. Elizabeth added, it's just that I don't want to chat with them. If I call them every day, I don't know what to talk to them about. Besides, they have been given all the good things by God since they were born. How can I feel superior in front of them? Duran smiled. It doesn't matter, as long as you call them. As for what you talk about, I think they always lack something, right? Elizabeth thought about it and immediately said, they really do. They have no lack of career, beauty, popularity, or money, but they lack boyfriends. Wow, are we talking about gossip about celebrities' families? Duran immediately became interested. No way, your two sisters are so beautiful and rich, but they don't have boyfriends? Elizabeth sighed. That's why they can't find a suitable boyfriend. Either they don't like the guy, or Ashley likes the guy Mary doesn't like, or Mary likes the guy Ashley doesn't like. My two sisters are telepathic twins. They always like the same things, but when it comes to choosing boyfriends, they both dislike each other's boyfriends. So in order to maintain the good sisterhood between them, they have never had a boyfriend. Duran smiled and said, then you can talk to them about your boyfriend. Elizabeth blushed. I don't either. So, I still don't feel superior in front of my two sisters. Duran, you are hopeless, naive. Duran sighed. Otherwise, you can treat me as your boyfriend for the time being. Elizabeth exclaimed. This is not good, right? I'm not mentally prepared at all. Damn, don't have any psychological activities. I'm a serious person. Duran quickly said, it's not a real boyfriend. It's just that, when you talk to your two sisters on the phone, you tell them that I'm your boyfriend. Oh. Elizabeth suddenly realized, and then smiled. My sisters think you are a big liar who cheats money and sex. If they know that I'm in love with you, they will be anxious to death. They don't know how to scold me. Otherwise, how can I masturbate? Duran smiled and said, that's the effect we want. I know it's difficult for you to do this, but only by doing this can you desensitize as soon as possible and build your own self-confidence. Elizabeth thought about it seriously. Okay, boo, I'll listen to you. From now on, you are my boyfriend on the phone. Let me say sorry first, because my two sisters will definitely scold you on the phone. Maybe they will scold you in their dreams. It's pretty funny to think that the twins of Sister AO are calling my name in their dreams. Duran smiled. It's okay, just curse me if you want to. By the way, you didn't tell them my name, did you? Elizabeth said embarrassedly. I did. They know you're called Guran. Damn, Aomei, you're so naive. Duran sat up directly. Then you didn't tell them a home address, did you? If the twins knew the address of the June villa, they would just take a plane over and forcibly take Aomei away. Wouldn't that be the end of the business? Exclamation mark. Elizabeth hurriedly said, how could that be? I'm not stupid. Of course I didn't tell them the address here. They only know that I'm in Southampton now. Duran was relieved. Aomei twins, please don't come to my house to take Aomei away. If you really want to come, you have to wait until I rub Aomei clean before you come. Elizabeth asked cautiously, boo, do you want me to massage you for a while longer? Duran moved his arms and felt much more comfortable. Thank you, no thanks. You've been tired for so long. Elizabeth smoothed her hair that fell on her forehead and said with a smile, it's okay. Although I'm a little tired, I'm really happy to do something for you. Her smile was not a healing smile, but always carried a little melancholy, and this unique smile made her whole person particularly charming. Duran was fascinated for a while. Elizabeth found that Guran had been staring at her, and then her pretty face blushed. By the way, we are just boyfriend and girlfriend on the phone, right? We don't need to do anything else, right? Damn, Sister AO, do you want to do something else, or don't you want to do something else? Duran cleared his throat and said seriously, of course, you don't have to do anything else. But if you want to do it, I won't object. Elizabeth said quickly, I mean, you don't have to do anything else. Duran said, there is one thing. Elizabeth said, and her whole body tensed up. Duran said, I see you are just sitting around at home. Do you want to come and watch my game in 3 days? Elizabeth was stunned, then smiled and said, watching the game? Sure. I have never been to a live football game since I was a child. I also want to know why a football defender would get cramps in his hands. Damn, sister, you are complaining about me again. It doesn't matter, I guarantee you will scream in 3 days. Duran smiled calmly. Okay, I'll get you a front row seat ticket later. I'm going to take a shower first. Yeah. Okay. Elizabeth said gratefully. Boo. Thank you for your guidance. Nothing. Duran walked into the bathroom without a door in a casual manner. It was too late to repair the door now. Although it was a little embarrassing, Aomei wouldn't peek at me while I was showering, right? Damn. I really thought too much. Aomei is so pure and serious, how could she peek at me? Duran shook his head and smiled, then took off his clothes and started to wash. He had already washed in the club's gym before, but the club didn't have a liquid nitrogen space capsule or a sauna steam room. After Duran finished washing, he entered the liquid nitrogen space capsule for low temperature ice therapy. Although he didn't consume much physical energy today, ice and fire therapy has long become a habit that Guran must do every day. Guran was also very happy today. Although his hands cramped from signing autographs, he was very satisfied with his performance in the open class today, and he also got the talent points after returning home. It was so cool. Guran didn't plan to use the talent points he picked up for free today. The game against Liverpool will be in 3 days, and he needs to save some talent points to use in the game. Wait and see me shock and field. At this time, Elizabeth was sitting on the sofa in the living room, watching TV, but trying to listen to the sound coming from the bathroom without a door. She wanted to see how Guran was doing in the liquid nitrogen space capsule. After all, she was in danger in the liquid nitrogen space capsule last night, and she was worried that Guran would be in danger too. She was really full of psychological shadows about the liquid nitrogen space capsule. If Guran was in danger, she would definitely rush in to save Guran at the first time, just like Guran saved her yesterday. There had been no movement in the bathroom for a long time. Elizabeth's heart was pounding. Is it finally my turn to save Guran? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Elizabeth felt that she couldn't wait any longer, so she hurried to the bathroom door and prepared to shout tentatively first if Guran responded, then it would be fine, but if Guran didn't respond, then she would rush in to save Guran. Elizabeth just rushed to the bathroom door without a door, and before she could open her mouth to shout, she was hit hard by Guran who just walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Elizabeth cried out "Ah!" and fell to the ground. Before she fell to the ground, Elizabeth's hands grabbed randomly. So, Elizabeth had a bath towel in her hand. Yesterday's scene reappeared. Guran was numb all over. What's going on? Sister Ao, are you waiting for me in the bushes? I thought you were a decent person like me. You are, again. I'm not clean. Guran covered his face with both hands. Elizabeth also stared blankly for a long time before she quickly came to her senses. Yes, I'm sorry. Gu, listen to me explain to you. Things are not what you think. The thing is like this. I'm actually here to save you. Elizabeth explained incoherently, but her eyes could not move away. Guran was a little embarrassed. Liz, can you give me the bath towel first? Oh. Elizabeth quickly got up with a blushing face and returned the bath towel to Guran. Then, Elizabeth ran away, like she was running for her life. Guran smiled helplessly. This little girl is so stupid and cute. If you want to see it, just say it directly. Really, I'm not a petty person. Guran wrapped himself in a bath towel and returned to his room. After what happened just now, Guran found it even harder to fall asleep. After silently doing a few advanced math problems in his mind, he still couldn't fall asleep. Guran simply turned over and got up, took out paper and pen, and began to hand draw the storyboard script of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. Today, my hands are cramping from signing so many autographs. Guran didn't plan to hand draw again, but Elizabeth just massaged my arms and it really felt much more comfortable. Guran concentrated his mind, and the movie scenes of Avengers 2, Age of Ultron passed through Guran's mind one by one like slides. Guran strengthened and improved all the scenes about Hayden Manor and the plot about Scarlet Witch. Guran not only watched the movie, but also knew the fans' evaluation of this blockbuster, so he was very handy in improving it. In this way, Guran hand painted for an hour in one breath, and his mental power was almost exhausted. Tiredness and sleepiness came over him, so Guran quickly put away the hand-painted script and went to bed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Potential Crisis. Adkins 442 Defensive Counterattack vs. Huo Taegang 451 Open Attack and Real Defense. In the next 2 days, Guran went to the Staplewood training base for training. First, he did morning exercises with a solid ball, then ate the enhanced version of the magic diet, then trained with the team, and then had one-on-one targeted training. The professional life was compact and fulfilling. Most of the main players' attitudes towards Guran have also changed, especially Luke Shaw. During the 2 days of collective training, Luke Shaw has always been by Guran's side, and he has become Guran's little fan. During the training breaks, Lalana, Lambert and others also surrounded Guran, talking and laughing about training. This made the left back Harding almost mad, but he had no choice, and Guran was too lazy to pay attention to him. After all, the game with Liverpool is about to start, and as a professional player, everything should be based on the game. In the past 2 days, the training subjects of head coach Adkins have focused on team defense and local counter-attacks. Southampton has switched from a rough offensive style to a meticulous defensive counter-attack style. This process is naturally very painful, but fortunately, everyone is a professional player and no one has given up. Of course, Guran adapted to this change faster than other players. First, Guran is a reborn player with a 12-year leading football IQ. Second, Guran played defensive counter-attacks in the Southampton high school team, so he has a lot of experience in running and filling positions. The downside is that he still doesn't have enough running in with the team. Although most of the main players have reconciled with Guran, when they encounter a press, the main players will subconsciously look for someone familiar with the ball to cooperate, rather than taking the risk of passing the ball to Guran. Guran is not in a hurry, but just follows the running position and fills the defense seriously. Even if the ball is on the sideline on the other side, he will defend seriously. Coach Adkins stood on the sidelines, silently watching the team's group defensive counter-attack deduction, his iconic poker face still expressionless. Southampton is still a long way behind. Even his assistant coach Andy couldn't help but look worried. As an old professional player, Andy could see that with Southampton's current technical and tactical level, it would be difficult for them to even play against the English League Two team. After the team's counter-attack training, Coach Adkins asked for local counter-attack training in groups. Guran was led by Coach Jacob to conduct one-on-one targeted defense and counter-attack training. When it came to the technical and tactical level, Coach Jacob regained his confidence. After all, he was a coach produced by Real Madrid, and his technical and tactical level was very Real Madrid. However, as soon as Guran started the one-on-one training, he took the initiative to use a shot put. Guran was obviously more courageous in one-on-one training than in team cooperation. Team cooperation needs to emphasize formation, while one-on-one is to train personal ability, so Guran naturally doesn't need to worry too much. Jacob, the coach produced by Real Madrid, was defended and broken by Guran to the point that he suspected that he was attending a fake Real Madrid training class. During the 2 days of training, Guran automatically exchanged 2 exclusive talent points by using the white dynamic training bubbles of his teammates. Elizabeth at home was also very obedient. She called her 2 sisters on time every day and told the 2 strong and beautiful sisters weekly that Guran was already her boyfriend. The 2 sisters were about to go crazy and scolded Elizabeth for being stupid on the phone. Elizabeth was naturally very depressed, and she would only feel happy when Guran came back. Every time Guran went home, he could easily pick up Elizabeth's red talent point bubble and get the benefit of Elizabeth's arm massage. When he couldn't sleep at night, Guran hand painted the storyboard script for an hour. By the morning of the 3rd day, Guran already had 5 talent point bubbles in his hand, and also stacked close defense to +4, 5-star reverse foot to +4, return and counter grab to +3, and outside foot pass to +2. It can be said that in just 2 days, Guran's progress is also very obvious. On the morning of the 3rd day, Coach Adkins still arranged the overall defensive counter-attack drills and set-piece attack and defense drills. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the club's 3 giants, Old Rice, General Manager Mark Fry, and Sports Director Mark Walker, invited the Financial Director Nicola Courts to the number 1 training ground for a meeting. The high-level meeting should have been in the conference room, but it was also very pleasant to discuss things while watching Guran train. Seeing the arrival of the 4 senior executives, the players on the field also practiced extra hard. After the 4 senior executives shook hands with each other, they sat side by side on the bench on the side of the field. Old Rice and Financial Director Nicola Courts sat in the middle, while General Manager Mark Fry and Sports Director Mark Walker sat next to them respectively. This seating arrangement is wrong, but it is full of rationality. Old Rice has a very high status in the club, and although Nicola Courts is currently only the financial director, everyone with a discerning eye knows that it won't be long before Nicola Courts will become the new general manager of the club. The financial director is from the Liebherr Group. Nicola Courts was appointed as the financial director because Southampton had a serious financial crisis before. In order to sort out the chaotic equity and financial situation of Southampton, when the finances are on track, it will be time for Nicola Courts to officially take over the position of general manager of the club. The female boss Katerina is a hands-off boss, so it is conceivable that Nicola Courts will definitely be the future boss of the club. This meeting is also equivalent to a direct dialogue between the two factions of the club. Old Rice said to Nicola Courts with a smile, "Nicola, we signed Guran. You are not disappointed, right?" Nicola Courts quickly laughed. "Of course. The whole club is very excited." "Goo, that's great." The sports director Mark walking next to him also laughed. "Goo is the most hard-working person I have ever met. He is always the first player to come to the club, but the last player to leave the club. He is so talented, yet so hard-working, which is rare in the world. He has improved compared to his performance in the open class. He is a player who is constantly improving. I believe that, as long as he is given more time, he will definitely become the core of the Saints." General Manager Mark Fry sighed slightly. "Gentlemen, don't just be happy. Don't you know that giants like Liverpool and Manchester United are eyeing him? Liverpool took the initiative to invite us to tomorrow's friendly match, and they also promised that they will split the ticket revenue at Anfield with us 3:7. It's 3 for them, and 7 for us." Financial Director Nicola Courts said happily, "Isn't that great? Are you an outsider?" General Manager Mark Fry smiled. "On the surface, it seems that we are getting an advantage. After all, Liverpool's tickets are never hard to sell. Coupled with our Saints fans, our revenue from this friendly match, even if conservatively speaking, can exceed the revenue from our 5 home games in League One. However, this is not in line with common sense." Old Rice also nodded. "Yes, Fry's right. Liverpool probably wants to focus on Guran through this friendly match, and then use Guran's performance data to convince their transfer committee so as to increase the price and poach our players. In fact, it's not just Liverpool, but also Arsenal. Arsenal has no money to poach players, but Wenger's assistant has been sending us emails asking how to loan Guran. In order to loan Guran, they are even willing to discuss the matter of loaning Bendtner to us. In addition, Chelsea and Manchester United are also waiting for the opportunity to enter." Nicola Courts suddenly realized and said, "Oh, these damn rich clubs. They wish. Gu is not for sale in our Southampton. By the way, can we not let Guran play in the friendly match?" General Manager Mark Fry shook his head. "No. Even if we know these giants want to poach Guran, we can't hide him for fear of being targeted. Besides, Guran needs more playing opportunities to hone his skills, so that he can quickly grow into the core of Southampton." Nicola Courts asked in confusion, "Why did the 3 of you ask me to meet today?" Old Rice said calmly, "Nicola, now that we have come to this, let's talk frankly. The club belongs to us, and to your Liebherr Group. We old guys will naturally withdraw when we are needed, because you spent money to save the club. You arrange your own people. That is also as you should. You have full control of the club. That is also as you should. However, the significance of the Saints cannot be represented by capital. This place embodies the hard work and loyalty of several generations of us. Guran's arrival has awakened the passion of the Saints that has been dormant for many years. Look at how fanatical the VIP fans were in the open class that day. We tell you all this. Actually, we want to tell you in the future, there will be more wealthy clubs offering sky-high prices for Guran, and even using such dirty and despicable means to poach him. But no matter how favorable the conditions they offer, you must not agree to sell Guran. You must not." The other 2 directors also looked at Nicola Courts silently, waiting for his reaction. Nicola Courts grinned. "Gentlemen, I'm only the financial director. This kind of thing is not something I can decide. If there is such a day when I become the new CEO of the club, I can swear to you that I will never sell Guran." Old Rice smiled and said, "Then we are relieved." General Manager Mark Fry smiled and said, "And I will retire soon." Nicola Court smiled and said, "Mr. Fry, it is too early to talk about this kind of thing now. The club still needs you three. Oh, by the way, I still have some important documents to deal with in my office. If you three have nothing else to do, I will leave first." Old Rice smiled and said, "Of course, you go and get busy. Let's watch Guran's training for a while." "Okay, goodbye." Nicola Court smiled and stood up and left. Sports director Mark Walker imitated Nicola Court's tone and said, "I still have some important documents to deal with in my office, Mr. Fry. I really need you." Old Rice and Mark Fry laughed so hard that they fell backwards. As he was laughing, Mark Fry said with a little sadness, "The future CEO is an outsider, but he is a representative of capital. Capital has no conscience, and you can't believe a word of capital." Old Rice patted Mark Fry on the shoulder. "At least, I'm still here. I will continue to protect Guran." Mark Fry and Mark Walker nodded. The three giants looked at Guran, who was training on the field at the same time. After the training that morning, the players had a meal and rested. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the players came to the tactical classroom and started the last tactical analysis class before the game. Every time before a game, the players of the professional team will take a tactical analysis class to analyze the opponent's tactics and strategies and determine their own tactics and strategies. Football has never been a simple breakthrough and shooting on the field. Intelligence work and tactical strategy response off the field are very important. Coach Adkins first analyzed the problems that the players had encountered in the defensive counter-attack training in recent days and emphasized Guran's serious attitude in training. After explaining the defensive counter-attack tactics, Coach Adkins began to talk about the tactical arrangement against Liverpool tomorrow. Liverpool is undoubtedly a wealthy club. Liverpool's attacking lineup can be described as luxurious. Any coach who gets even one of Liverpool's stars can build a team around this star. At present, we are only a League One team, and our strength is 2 levels behind Liverpool. We will be playing away tomorrow, so I don't have high hopes for the result of tomorrow's game. Of course, Liverpool should not send all their main players to play. Many of their main players, including Gerrard, Torres, Joe Cole, Kuit, Maxi Rodriguez, Carragher, etc., have just finished playing in the World Cup and may not have resumed training yet. According to the information I have received, in Liverpool's 22-man roster tomorrow, Gerrard and Carragher are both substitutes, and Torres, who just won the World Cup, is not even on the roster for this preseason game. Even if Gerrard and others play in the first preseason game, it will probably be symbolic, and they will not play for too long. So, there is no need for everyone to have too much psychological pressure when playing tomorrow. Just play normally. Coach Adkins first gave the whole team a set of vaccinations. Of course, although this is just a preseason friendly match, although many of the opponent's star players may not appear on the field, and although I don't expect you to win, we must not relax because of this. I said before that the 6 preseason warm-up matches are not really for you to play with a warm-up mentality. I allow you to lose to Liverpool by 1 goal, or even 2 goals, but if you don't perform seriously, then don't think about your chances and time of playing in the new season. No matter what you used to be a main player, no matter how important your position is, I only look at your performance on the field. Yes, I can accept you losing to a strong team, but I will never accept you playing badly on the field. The players present all sat solemnly. They have all experienced the thundering methods of the new head coach, and no one dares to play badly in front of the new coach. What's more, if you perform well against strong teams, you can not only greatly increase your popularity, but also have a great chance of being poached by the Giants. Loyal to Southampton. Stop it. This is not Bilbao Basque country. Most of the players in Southampton club have the idea of changing their positions. At present, Guran is the only one who is unmoved. It's not that Guran must be loyal to Southampton, nor that Guran doesn't like to go to a wealthy club, but that Guran has a clear career plan. Then Coach Adkins continued, "Then let's analyze Liverpool's formation and tactics in detail." Liverpool's head coach this season is still Coach Hodgson. According to the data intelligence provided by our enemy scouts, Liverpool's formation this time is likely to be 451. Coach Adkins then drew Liverpool's 451 formation on the big whiteboard. We must pay close attention to the attacking power of this formation. Coach Adkins pointed to the formation structure on the large whiteboard and said, if you observe this formation carefully, you should find that Hodgson's formation is different from the traditional 451 formation. The traditional 451 formation is a conservative formation with 2 defensive midfielders and 3 midfielders. But Hodgson's 451 has moved the positions of the 2 defensive midfielders and 3 midfielders forward, turning it into an attacking formation with 2 midfielders and 3 forwards. Hodgson is an expert in defensive counter-attacks, while Liverpool is full of offensive midfield stars, so Hodgson adopted the tactical strategy of counter-attacking in the midfield. Hodgson, this old fox, is not simple. Liverpool is a team that advocates offense, and Hodgson's 451 formation is obviously an offensive posture. He piled Lampard, Kuit, and Maxi Rodriguez in the midfield, which is scary enough just to look at. But in fact, this 451 formation is an offensive in name only. That is to say, they started defending from the front court. Gerrard, Kuit, and Rodriguez all have defensive responsibilities in the midfield and front court. This will be very unfavorable for our breakthrough offense, and will suppress our depth and width, so our defenders must be firm, decisive, and accurate when passing the ball, make preparations in advance, and never lose the ball. To deal with this formation and strategy, it is simple to say, just compete with speed, use physical strength, attack their 2 flanks, and penetrate their ribs. As long as they are fast enough and strong enough, it will be easy for us to play against them. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Chapter 285, and Field Trip. Crazy Cop Stands. In addition to the whole team focusing and trying to pass the ball with 1 foot, we also need to try to avoid their dense and continuous middle lanes, pass the ball to the 2 wing lanes when we have the chance, and attack their wings by advancing quickly. Coach Adkins analyzed the offensive and defensive methods that the 451 formation might use while drawing tactical diagrams on the big whiteboard to explain to the players. Most of the players were confused. They seemed to understand, but they didn't understand. They seemed to understand, but they didn't understand the class. It was really brain consuming. For most players who didn't even go to high school, this kind of class that required CPU to burn out was simply torture. What tactics or no tactics, just play on the field. Only a few players listened carefully to Coach Adkins' tactical analysis. Lambert was even taking notes, drawing the tactical diagram drawn by Coach Adkins again, and thinking about it himself. Although Guran didn't take notes, he listened with relish, and was immersed in it. As a reborn person with a 12-year lead in football intelligence, Guran naturally has a higher level of understanding of Coach Adkins' tactical explanation. And Liverpool's basic strategy is also quite profound. Hodgson is nicknamed Mr. HUO. He was born in the Crystal Palace club. He is a master at leading a small team to play defensive counter-attacks. In a giant club like Liverpool that is full of stars and advocates offense, Mr. HUO's defensive counter-attack tactics are obviously not acclimatized. In addition, Liverpool was also messed up by the internal friction of the former boss of the dog blood duo, and Liverpool's medical room is always overcrowded, so Liverpool's record last season was indeed not good enough, and all 4 were empty. Putting aside the victory or defeat, it is not difficult to see from Mr. HUO's improved 451 formation that Mr. HUO is really a head coach with tactical ideas. Mr. HUO used a formation that looks like a luxurious attack line to play defensive counter-attack in the front field. Yes, this somewhat stubborn old man has defensive counter-attack blood flowing in his veins. Therefore, tomorrow's match with Liverpool will be a tactical duel of 442 counter-attack and 451 open attack and defense. Guran's heart was filled with anticipation. Next, Coach Adkins began to focus on analyzing which players on the opposite side needed to be marked. From their left back Ali, to Gerrard, Kuit, Maxi Rodriguez, etc. Guran couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the familiar names one by one. Tomorrow, he will be able to play against these stars on the court. I really hope that stars such as Gerrard, Kuit and others can play. It would be fun to fight them one-on-one. Unfortunately, Liverpool has not signed Suarez yet. Suarez should still be in Ajax, and has not been banned from the Dutch league for biting. Otherwise, there will be a chance to fight swears on the tip of the tongue. In addition, that man is not in Liverpool at the moment, but in the Black Cat Sunderland camp. Of course, more future Liverpool stars are now in the Southampton club. No hurry. Give me another season or two to grow up, and then I will definitely fight with world-class stars on a bigger stage. Duran took a deep breath and tried to suppress his crazy desire to fight with the strong. This tactical class lasted for a full hour and a half. Several players in the back row have fallen asleep. Several players drank too much water and their bladders are about to burst. After Coach Adkins finished speaking, Coach Andy took the roster and announced the 22-man roster for tomorrow's preseason warm-up match. All the main players, including Duran, were on the list. Duran was not in the starting lineup, but on the substitute list. This was also what Duran expected. After all, according to the unwritten rules, new players, even superstars, will not start in the first game, but will appear as substitutes in the second half. What's more, Duran is just a professional rookie now, let alone being arranged as a substitute in the first game. Even being a substitute for a season is a very normal thing. And left back Harding appeared on the starting list. However, among his 5 younger brothers, only number 39 Tafazali was selected for the squad, and the others were not even substitutes. In addition, Chamberlain, the left winger, did not get the starting lineup, which may also be related to his recent poor performance. In fact, he is not bad, but he has to deal with an opponent like Duran. Luke Shaw, as a reserve player, did not enter the squad, but Luke Shaw was allowed to go to Anfield with the team to adapt to the atmosphere of the competition. After Coach Andy announced it, he and Coach Adkins left the classroom. The players in the back row also woke up, and the players who were holding their urine could finally release it. The other players also walked towards the court with laughter. Harding also deliberately walked past Duran. Although he did not say anything sarcastic, his arrogant look was undoubtedly showing off his status as a main starter. Duran smiled and ignored it completely. In the following time, the whole team, under the leadership of Coach Andy, conducted simple physical recovery training and set-piece attack and defense drills. The first penalty taker in the team was forward number 22 David Canali, and the first set-piece penalty was also taken by David Canali. The first penalty for the left and right corners was taken by Lallana. As a newcomer, Duran could only cover his crotch and form a human wall when taking a set piece. After practicing for more than an hour, the team's training finally ended. Coach Andy gathered the team, and Coach Adkins gave a speech, requiring every player not to be late tomorrow morning, not to go to bars, drink, or be in love at night. After the disbandment, the players left the stadium with a sense of relief. Duran stayed and practiced the solid ball for an extra hour. After the practice, Duran took a shower happily, and then went to the restaurant to eat an enhanced version of the demon dinner. It was too boring to eat these things during this period of time. Duran really wanted to eat people now. After dinner, Duran drove back to the Dune Villa. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by another bright red talent point bubble. Duran immediately collected it happily. Elizabeth's output has been very stable these 2 days, and Duran has 6 talent points in his hand. 6 talent points are enough to shock Anfield. Go. You're back. Elizabeth ran over happily in her red silk pajamas to greet him. Duran, who had been holding back for several days, couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw the turbulent Elizabeth. Yes, I'm back, Liz. Are you tired from today's training? Come and lie down. Elizabeth smiled innocently. I'll massage your arms for you. Damn, don't do it tonight. I really want to go to bed early. Duran immediately said, don't massage your arms tonight. I have a game tomorrow. Elizabeth was stunned for a moment, then nodded sensibly. I know. Then I'll massage your thighs. Damn. Sister Ao. That's not what I meant. What I mean is, at my age and your age, there should be no skin contact, right? I can't sleep just by massaging my arms, and if I massage my thighs, I'm afraid I can't stand it. Tomorrow is my first professional match, and the opponent is Liverpool. I have to be self-disciplined. Duran gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Let's just press twice. Just press twice. Ahem. It's not that I'm not self-disciplined, but my young body controls me. And if I just massage my thighs twice, there shouldn't be any big problems. It's easy to accidentally touch Elizabeth's waves when massaging her arms, but it won't happen if I massage her legs. Elizabeth cheered happily. Great, I can do something for you before your game. I'm so happy. Come on, Boo. Lie down quickly. Guran laid down with a stiff face. Elizabeth's slender fingers gently placed on Guran's thighs. Guran's thigh muscles instantly tensed up. Elizabeth smiled and said, Boo, why are you so nervous? Guran said, I'm not, it's just a normal muscle reaction. Elizabeth exclaimed, wow, your thighs are full of muscles. The lines are so strong. Damn, don't praise me. Don't look at me with the eyes of a little girl worshipping a handsome guy. I'm afraid I really can't stand it. Elizabeth pressed twice, then suddenly stopped, and took out her cell phone. Guran asked in surprise, Liz, what are you doing? Elizabeth smiled and said, Boo, your legs are so beautiful. I can't help but want to take a picture and send it to my two sisters so that they can see it too. Damn, you are really sisters. Guran covered her face. Okay, don't take pictures of my face, okay? After getting permission, Elizabeth took her cell phone and took a lot of pictures of Guran's thighs. After taking the pictures, Elizabeth continued to press hard. Guran felt that if he continued like this, he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight, so he quickly held Elizabeth's hand. Let's stop here. Elizabeth was a little reluctant. Is it just a short time? Damn. Sister AO, are you complaining about me? It's not convenient for me these days. You waited for me to finish the game. Guran reached into his trouser pocket and took out a ticket, handing it to Elizabeth. This is our ticket for the match against Liverpool. Your seat is in the back row of the visiting team's bench, the seat of the Southampton Wives. The match starts at 3 p.m. You'd better arrive at Liverpool's Anfield Stadium around 2 p.m. Elizabeth happily took the ticket. Thank you. Go. Thank you for inviting me to watch the game. I will definitely go on time tomorrow. Guran stood up and said, then I'll take a shower and go to bed. Elizabeth nodded quickly and said, okay, I wish you all the best tomorrow. Thank you. Guran walked into the bathroom without a door and started the ice and fire therapy. Tomorrow is the match against Liverpool, so the ice and fire therapy must be done. Fortunately, after the therapy, Elizabeth did not squat at the door of the bathroom. After Guran returned to the master bedroom wrapped in a bath towel, he adjusted his mentality and went to bed early. The next morning, after getting up, Guran did a simple low intensity training in the gym, and then did some ice and fire therapy, and then drove to Staplewood training base for breakfast. At 10 a.m., led by head coach Adkins, Southampton players took a bus to the airport and changed planes to Liverpool's John Lennon Airport. This airport is about 13 kilometers away from Anfield Stadium. The reason why it is named after John Lennon is because John Lennon is from Liverpool. After arriving in Liverpool, the players took a special chartered bus to Liverpool's home stadium, Anfield Stadium. Anfield Stadium is located in the Anfield district in the center of Liverpool. As soon as the Southampton bus entered the city of Anfield, you can feel the city's fanatical football atmosphere. The Phoenix LFC emblem can be seen almost everywhere on both sides of the street, and some shops are playing classic songs of the Beatles. It was obviously lunchtime, but there were already many fans wearing Liverpool jerseys waiting for their home team fan bus outside Anfield Stadium. They held beer and sang You'll Never Walk Alone. Only football can make them forget the troubles of life. Of course, not winning will also bring them greater troubles. Southampton's chartered bus slowly drove through the crowd of fanatical fans. When the bus entered Anfield, Guran's heart was also uncontrollably excited. This legendary stadium is one of the most famous iconic sports stadiums in the Premier League, one of the largest joint-seat stadiums in Europe, a 4-star stadium rated by UEFA, and a holy place for Liverpool Red Army fans. This stadium adopts the Southend-style Victorian architectural style, especially in the exterior, using a lot of red brick exterior walls. A bronze monument stands at the main entrance of the stadium to commemorate those players who died for their country in World War I. Inside the stadium, there are 4 huge stands: Copley Park Stand, Glorious Centennial Stand, Anfield Road Stand, and Main Stand. Among them, Copley Park Stand is the most famous stand in the world, and its abbreviation is well known, COP. This stand at the south end of Anfield is a stand for the most enthusiastic, passionate, crazy, and loyal Liverpool fans. During World War I, many Liverpool soldiers died on a hill called Copley in South Africa. In order to commemorate them, this stand was named Copley Park Stand, or COP for short. The COP stand was first built in 1906 and was originally just an ordinary single-layer standing stand. In the early days, you could buy standing tickets to watch a game. Many fanatical but not wealthy fans crowded into the COP stand, even squeezing so hard that they couldn't even put their feet down and squeezed up. In almost every game, there were more than 30,000 fans standing on the small COP stand to watch the game. Due to the overcrowding, fans who arrived too late could only be lifted up and lifted above their heads by the fans who arrived early on the outer layer and transported to the back of the stand by passing their arms. It was also common that when fans were being transported, the home team just scored a goal, and then the crazy fans repeatedly threw the transported fans into the air to celebrate. In winter, the COP stand is even more shocking. Due to the large number of people and the excessive heat exhaled, the entire COP stand is shrouded in a white mist. Some people even suffered from heat stroke in the sub-zero temperature and had to be transported out by arms to cool down, and then transported back to continue watching the game. COP is definitely the craziest stand, no doubt about it. The fans in this stand have never stopped singing and waving their arms. It was not until the Hillsborough disaster and the Hazel disaster that the English Football Association no longer allowed standing tickets. So, after 1994, the crazy COP standing stand was changed to seats. After two major renovations, the COP stand can now accommodate more than 12,000 Liverpool fans. This is less than half of the number of fans in the heyday of COP. Speaking of the fan title Red Army, it is actually not a name given by domestic Liverpool fans. This is the name given to themselves by the local die-hard fans of Liverpool. Red is the base color of Liverpool, including the entire Anfield Stadium, whether it is the seats in the stadium, the walls of the players' tunnel, or even the toilets, they are all red. But what is quite amazing is that Liverpool's earliest home jerseys were mainly blue and white, very similar to Everton's jerseys. After all, Liverpool Club was formed when the owner of Anfield Stadium, Holding, wanted to raise the rent for Everton, the only professional team in Liverpool at the time, but failed. Anfield Stadium was originally Everton's home stadium, so he pulled people from Everton Club to form a team in a rage. So the original Liverpool did have a lot of Everton's shadow. Why did the main colour of Liverpool team become red later? On the one hand, it was to get rid of Everton, and more importantly, it was because of a legendary Liverpool coach, Bill Shankly. Shankly was an avid fan of the Red Army. That's right, what he admired was the Red Army that we marched on for 25,000 miles. Bill Shankly believed that the Red Army was a magical team that was not afraid of any difficulties, could turn desperate situations around, was incomparable, full of faith, and close to the masses. During his coaching period, Shankly told the players the story of the Red Army in almost every training session. He also named his team Reds. Soon, the word Red Army became the spiritual belief of Liverpool fans, and Liverpool's die-hard fans began to take pride in calling themselves the Red Army, and the background colour of Liverpool's home jersey also turned red. Since then, the Liverpool team has had a true temperament. Under the guidance of this Red Army spirit, Shankly took only 5 years to bring a team struggling in the English League Two to the highest level of the English League One at the time, and won 2 English League One championships. He created one Anfield miracle after another. Shankly laid the foundation for Liverpool's football genes. Football is not about life and death, but it is higher than life and death. This football culture also made Guran's blood boil uncontrollably. When walking down from the parking lot of Anfield Stadium and seeing the red everywhere, this passion became even more difficult to control. For a moment, Guran even had an idea in his mind. I should play football here. After having this idea, Guran suddenly realized that this friendly match was probably a temptation from Liverpool Club to him. Of course, it might be overthinking. Guran smiled and cleared the thoughts from his mind. Concentrate on the game. No matter what the intention of Liverpool Club is, and no matter what the outcome of this game is, anyway, I'm here, and I want Liverpool fans to see me. Guran walked towards the locker room with an extremely firm step. "Hey Gu," assistant coach Andy reminded, "you went the wrong way. That's the home team's locker room." Oh, Guran walked back with a firm step. Chapter 286 Liverpool head coach Hodgson, Guran. I don't know any Guranales. The dressing room of the visiting team at Anfield Stadium is large and luxurious. There are not only independent massage and rest areas, bathing areas, medical areas, tactical areas, but also simple fitness areas. Of course, the color scheme in the dressing area of the visiting team is also a symbolic red. Next to the dressing room of the visiting team, there is also a small restaurant. After a simple rest, the players went to the small restaurant next to it for dinner. Guran's exclusive nutritionist Loina also came with the team. She had prepared an enhanced version of the demon lunch for Guran in the players' restaurant. While other players were enjoying the special food of Anfield Stadium, Guran could only eat chicken breast meat and drink white snake grass water. Want to eat, people? After lunch, the players returned to the dressing room of the visiting team to rest. Some players took out their own handheld game consoles to play games. Some players listened to music with headphones to relax, and some players talked to their teammates about the female fans they had met in the bar a few days ago. Guran pulled his exclusive coach Jacob to do a simple indoor balance training. Coach Jacob didn't expect that Guran would have to train at this time. This was much crazier than when he was studying at Real Madrid. At nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a burst of almost crazy cheers outside the stadium, and even the visiting team's locker room could clearly feel it. No need to ask, this must be the Liverpool team's bus driving into Anfield. As the home team, Liverpool should have carried out adaptive training in the morning, but this game was just a friendly match, and the opponent was a League One team, so Liverpool didn't take it too seriously. With the arrival of Liverpool, fans also began to check their tickets. The silent Anfield Stadium immediately became lively. The Kop stands were full early. The enthusiasm of the Etihad fans is beyond doubt. Although season tickets cannot be used for pre-season tickets, the average ticket price for this pre-season game has reached £42, far exceeding the usual £9 game ticket price for Kop fans. But for Kop Etihad's, this price increase is nothing. Even if the opponent is a League One team, Kop Etihad fans will never be absent. After all the losses last season, the Kops really need a hearty pre-season victory to start the new season. The clubs have made a good arrangement. The first pre-season game is against a weak team in the English League One. That's right, let's start with a weak team. Let's get off to a good start. Liverpool, you'll never walk alone. What a pity, Torres is still on vacation. Lampard and others probably won't play. As long as we can win. By the way, which team is the opponent? How would I know? The Phoenix team flag was waving wildly in the Kop stands, and the crazy fans sang the Beatles' Hey Jude in unison to warm up the audience. At this time, the fans of the glorious Centennial stand in the main stand also quickly entered the field to the singing of the Kop fans, and sang along with the singing. When there was more than half an hour before the game officially started, more than half of the fans were already sitting in the Centennial stand in the main stand. It can be expected that the attendance rate of this game is still good. In the Anfield Road stand, which is reserved for the visiting team, more than half of the stands were occupied. In the Anfield Road stand, which is reserved for the visiting team, and can accommodate more than 9,000 fans, more than half of the stands were occupied. At least 5,000 Southampton fans came to Anfield. Many of them were wearing Guran's new number 8 jersey. Domestic fans such as Max Xarty were also invited to the scene and sat in the 5th row behind the visiting team's bench. Unfortunately, their application for online live broadcast has not been approved yet, so they have no right to record this game and can only watch it on the spot to enjoy it for themselves. Olsen's sister Elizabeth Olsen also arrived at Anfield on time. She was wearing a white dress today, and coupled with her own melancholy expression, she just stood there and immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding fans. Elizabeth is still unknown, so she doesn't have any idle baggage. She looked at the ticket stub in her hand, and then sat down in the first row of the wide seat behind the visiting team's bench. Many Southampton fans couldn't help but guess which player's girlfriend this beautiful long-legged girl was. Elizabeth was not the most eye-catching person in the entire Anfield Road stands. The most eye-catching scenery in the Anfield Road stands were the cheerleaders in miniskirts holding fan signs of Guran Global Support Club. Although Elizabeth's appearance could crush any cheerleader, the cheerleaders won because they were numerous and uniform. They wore the same number 8 jersey on their upper bodies, and the miniskirts were so short that they had to be covered by the jerseys. When these cheerleaders stood up collectively, dancing the Kang Kang Thigh dance, and shouting Guran, come on, the entire Anfield Stadium was shocked. The fans of Cop even stopped waving their team flags, and whispered to each other, who is Guran? Is he the star player on the other side? I don't know. I've never heard of this star's name. Haha, Southampton club is not good at playing football, but they are very good at doing things. I have watched football for half my life, but this is the first time I see a player with a cheerleading team. The game will start soon. Let's pay more attention to number 8 and see who he is. At this time, Elizabeth Olsen, who was sitting in the wives' seat, also opened her eyes wide in surprise and couldn't help but look back frequently at the beautiful cheerleaders holding eye-catching light signs such as Guran I love you, Guran, let's get married, and Guran, you are my male god. Didn't Guran say that he was just a novice who had just received a professional contract? Didn't Guran say that he was a substitute among substitutes? Could it be that Southampton club is so good to substitute players? Elizabeth's face was full of disbelief. On the other side of the court, happy boy Sterling, carrying a sports bag and wearing headphones, sat silently in the stands behind the home team's bench. Today's game is Liverpool's game, but Sterling is mainly here to watch Guran play. He really wants to know what kind of performance Guran, who was able to crush him in the youth team game, can have in the first team. At this time, a crazy cheer came from the main stand. Linda, the Liverpool boss lady in a red dress, appeared on the rostrum. The Liverpool fans at the scene instantly shifted their attention from Southampton's beautiful cheerleaders to the beautiful boss lady. Almost all Liverpool fans stood up and cheered and applauded for the boss lady's arrival. No one expected that Linda, the boss lady, would appear at the scene of this warm-up match. This also shows that Linda really likes football and really likes Liverpool. This makes the already fanatical Liverpool fans even more excited. It was not until Linda and other Liverpool executives took their seats on the rostrum that the applause of Liverpool fans subsided. Linda glanced at the beautiful cheerleaders of the Guran Global Supporters Club, then turned to Michael Edwards, the technical analysis director, and asked, "Are you sure Guran will play today?" Edwards adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and nodded seriously. "Yes, ma'am. When we invited them to play this friendly match, we wrote the requirement that Guran must play into the friendly match contract." Linda smiled with satisfaction. "Very good." At 2:25, reporters from all walks of life gathered in the media room at Anfield with their cameras. The coaches of both sides arrived with a player each, ready to accept a simple pre-match interview. Liverpool club made this friendly match very formal. Liverpool's head coach Hodgson brought Liverpool's number 26 player Jay Spearing to the pre-match press conference. Southampton's head coach Adkins brought number 20 player Lallana to the pre-match press conference. The coaches of both sides shook hands in a friendly and cordial manner under the witness of the cameras of various media reporters. Generally speaking, the player that the head coach brings is either the captain of the team, a core player of the team, or a player who has performed well recently, or has a lot of news. Although Lallana is not the captain, he is definitely a core player of the team. Bringing Lallana to the pre-match press conference is also a respect for Liverpool. But Liverpool only brought Spearing. Spearing is a product of Liverpool's youth training team, and was once the captain of Liverpool U18, but in Liverpool's first team, Spearing is at most Jared's substitute. Hodgson brought Spearing to the pre-match press conference, which meant that he looked down on the Southampton team. After both parties took their seats, the press officer announced that reporters could ask questions. The first was an interview with the Liverpool team. The reporters in the audience raised their hands enthusiastically. Hodgson looked around, raised his hand, and pointed at a young and beautiful female reporter and said, "You ask." "Thank you." The young and beautiful female reporter stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Hodgson, I'm Evelyn Adelaide, a reporter from the Advanced Saints. My question is, there is definite news that Liverpool club took the initiative to invite our Southampton club to this friendly match and gave away most of the ticket revenue. What do you think about this? Do you want a Degar Rising Star Guran? As soon as this was said, the reporters below whispered to each other in astonishment. No way. A giant club of Liverpool's level actually took the initiative to invite Southampton to play a friendly match? Haha, this Southampton female reporter is so hot. She asked such a tough question right at the beginning. Hodgson thought she wouldn't ask questions because she was young and beautiful, but now she can't put down the stone she lifted. Southampton's Rising Star Guran. Why have I never heard of it? I have heard that Guran has a relationship with Liverpool's boss Linda and Chelsea's no sister. Hahaha. You believe this too? I made it up. What fuck? You are the reporter from the Sun. You out of chapter dog. How dare you come here? Go back and update quickly. Coach Hodgson on the stage was stunned for a moment after hearing Evelyn's question and then smiled very experiencedly. First of all, Liverpool invited Southampton to play this friendly match. The starting point is to hone our own team and has nothing to do with anything else. Southampton is a team with very offensive characteristics and their players are not bad. I believe that starting our pre-season with a team of Southampton strength will be a good transition process for our players who have just returned from vacation. Although these words were clearly praising the Southampton team, everyone present could hear that what Hodgson really meant was, you Southampton are a weak team. Before the start of the new season, we wanted to use your weak team as a starter, so we took the initiative to invite you. You are about to die, and you are still beautiful. In addition, the proceeds from selling most of the tickets? Sorry, this is not a question that I, as the head coach, am concerned about, so I can't answer you about this question. You should probably interview our financial director. Okay, next one. Hodgson raised his hand and pointed to a local reporter he was familiar with. The reporter just stood up and prepared to ask a question, and Evelyn said first, sorry, Mr. Hodgson, you haven't answered my third question yet. Please answer directly. Do you Liverpool want to dig our Rising Star Guran? Hodgson smiled faintly. Guran? I don't know any Guran. Evelyn said without giving in, but your club has made 3 consecutive offers to our Rising Star Guran. The German transfer market has records. Hodgson shrugged his shoulders. That may be the club buying people for the youth team. Sterling of our youth team was bought in this way, but it has nothing to do with our Liverpool first team. So, I really don't know the Guran you are talking about. Okay, next one. Evelyn suppressed her anger and said proudly, you will know him soon. After that, she gave the interview microphone to the next reporter. Hodgson smiled and didn't care at all. After Hodgson answered a few irrelevant questions from local reporters, the press officer announced that Southampton's head coach Adkins would be interviewed next. Coach Adkins raised his hand and pointed at a male reporter. You ask. He didn't want to be asked by Evelyn. The male reporter stood up and took the microphone. Hello, Coach Adkins. I'm a reporter from the Liverpool Echo. My question is, this should be your first time playing against our Liverpool team. How do you evaluate your opponent? What do you predict the result of today's game will be? This question was obviously arrogant. Coach Adkins still had that poker face. In my opinion, Liverpool club is undoubtedly a top giant. The male reporter from the Echo laughed triumphantly. Coach Adkins paused for a beat and continued. Although they lost all 4 major titles last season, ranked 7th in the league, were eliminated early in the FA Cup and League Cup, didn't even make it through the first round of the Europa League, and didn't even qualify for the Europa League this year, they are still a giant team. The smile on the face of the male reporter from the Echo was gone. Coach Hodgson, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown. Is this a compliment? It's too bad. Then I heard Coach Adkins continue. In comparison, our Southampton club is a weak team. We suffered a devastating blow in the past few seasons. We fell from the Premier League to the English League One and struggled in the middle of the English League One. But we survived. It's really not easy for our club and our fans. I would like to call all the staff, all the players, and all the Saints fans of the club real warriors. When Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester United and other teams lined up to invite us to play pre-season games, to be honest, I was really hesitant and entangled. I finally chose Liverpool because Liverpool is the most suitable team for us Southampton to play against among these 4 giants. As soon as this was said, many reporters were already laughing. Although this coach Adkins was fighting against a team of Liverpool's level for the first time, he was definitely not a novice. It seems that he is praising Liverpool, but in fact he is pulling Liverpool to the same position as Southampton. Are you Liverpool awesome? Aren't Arsenal, Chelsea, and Manchester United lining up to invite us to play friendly matches? Then I heard Coach Adkins continue, as for the result of this game, I can't predict it. After all, it's just a friendly match with unlimited substitutions. I also believe that Coach Hodgson and I have the same goal. It's not for victory or defeat, but to take this good opportunity to observe the players and run in the team. Without waiting for the male reporter to ask again, Adkins pointed to another fat reporter. Next one. The fat reporter stood up happily. Hello, Coach Adkins. I'm a reporter from The Sun. This morning, Liverpool's new boss Linda posted an in saying that she was going to meet an important person today. May I ask if this important person refers to Guran? Will they communicate in a place where no one can see? Coach Adkins, are you here to interview or to create a topic? The press officer cleared his throat. Come on, get this guy from The Sun out. The pre-match press conference ends here. Coach Hodgson and Coach Adkins were relieved and stood up to shake hands in a friendly manner. Coach Hodgson smiled and said, "Good luck, Mr. Adkins. You guys need it so much." Coach Adkins still had a poker face. "Thank you, Coach Hodgson. You are so generous." The two smiled at each other again, and then each took their players back to the locker room. At this time, the DJ at Anfield was already warming up the stadium. The Red Army fans sang LS 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 along with the DJ's live electric guitar. "We've conquered all of Europe, we are never going to stop, from Paris down to Turkey, we've won the fucking lot, Bob Paisley and Bill Shankly, the fields of Anfield Road, we are loyal supporters and we come from Liverpool." LS 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 LS. The whole stadium was like a grand and enthusiastic concert with 40,000 people. In contrast, there was not even a sound of Southampton's song The Saints March On. It's not that the Southampton Saints are too weak, but that the Liverpool Reds are too strong. Putting aside the team's record, just talking about the diehard fans, the Liverpool Reds swept the world. The passionate singing of LS 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 also reached the visiting team's locker room. Before the game started, the strong pressure of the home field made the visiting team's locker room a little breathless. At this time, Chamberlain hummed along with the soft LS LS LS. All the players stared at Chamberlain. Chamberlain was stunned, and then he quickly shut up. Read go 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 go. Chapter 287. Liverpool's traditional metaphysics. Stars gathered at Anfield Stadium. Amid the passionate singing of LS LS LS, Coach Adkins had to raise his voice and give a pre-match speech. "Boys, play well." All the players. Guran was also very upset. This was the first time for Guran to see such a short pre-match speech. Not to mention that it was the first time for Guran. It was also the first time for other veteran players to see it. But it made sense when you think about it. Coach Adkins usually doesn't like to talk, let alone say anything to motivate people. Just saying play well is good enough. "Yes, coach." Led by Captain Davis, the players formed a circle, put their hands on each other's backs, and shouted in unison, "Saints will win." The sound of LS 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 in the stadium was too loud, and the word "will win" could not be heard at all. Of course, most of the players were not very confident. After all, facing such a fanatical home atmosphere, and facing the Premier League giants Liverpool, shouting "will win" was indeed a bit arrogant. At 2:40, both teams entered the stadium for the final pre-match adaptive warm-up training. When Guran stepped onto the green grass of Anfield Stadium, looking at the red all over the field, her pause suddenly burst out uncontrollably. There is no need for a game. Just being in such a fanatical atmosphere can make adrenaline soar, and it is hard to suppress. Britain is really worthy of being the capital of modern football. This football culture atmosphere is really shocking. When the Southampton fans who came from afar saw their team on the field, they immediately cheered and shouted excitedly. Especially the women of the Southampton team. Their screams instantly resounded throughout the Anfield Stadium. Elizabeth, who was in the position of the wives, also came to watch football on the spot for the first time, and it was the first time to feel such an explosive atmosphere. Her eardrums were almost shattered. When her eyes finally found Guran's figure among the players, she didn't care about the pain in her ears and jumped up desperately to wave to Guran. This kind of atmosphere of watching the game on the spot is really contagious, and Elizabeth's melancholy was also diluted a lot. However, Guran had already started warm-up training and didn't see Elizabeth's wave at all. Linda, who was sitting in the main stand, couldn't hide her excitement and took a deep breath. I finally brought Guran to Anfield to play football. Although it was just once, it was a start. Edwards, who was sitting behind Linda, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ms. Linda, you are really crazy. Just one sentence can make the entire Liverpool team play football with Guran. Edwards also secretly calculated in his heart. Normally, the ticket split between the home team and the visiting team is 9:1. The average ticket price of Liverpool is £42. Today, there are probably less than 50,000 people entering the stadium to watch the game. Normally, Liverpool could get £1.8 million from the ticket revenue of this game, and Southampton could get about £200,000. In order to invite Southampton to play football, Liverpool took the initiative to give up the ticket benefits, giving Southampton £1.4 million, and only took £600,000 from £1.8 million to £600,000, a loss of £1.2 million. Just to watch Guran play football on the spot. It's really crazy. Edwards turned his gaze to Guran, who was warming up on the field, and swore in his heart, I must bring Guran to Liverpool and present him to Ms. Linda. I must. At this time, the D-head fans in the cop stand also noticed number 8 Guran. Is that the boy? Is he Chinese? He looks thin and doesn't look like a football player. Oh, no wonder he has so many female fans. It turns out it's just because he's handsome. Can being handsome be used as a football? He dares to wear number 8. Isn't this a benchmark for RG8 Gerrard? Southampton is ridiculous. They actually let a pure rookie wear number 8. This is a football field, not a catwalk to see who is more handsome. The D-head fans in the cop stand booed the Southampton team. Of course, they mainly booed Guran, who was wearing the number 8 jersey. Harding deliberately walked up to Guran, who was warming up, and said sarcastically, boy, did you hear the boos from the whole audience? This is all thanks to you. Guran said without even raising his head. So what? Some people want it, but don't have it yet. You. The muscles on Harding's face twitched slightly. HMPH. I'll wait for you to make a fool of yourself. After this game, you will become the laughing stock of the whole club. Guran sneered. Then just open your dog eyes wide and watch me. Harding took a step closer to Guran and said angrily, fuck. How dare you call me a dog? Apologize quickly. Otherwise this matter will not be over. Seeing that the two were about to confront each other, Captain Davis immediately intervened, put one hand on Guran's shoulder, pressed down Harding's shoulder with the other hand, and said with a smile, are you playing? Don't play like this. This is a game. Our fans are watching, and the fans of our opponents are watching too. If you have any problems, go back and solve them. Don't show up here. Harding gritted his teeth and said, this kid called me a dog. He must apologize to me. Guran smiled indifferently. Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't insult the dog. Fuck. Harding's face twisted. Fortunately, Davis pressed his shoulders hard, making him unable to move. Davis said coldly, boo, stop talking. Harding, you are also a veteran. Can't you bear it? First, play the first preseason game smoothly, and then go back to Staplewood. You two can make whatever trouble you want. Guran shrugged. As long as he doesn't mess with me, I won't fight back. Harding's teeth were almost broken. Good boy, you are lucky. Even the boss Davis is on your side now, but don't be complacent. The game is the only standard to test the players. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Harding got rid of Davis, turned around and walked to the other side to warm up angrily. Davis patted Guran's shoulder, gave Guran a comforting look, and walked away without saying anything else. Lambert ran over and smiled at Guran. Boo, don't be nervous, and don't pay attention to Harding. You are a substitute. Even if we lose this game, no one will put the blame on you. Guran also smiled at Lambert. Thank you, Lambert. Lambert grinned and said, come on together. Yeah. This episode of Southampton did not attract attention due to the early intervention of Captain Davis. However, the head coach Adkins on the sideline saw it all. Coach Adkins crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his face was still a poker face. This team has many problems, but now is not the time to solve these problems. We have to finish this preseason game first and let the problems surface obediently. Not long after Southampton started warming up, and field cheered wildly again. The DJ on the scene screamed crazily, "Let's welcome our Liverpool team with the warmest applause." Captain Steven Gerrard, with wrinkled face and wearing a red number 8 jersey, waved to the crazy cheering Liverpool fans while leading the other players to trot onto the green field. Anfield Stadium was about to explode. All the Liverpool fans stood up and applauded and cheered for their team spirit. Gerrard and other players behind Gerrard, in order, were goalkeeper number 1 Brad Jones, defender number 2 Glenn Johnson, defender number 3 Paul Konchesky, midfielder number 4 Almirals, defender number 5 Danny Agger, defender number 6 Fabio Aurelio, midfielder number 10 Joe Cole, forward number 14 Milan Jovanovic, defender number 16 Sidarius Kajiokas, midfielder number 17 Maxi Rodriguez, forward number 18 Dirk Kuyt, forward number 19 Ryan Babel, midfielder number 21 Lucas Leiva, Jamie Carragher number 23, forward number 24 David Ngogo, goalkeeper number 25 Joe Snellreina, midfielder number 26 Jay Spearing, midfielder number 28 Christian Poulsen, defender number 32 Stephen Darby, defender number 37 Martin Skrtel. The on-site DJ introduced the names and positions of the Liverpool players, in turn with the greatest enthusiasm. Each name received a warm response from Liverpool fans. The Liverpool players whose names were called also happily waved to the fans who supported them. As for the Southampton players, the on-site DJ only briefly read out the list of Southampton's starting 11. The names of other substitutes, including Guran, were not announced. The away fans were obviously very dissatisfied with this. The beautiful cheerleaders shouted Guran's name in unison, and the fans in the entire Anfield Road North stand followed suit and shouted Guran's name. For a time, Guran's name resounded throughout Anfield Stadium. Max Xarty, who was sitting in the 5th row of the visiting team's stand on the north side, said excitedly, "The atmosphere on the scene is so explosive. I really want to take out my phone to live broadcast it." "How many past events in the mist and rain?" hurriedly said Max. "For your own chrysanthemum, you have to calm down." San Kyogwan said, yes. "Be patient, before the league starts, we will definitely get the copyright for online live broadcast." Higu Kingjiro said, "The most urgent thing now is not us, but the netizens in China, who can't see Guran play football. Why don't we use text to live broadcast in our forum? And by the way, we can also attract traffic to our app in advance." Kyle Shan, who dunked over Jordan, immediately said, "Okay, leave it to me." Kyle Shan, who dunked over Jordan, immediately took out his mobile phone and opened a theme post Guran's debut text live broadcast in the forum named Ran Live Broadcast and updated the situation on the field in real time by hand. Ran Live Broadcast is also the name they gave to the live broadcast software. The Ran and Ran represents the burning passion of competitive sports, and it is also a homophone with the word Ran and Guran's name. After all, this live broadcast software was created just to watch Guran's game. As soon as the topic post came out, it instantly became a hot post. Although it was late at night in China, the domestic fans were still enthusiastic. This was also the time for them to finally know about Guran's game after a long wait. In less than 2 minutes, this topic post was viewed tens of thousands of times, and the message interaction reached thousands of times. Every domestic fan who knew about Guran wanted to accompany and witness Guran's debut. At this time, the Kop fans in the south stand didn't even sing and cheer for their own team, and all booed at the north stand opposite. The booing of the Kop completely suppressed the call for Guran. More than 5,000 Southampton fans who came from afar tried their best to roar, but they couldn't beat more than 40,000 fanatical Liverpool fans. Guran smiled, applauded and bowed to the Southampton fans who came to support him. Although the voices of Southampton fans were not as loud as those of Kop and other Liverpool fans, as a new player making his professional debut, Guran was already very satisfied and happy to leave his name at Anfield as soon as he arrived. Jared, who was warming up on the green field, couldn't help but curiously asked his teammates around him, "What are the Southampton fans shouting?" Carragher shrugged. "Who knows, it seems to be the name of a Chinese player." Jared looked at Guran, who was training seriously in the opposite half, and couldn't help laughing. "It's rare. I can actually meet Chinese players in British games. The last time I met a Chinese player was when I met Sun Jae in the game against Manchester City a long time ago." Joe Cole couldn't help frowning. "Steven, did you see that? That kid actually wore number 8, the same as you." Jared laughed. "Interesting." At this time, Guran happened to look at Jared. Guran smiled at Jared and others from a distance. "These are all walking star skills." Jared immediately smiled and said to his teammates around him, "This kid looks quite friendly, and he even smiled at us." The strong god Glenn Johnson sneered, "He looks so thin. He doesn't look like a football player at all. He will be useless if he goes on the field." Jared smiled and said, "Glenn, be gentle. It's a friendly match, and the opponent is a League One team. Play easily, play easily." Glenn Johnson shrugged. "Sorry, a friendly match is also a game. Either he doesn't pass through me, but if he does, I don't care if he is rare or not. Even if it's a giant panda from China, I will still tackle him." Jared shook his head helplessly. "Okay, God bless that kid not to run into you." The pre-match adaptive warm-up ended quickly. The substitutes of both sides returned to their respective benches, and the starting players of both sides returned to the player channel, holding the hands of the ball boys arranged by the stadium, waiting to enter. As soon as Guran walked to the visiting team's bench, he saw Elizabeth Olsen waving at him. "Go. Go. I'm here." "Damn, so spectacular. Sister Olsen, it's okay for you to be free at ordinary times, but you are also free when you come to the stadium to watch the game. Well, you foreign girls are really thrifty." Guran trotted to Elizabeth against the beating waves. "Hi, Liz." Elizabeth was so excited that her eyes were full of stars. "Wow. Go. I didn't expect that you would look even more handsome in your jersey than without anything. I mean, you look so handsome in your jersey. What's more, you actually have so many fans. The entire North Stand is shouting your name. Are you really a substitute?" Guran smiled. "Really?" Elizabeth asked anxiously again. "Then when can you play? I can't wait to see you play." Guran smiled and said, "This is not up to me to decide. It has to be decided by the head coach, and the head coach has to decide based on the situation on the spot." Elizabeth asked in surprise, "Isn't it the kind of playing for a while, then coming down to rest, and then coming back to play for a while?" Guran said helplessly, "You said that's basketball. Once a football player is substituted off the court, he can't be substituted back on, even in a friendly match with no limit on the number of substitutions." Elizabeth said, "Oh, the rules of football are so unreasonable, but you can do it in basketball." Guran. Elizabeth laughed again. "By the way, isn't the number 8 player on the opposite side a Hollywood level football star?" Guran laughed. "Yes, I never thought that, Liz. You don't even understand the basic rules of football, but you still know that number 8 is a football star." Elizabeth laughed. "In terms of football, I still know a few big stars. I don't know anyone else here, but I know Liverpool's number 8 Lampard." Guran. "I shouldn't have praised you. Okay, just be happy." Guran didn't correct her. Anyway, for a silly and cute female fan who doesn't understand football, it doesn't make much sense to correct her. Guran laughed. "The game will start soon. I'm going back to the bench. You can watch Lampard here." "Okay. Go." Elizabeth added, "But he's not as handsome as you." "Thank you." Guran sat back on the bench with a look of tears and laughter. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Led by 3 international referees, the Liverpool and Southampton players lined up in 2 rows and officially appeared. The starting players of both sides shook hands, and the captains of both sides came to the referee to guess the side of the coin. Southampton's captain was Davis, while Liverpool's starting captain was number 10 Joe Cole. Liverpool's captain Jared and vice-captain Carragher were both sitting leisurely on the home team's bench. Joe Cole guessed the right side and got the priority to choose the side. Joe Cole immediately pointed to the north half, as all Liverpool captains would choose. In the first half, Liverpool would attack from north to south. This choice is also the superstition of Liverpool. In the first official game after Liverpool was founded in 1892, Liverpool's first captain chose to attack from north to south, and the final score was 8-0. Liverpool people like this big first win very much. They believe that attacking from north to south is God's protection of Liverpool. So, this has become a tradition of Liverpool Club. As long as weather conditions permit, all previous Liverpool captains will choose to attack from north to south when choosing sides. Because of this, the Kop stand on the south side is the favorite stand of Liverpool fans, because standing here can see Liverpool's goals most clearly and intuitively. Of course, the venue will be changed in the second half. Whatever metaphysics, luck, or blessing will be changed, but the Kops don't think so. They think the second half is garbage time. With the strength of the Red Army, the game can be settled in 45 minutes in the first half. As for the second half, that is the time for the Kops to taunt their opponents and sing to celebrate. In short, the captain Joe Cole maintained Liverpool's tradition and chose the north half, so Southampton was assigned to the south half. Southampton also got the right to kick off. Amid the crazy cheers of the Kops, the little ball boys left the field, and the players took photos in their respective half, and then stood in their respective positions. Chapter 288, The gap in strength is visible to the naked eye. The crushing victory from Liverpool. Southampton used the 442 formation that they are currently familiar with. Although coach Adkins prefers the pragmatic 42-31 defensive counter-attack formation, Southampton's 42-31 is still immature and not even a semi-finished product. Therefore, for a long time in the early stage, the 442 formation was still the main one. First, the 442 defensive counter-attack tactics were played well, and then gradually transitioned to 42-31. In Southampton's starting lineup, the two forwards were number 11 Gilly and number 20 Lallana. There is no need to say much about Lallana. As a product of the Saints youth training, Lallana is also the offensive core of Southampton. Lallana is not only fast, good at footwork, wide vision, flexible in running, can dribble and shoot with both feet, but also humble and easy to get along with. In addition, he looks handsome, so he is also called the team flower of Southampton. In addition to the nickname of Team Flower, Lallana also has a nickname Lalala. Lallana is very calm and composed when passing, and can often perform exciting scenes of pulling the ball over in a small area, which has the charm of two yin and yang giving birth to 4 images, and 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. So Lallana is also called Lallana. Another striker, Gilly de Prado, is from Brazil. He is 28 years old this year, and 190 cm tall. He is a typical centre forward. At present, Gilly is still on loan at Southampton. If he performs well enough, Southampton will officially buy him out from Cesena club in Italy. He and Lallana's striker partner also take the path of one high and one fast. Gilly's role is more to attract the firepower of the defense, help Lallana to open up space and make passes. As a striker, Gilly doesn't score many goals, but his role is not low. The left forward is number 21 Lee Holmes. This player is not tall, only 170 centimeters, but he is fast, very flexible, very good in physical fitness, and good at passing, but his defense is average. In Southampton, the young Chamberlain is actually stronger than Holmes in the left forward position. However, Adkins took into account Holmes' experience and Chamberlain's impulsiveness, so he decided to play it safe and let the more stable Holmes start. The right forward is Morgan Schneiderlin, number 4. Schneiderlin is a midfielder of Southampton. His long pass transfer is very accurate, his vision is wide enough, his range of activities is relatively large, and his defense interception and steals are also in place. Putting Schneiderlin on the right is also considered that Schneiderlin can quickly assist in the middle to guard against the rapid raids of the little Marco and Biscuit on the opposite side. In this game Schneiderlin's task is also very heavy. The two midfielders are Dean Hammond, number 14, and Anthony Pulis, number 36. Dean Hammond is also a veteran, with abundant physical fitness, good defensive position, and rich experience. Anthony Pulis is also a veteran, but he is mediocre in all aspects, but his physical fitness is acceptable. It is worth mentioning that Anthony Pulis' father is the famous Tony Pulis, the master of the grenade tactics on the sideline. When he was young, Tony Pulis played for the Hong Kong Happy Valley team. Of course, this is not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that Tony Pulis had obtained the British coaching license at the age of 19 and the European coaching license at the age of 21. When other friends wanted to play football and become stars, Tony Pulis wanted to be a coach since he was a child. Currently, Tony Pulis is coaching Stoke City. He helped Stoke City successfully advance to the Premier League in the 07/08 season, and during his second term as coach of Stoke City, he brought Stoke City to the middle of the Premier League. Tony Pulis's tactics are very conservative, but the success rate is extremely high. In all his coaching career, he has never been relegated. As long as Tony Pulis is invited to be the relegation coach, the team can be brought to above the middle. Tony Pulis created the grenade tactics on the sideline, making the sideline throw-in as lethal as a corner kick. All the major teams followed suit, and the players also trained their upper limb strength and waist and abdominal core strength. Unfortunately, with such an excellent father, his son Anthony Pulis is far behind. Anthony has been playing in the English League 2 for many years. He is still not motivated, and muddles along at the age of 26. When Southampton signed Anthony, they did want Anthony to convince his father to coach Southampton. However, Tony Pulis did not want to coach the club where his son was. Southampton had to settle for the next best thing and found Adkins as the new head coach. The left back is number 3 Dean Harding, who used to play in the English Championship and does have some strength. The right back is Danny Butterfield, a 30-year-old veteran who has been playing for the English League 2 team for many years. He seems to work hard during training and games, but in fact he is not working hard. The two central defenders are Paul Walton, the deputy number 16, and GDJD, the golden generation from Tunisia, number 15. Paul Walton was born as a midfielder, and he is very experienced in connecting the defense zone between the midfielder and the central defender. The only problem is that Walton is 33 years old this year, and his physical fitness and confrontation have declined sharply. GDJD, who is 1 year older than him, is much stronger than him. GDJD is tall, fierce in frontal interception, super confrontation ability, strong in high altitude energy, and good physical fitness, but he is too slow in chasing back and turning. Once he is broken through, he is basically finished. Finally, the goalkeeper is number 1 Calvin Davis. Davis is a veteran of the Southampton team. He started from the Premier League team Sunderland, but he was only the second goalkeeper in Sunderland. After coming to the Southampton club, he quickly became the main goalkeeper. His advantages are that he is very agile, very calm, has a fast reaction speed, is very capable of dealing with single blade, and is experienced and good at loudly commanding teammates in the penalty area. Although he is 33 years old this year, the goalkeeper position is getting better with age. The opposing Liverpool team, as coach Adkins analysed before the game, sent out a 451 formation of open attack and actual defense. The striker in front is Milan Jovanovic, the VIP. Why is he called a VIP? Because he is very fast, and he starts suddenly, and one shot is fatal. When he was playing for Standard Liège, he was punished by the head coach for fighting with his teammates on the training ground, and was forced to sit on the bench. But even so, Jovanovic still scored 12 goals in a very limited playing time. The goal efficiency is evident. Liverpool's 3 forwards are Maxi Rodriguez, Christian Poulsen, and Gallo. In fact, the title of Little Marco is not only for Maxi Rodriguez. Mascherano, who is also an Argentine player, is also called Little Marco. Maxi is certainly not as famous as Mascherano, but Max's engineer temperament of charging into battle is actually more in line with the positioning of Little Marco. Maxi has comprehensive skills, fast attack speed, fast return speed, and strong desire to shoot. As a typical Argentine player, he dribbles very well and rarely loses the ball on the court. Of course, Max's temper is also hot enough. Rejoice's brother David Ngallo, in fact, does not have long Rejoice hair, but is a bald man. It's just because he is very confident on the court, and this confidence coincides with the advertising slogan of Rejoice, which feels like a monk washing his hair with Rejoice, so he was given the title of Rejoice brother. Ngogo is a very talented French player. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a top level talented player, but he has a common problem among black talented players: laziness. Gogo is unwilling to train and is often late and leaves early. With his talent, if he had half the effort of Ronaldo, he could have become a world-class star. Unfortunately, not every genius can go to the end and become a real star. Too many geniuses end up being mediocre. The two midfielders are little Jojo Spearing. The left back is Paul Konchesky and the right back is the young Stephen Darby. The two central defenders are Sidirius Kagiakas and Martin Skrtel. The goalkeeper is Brad Jones, the substitute goalkeeper of the Australian national team. Joe Cole is known as the midfield magician. He has a strong ability to dribble and advance, a wonderful long shot, and is extremely good at running on the side. At first, Joe Cole liked to show off his skills and played very fancy. It was not until Mourinho coached him that Joe Cole began to change his playing style, becoming more pragmatic and more efficient. Joe Cole is also the perfect partner of Gerrard in the England national team. Gerrard's organisational ability and Joe Cole's dispatching ability make England's midfield cooperation very smooth and beautiful. Joe Cole was originally a Chelsea player, partnering with Chelsea's number 8 Lampard. Later, he was persuaded by Lampard to join Liverpool. Except for Joe Cole, the remaining few are basically substitutes for Liverpool. It is not difficult to see from Liverpool's starting lineup that coach Hodgson did not take Southampton seriously at all. Except for a few main forwards in the midfield, the back line is almost all substitutes and new players to Liverpool. On the other hand, Southampton almost sent all the main players. Liverpool's players are very relaxed, and they are still talking and laughing with each other when they are standing. The Southampton players are nervous and solemn. After all, this is not a evenly matched game. Beep. With the head coach's loud opening whistle, the pre-season friendly match between the Premier League team Liverpool and the English League One team Southampton officially began. Liverpool fans in the stadium shouted wildly and waved the Phoenix LFC flag wildly. Southampton striker Gilly kicked off and knocked the ball back to his right winger Schneiderlin, who organised the attack. Schneiderlin observed Liverpool's pressing formation while steadily advancing with the ball. Schneiderlin wanted to slow down the pace and wait for his teammates to penetrate forward before passing the ball. However, the Liverpool players who were just laughing and joking quickly got into the state and pressed forward. Left winger Maxi directly headed towards Schneiderlin, who was dribbling the ball. The game just started and Liverpool's rhythm was set. Although Liverpool did not have the ball, Liverpool's defense was also very passionate. Southampton was unable to adapt to such a fast pace of the game for a while, and their positions were still a little relaxed. Facing the surging Liverpool players, Schneiderlin did not grasp his personal breakthrough and could only pass the ball back to Anthony Pulis, who was lagging behind. VIP Jovanovic rushed to grab Pulis. Pulis obviously had not yet adapted to such a fast pace of pressing, and he did not have enough confidence to fight Jovanovic one-on-one, so he quickly turned halfway and passed the ball back to the centre-back Walton. The ball was passed too hastily, and the route was a bit off, passing to the gap between his own centre-back and left-back in the backcourt. Jovanovic saw the opportunity and immediately shook off Pulis and accelerated. Pulis could not defend Jovanovic's speed at all. The Cop fans cheered excitedly. Fortunately, the centre-back Walton was more experienced, and he quickly rushed forward and kicked the ball to the left-back Harding. Jovanovic, who had no hope of grabbing the ball, slowed down. Walton returned to the penalty area while cursing at Pulis for the mistake in the pass just now. "Fuck you, Anthony. How the hell did you pass the ball? Did you pass shit?" Pulis also knew that it was his own mistake, so he ran away with his head down, not daring to talk back. Fortunately, the ball was still on Southampton's side, but it was so exciting at the beginning that everyone in the Southampton team was a little scared. Left-back Harding dribbled the ball along the sideline. Liverpool's talented player, Rejoice Njego, came up to prevent Harding from speeding up easily. Harding wanted to pass Njego with his body and footwork, but when he paused for a moment, another Liverpool forward, Christian Poulsen, quickly came to help. Njego and Poulsen teamed up to trap Harding on the left sideline. Under Liverpool's tactics of attacking and defending, Harding couldn't even get through the centre line, and the passing line between him and his teammates was completely cut off. However, Harding is also experienced. After a physical confrontation, Harding kicked the ball directly on Poulsen's calf, and the ball bounced out of the sideline. The linesman immediately raised the flag, and the referee awarded the ball to Southampton. The Cop fans booed wildly. Nearly 2 minutes into the game, Southampton, who had the ball, only passed the center line once, when Schneiderlin dribbled the ball, and then was always suppressed by Liverpool in their own backcourt. This is really a gap in strength. This also reflects the terribleness of Hodgson's 451 formation. Coach Adkins frowned slightly, stood up from the bench, walked to the tactical area on the sidelines, and shouted at a very fast speed, "Don't lose the ball. Don't lose the ball. Harding, you hurry up. Use the width of the field. Holmes, run back to the empty space. Hammond is ready for the second pass. Schneiderlin, you go forward." The Southampton players on the field were all refreshed. Unexpectedly, the sullen Coach Adkins, who usually couldn't say a word, spoke so fast and said so much when directing on the spot. With Adkins on the spot command, the Southampton players immediately regained some confidence. Harding panted a few times, picked up the football, and quickly kicked the ball out of bounds. The left forward Holmes, who retreated, grabbed the football at the first time, and without waiting for Joe Cole, and spearing on the opposite side to surround him, he immediately passed the ball horizontally to Hammond in the midfield. Schneiderlin on the right had already run out of space in advance. However, Hammond made a mistake in stopping the ball, and the ball bounced 2 meters away. Maxey, who had been lying in ambush around Hammond, immediately seized the opportunity and started sprinting to chase the ball. Hammond quickly reached out to pull Maxey. Maxey directly bumped Hammond with his shoulder and knocked him away, intercepting the ball in the first place. The Cop stands were boiling instantly. Within 5 minutes of the start, Liverpool switched from defense to offense. Return to defense. Coach Adkins shouted loudly at a very fast speed, "Don't panic. Don't panic. Shrink back to defense, block the route, and keep an eye on their forwards. Hammond, hurry up. Pulis, don't wander around. Go and help defend Joe Cole." Schneiderlin and Villana also quickly retreated to intercept Maxi Rodriguez. Facing the double team interception by the two, Maxi calmly made a Messi style L pass. Maxi first flicked the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, and then used the inside of his right foot to dribble the ball inward. This flick and dribble were extremely fast. The double team defense of Schneiderlin and Villana was immediately shaken open. Maxi accelerated and dribbled through, passing between Schneiderlin and Villana. Villana and Schneiderlin's speed and reaction were already very fast, but they were nothing in front of Maxi. Almost in the blink of an eye, Maxi had already dribbled the ball to the 30-meter area of Southampton's goal. Southampton's defense line also immediately shrank. The defense drills in the training sessions these days were not in vain. However, the gap in personal strength was still visible to the naked eye. Coach Adkins shouted anxiously, "Pulis, Pulis." Before he could finish shouting, Joe Cole, who was being guarded by Pulis, ghosted up and appeared on the right side of the penalty area. When Pulis reacted and followed up, Joe Cole had left him 3 spaces away. Maxi immediately passed the ball to the side. Joe Cole easily raised his foot to stop the ball, and then faced with the joint defense of Harding and Walton, he did not break through, but instead made an inward step and turn on the spot, landing his supporting foot behind the side of the ball, and his other foot drew an arc, stepping in front of the ball from the other side, making a posture of hard breakthrough. Harding and Walton really stepped forward to block. Joe Cole pulled the ball and turned around, passing Harding like flowing water, and then directly knocked Walton out of the passing route. This wave of operations was as dazzling as a magician, with both technical and physical confrontation. Cop fans cheered wildly. After Joe Cole passed the two, he did not dribble much, but before more Southampton defenders doubled up, he made a low pass to the front of the goal. Chapter 289. Who dares to go against the wind? Coach, let me play. I will definitely turn the tide. Joe Cole's through ball went straight through the 3 Southampton defenders. Holmes, who was retreating, raised his leg to intercept the ball and almost split his legs. His defensive awareness was very good, but his legs were too short and his toes were stretched to the limit, so he was still a few centimeters away from Joe Cole's through ball. The venomous snake Jovanovic at the far end of the penalty area immediately started sprinting at the same time as Joe Cole kicked. The high school defender JD, who was responsible for defending him, also started immediately. JD's turning speed was like a snail in front of Jovanovic. Jovanovic almost instantly shook off JD, who was chasing slowly, and touched the ball first. Goalkeeper Davis chose to attack and intercept Jovanovic head on at the moment JD lost his position. This was also a helpless move. Only by suppressing Jovanovic's forward speed and waiting for JD to catch up and entangle Jovanovic could there be a chance to keep the goal. Jovanovic didn't slow down or change his line and directly made a clean and swift diagonal shot. This shot was too sudden and the speed of the ball was too fast. Davis was caught off guard. The ball went straight into the upper left corner of the goal. Yeah. Alles, the Liverpool fans at the scene cheered wildly. 7 minutes into the game, after the Liverpool team, who played at home, intercepted the ball in the front court, they played a set of perfectly coordinated side-to-side offensive cooperation. With only 3 simple passes, they tore through Southampton's defense line and blasted open Southampton's door. The score on the big screen immediately changed to Liverpool 1-0 Southampton. Anfield Stadium became a sea of joy. The fans in the Kop stands sang and danced happily. This goal was undoubtedly a very exciting start for all Liverpool fans. After scoring the goal, Jovanovic happily ran to the bottom of the Kop stands and raised his arms to accept the cheers of the fans. Joe Cole, Maxi Rodriguez and other players also ran over and rubbed Jovanovic's head to celebrate. The whole Anfield Stadium was shaking. The red celebration scene was really crazy. On the Southampton side, all the players were silent. Davis shook his head and stood up from the grass. He knew that Liverpool would definitely score, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Hammond, the first person responsible for the loss of the ball, covered his face and didn't dare to communicate with his teammates. If he hadn't been intercepted by Maxi and counter-attacked, why would Southampton be so passive? Coach Adkins turned away angrily, not wanting to look at these depressed players. From offense to defense, Southampton is really a mess. After all, Southampton used to be a strong team in the Premier League, and they never lost against strong teams, but it has only been relegated for 3 years, and it has become like this. This is not only a gap in personal strength, but the overall coordination is like there is no soul, and it can't be molded into a whole. At this time, someone has to stand up and integrate the offense and defense. Coach, let me play. With a passionate and excited shout, Chamberlain stood up from the Southampton bench and volunteered. I will definitely turn the tide. Duran, idiot. Coach Adkins glanced at Chamberlain, frowned and ignored him. Chamberlain could only sit down in dismay. In fact, it is taboo for players to volunteer on the bench. Most head coaches don't like players who actively ask to play on the bench because it will show that the head coach has no control. Chamberlain, now 17 years old, is worthy of being Southampton's first rookie. The game on the field continued. Southampton, who lost 1 goal at the beginning, continued to strengthen its defense under the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins. Liverpool, on the other hand, attacked like a tide, playing beautiful coordinated attacks one after another. 14th minute of the first half. Liverpool's left back Konchesky dribbled the ball along the left side, and Schneiderlin and Pulis jointly defended Konchesky. Konchesky passed the ball to SP Iring, who came to meet him, and SP Iring moved forward through the midfield. Southampton immediately retreated to defend under the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins, and even Lallana retreated to help defend. This style of play was very conservative and ugly, but it did limit Liverpool's passionate offensive. Seeing that there was no better breakthrough route, SP Iring immediately passed a high ball into the penalty area. Rejoice's brother Njego confidently inserted himself to compete for the header. Southampton's high school defender JD jumped up to meet Njego and took the high ball and headed it out of the danger zone. The ball fell right at the feet of left wing forward Holmes. Holmes was small in size, but he was very fast. Holmes quickly dribbled the ball to the left side, an area he was familiar with. Coach Adkins, who was standing in the technical area on the sidelines, shouted excitedly, "Good opportunity. Someone in the middle should be the fulcrum for support. Quick counter-attack. Speed up. Charge." The other players of the Southampton team immediately sprinted desperately. Lallana went straight to the middle to provide support for Holmes. Schneiderlin ran to the right to provide support for Lallana, and Gilly also attracted the attention of Liverpool's two defenders, Kiriakis and Skrtel, at the front. Southampton's counter-attack was quite good. Liverpool's overall defensive speed was a little slower. After all, defensive counter-attacks are the most difficult to defend. Even a strong team like Liverpool would find it difficult to organize its defense line in the first place when facing defensive counter-attacks. However, the personal ability of Liverpool's star played a key role at this time. Joe Cole accelerated and chased after Holmes from behind 5 meters away. The cop stands were completely crazy. The frequency of Holmes's feet was not slow, but his legs are short and his stride is too small. What's more troublesome is that when Holmes is confronting a star like Joe Cole, his eyes are obviously full of timidity, and he keeps looking back to see where Joe Cole is. The more he sees Joe Cole approaching, the less confident Holmes is to confront him. Before Joe Cole completely catches up with him and presses him, Holmes slows down and kicks the ball to Lallana, who is supporting him in the middle. There is nothing to fear in a defensive counter-attack, but to be intercepted in the middle and then counter-attacked. From this perspective, it is normal for Holmes to pass the ball in advance. However, the quality of this pass is too poor. It was a temporary impulse during the run, and there was no communication with Lallana at all. Lallana was originally sprinting in a straight line. Seeing that Holmes passed the ball crookedly, he quickly changed his line and chased. Before Lallana could stand firm in his position to respond, Maxi, who had been marking Lallana for a long time, rushed over like a whirlwind and pushed Lallana away with his elbow. Lallana fell to the ground after being defeated in the physical confrontation with Maxi, and Maxi took the opportunity to steal the ball away. Beep beep. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that Maxi had committed a foul. Maxi shrugged innocently and threw the ball to the ground. The fans in the cop stands booed the referee. The referee's decision on this ball was correct, but the cop didn't care about that. In short, any decision that was unfavorable to Liverpool was problematic. Southampton also got a chance to breathe. The ball was about 40 meters away from the goal, and it was definitely unrealistic to shoot directly. Coach Adkins shouted the third set of tactics, and the players on the field immediately understood it. Both wingers actively pressed forward. Lallana passed the ball to Schneiderlin on the right. After Schneiderlin chested the ball, he immediately dribbled the ball into Liverpool's penalty area. Maxi headed out to defend Schneiderlin. Southampton's right back Butterfield went from behind Schneiderlin to the bottom. Schneiderlin immediately turned halfway and pushed the ball to Butterfield. Butterfield did not stop and made a half-high pass of not very good quality. Centre forward Gilly jumped high, but Liverpool goalkeeper Jones got there first and took the ball off Gilly's head with both hands. The Southampton fans in the north stand immediately wailed. This was a very good opportunity to equalize the score, but unfortunately their right back passed the ball too loosely. With this level of attack, it would be difficult to score a goal even in the English League One, let alone against the Premier League giants. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines raised his fist and shouted, "Why are you all standing there stupidly? The ball is not dead. Get back to defense. Run." Before he finished speaking, Liverpool goalkeeper Jones threw the ball with a strong hand and gave it to Rejoice brother Jego near the midline. Jego confidently passed Hammond, who was intercepting him with his speed, and went straight in. Hammond was chasing Jego in a panic. Gogo even deliberately slowed down his speed, always keeping a distance of 3 or 5 body lengths from Hammond. This was a complete humiliation. Davis could only abandon the goal and attack, trying to intercept Gogo at the edge of the penalty area, creating an opportunity for Hammond and other defensive players who retreated to make joint defense. However, Gogo made a confident and beautiful change of line, directly shook off Davis, and shot a shot at the empty goal. The football shot into the net. The cop stands fell into madness again. This was a wonderful goal that passed the goalkeeper with a single knife. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Liverpool 2:0 Southampton. Only 18 minutes into the first half, Liverpool was leading by 2 goals. After scoring, Gogo shook his bald head, jumped onto the fence on the sidelines, and danced with his waist twisting in front of the cop fans. The mentality of the players on the field of Southampton has collapsed. Less than 20 minutes into the first half, they were scored 2 goals. If they continue to play like this, they are afraid that they will be beaten 6-0 in this game. The difference in strength between the two teams is too big. Liverpool hasn't even sent out the real main force yet, but they have already beaten Southampton so badly. The away team, Southampton, seemed to be in a state of not waking up, with poor defense and even worse offense. No one would believe that this was a Premier League team 3 years ago, and even no one would believe that this was a professional team in the English Premier League. Southampton played so badly. The traditional passionate offensive strategy was lost, and the new defensive counter-attack strategy was also a mess. Coach Adkins crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his face was full of depression. He even began to regret that he should not have accepted Liverpool's invitation to a friendly match. If this game is lost too badly, it will inevitably affect his prestige and status in the locker room, and it will also affect his right to speak in the club. Is it time to change players? Coach Adkins couldn't help but glance at the silent bench. Most of the players on the bench lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Coach Adkins' eyes. They wanted to play, but they were dealt a bad hand and faced a disadvantageous situation. Who dared to go against the wind? Coach, it's time for me to play. Chamberlain stood up excitedly again. Coach, let me go up and save the game. Duran, damn, Chamberlain, you idiot. No one can save you. Coach Adkins pursed his lips slightly. Canali, Tafazali, you two go warm up. Yes, coach. Canali put a muscle bandage on his right leg with a stable expression, while Tafazali was nervous and uneasy. Chamberlain said anxiously, Coach, me. What about me? Coach Adkins ignored Chamberlain, and the corner of his eye passed by Duran very naturally. Duran met Coach Adkins' eyes firmly. This was a silent communication. This was to show Coach Adkins that he was eager to play. This kind of macro expression of eye contact with the head coach is what the head coach appreciates. However, Coach Adkins did not call Duran's name. Duran continued to sit on the bench without a word. Duran knew that the reason why Adkins did not let him come on the bench right now was probably because he wanted to wait until the situation stabilized before finding an opportunity for him to play. Chamberlain was still emotionally asking Coach Adkins, Coach, let me play. There is definitely no problem for me to play. Coach, did you block me? Oh, I'm so anxious. Coach Adkins still ignored Chamberlain. At this time, the game on the field continued. After losing 2 goals, Southampton played more conservatively, and the scene became more ugly. In the 22nd minute, a dead ball was caused on the field, and Southampton began to make substitutions. Canali replaced forward Gilly. The young Tafazali replaced right back Butterfield. Substituting 2 people so early, even in a friendly match, it can be seen that Coach Adkins is eager for change. On the other side, Hodgson was like Jang Tae-gong, sitting steadily on the bench. The vice-captain Carragher on the bench smiled and said, it seems that we don't need to play today. Jared smiled and said, no, we still have to play. After all, we have to live up to the fans' tickets. Kuid said, I hope they don't beat Southampton 6-0. Otherwise how can we perform after we play? We can't beat them 10-0 in one go, right? Carragher smiled and said, don't mention it. This warm-up match arranged by the club is easy and can boost morale. Jared said, of course, we Liverpool have always paid attention to metaphysics. A good start means that we will be prosperous throughout the season. The players on the bench all laughed out loud. Coach Adkins' substitution was obviously not recognized by Southampton fans. Many Southampton fans stood up from their seats and shouted Duran to Adkins loudly. They didn't come to see Southampton being pressed to the ground by Liverpool. They came to see Duran. Coach Adkins was very calm and ignored the interference of Southampton fans. As a head coach, Adkins has a bit of a stubborn temper. He will not let the players play because of their pleas, nor will he make substitutions casually because of the fans' threats. After the substitution, Southampton did not improve much on the offensive end. The midfielders and front court players were still suppressed in their own half and could not display their skills. However, under the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins, Southampton's defense has taken on a bit of shape. Liverpool organised several consecutive attacks and penetrations, but they were all broken by Southampton's embarrassed defence line. In the next 10 minutes, Liverpool continued to attack. After Gago scored a goal, he also made various shots and wasted several opportunities for no reason. After several fatal crises, Southampton slowly began to stabilise its position. Schneiderlin took the opportunity to look for opportunities on the right. In the 32nd minute of the first half, the opportunity came. Schneiderlin seized a loophole in Liverpool's midfield defence and made a precise pass into the penalty area. Lallana stopped the ball with his thigh, turned around and pulled the ball with his left foot under the double team of 2 Liverpool defenders and shook out a small gap beautifully. Carnery came up from the side. Lallana immediately made a short pass with Gully. Lallana was the first attacking point, and when Gully left the field and Carnery came on the field, Lallana became the offensive fulcrum to attract firepower. Carnery turned around and took the ball skillfully, and under the double team of Konchesky and Kajiokas, he took a direct shot. The football hit the side net heavily and bounced out of the end line. Carnery sighed with his face up. Southampton fans also wailed in pain. The coordination of this ball was really good. From Schneiderlin to Lallana to Carnery, every link was perfect and impeccable. It's a pity that the last kick was still a little short under the strong defensive pressure of Liverpool. Canali, Lallana and Schneiderlin high-fived each other. Southampton fans also applauded the attack. What else could they do? This was already a good start. And now they only lost 2 goals, so there seemed to be hope for Southampton. The game continued. Liverpool had a 2-goal advantage, so they played calmly. Southampton players were not in a hurry to attack, but formed a tight defense network according to the requirements of Coach Adkins, looking for opportunities to counter-attack Liverpool. At this point, the 2 teams were like 2 old men fighting, each defending their own weaknesses first. Chapter 290 The Silent Visiting Team's Locker Room. Duran, that's not me, this is me. Hodgson's 451 formation is still essentially a defensive counter-attack. When playing against a team with strong offensive pressure, this 451 is simply a magic weapon for winning by surprise. However, when playing against a weak team, it is a bit like a dead eunuch entering the bridal chamber, anxious and unable to use any strength. A defensive counter-attack is to wait for the opponent to attack, seize the opponent's flaws when the opponent attacks, defend the opponent's moves, and then quickly counter-attack. Now that Southampton has not attacked, Liverpool's 451 defense is obviously useless. That is to say, Liverpool has many stars and strong individual strength. In addition, Southampton played really badly in the first half of the game, so Liverpool was able to score 2 goals right away. When the first half was about to end, Liverpool's fatigue had already been revealed. As Southampton gradually found the feeling of defending under the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins, Southampton also had several good counter-attacks. It's a pity that there was no result. Duran, who had been sitting on the bench watching the game without saying a word, gradually felt relieved at this time. Duran couldn't help but secretly admire in his heart, Coach Adkins is really professional, worthy of being the magical coach who can lead Southampton to achieve a triple jump in the future. Although Coach Adkins' tactics do not look good, the situation has been very passive so far. Although the current score is still 2 goals behind, although the ball possession rate and number of shots are completely crushed by Liverpool, and although Southampton players are suppressed in their own half most of the time, the situation has almost stabilized. Moreover, Liverpool's physical energy consumption is already much higher than Southampton's physical energy consumption. If they continue to play like this, there is a high probability of a turnaround. Duran can see it, and Mr. Huo can naturally see it. Hodgson began to make substitutions one after another. Left back Biscuit Aurelio replaced Konchesky to strengthen Liverpool's offensive on the left. Strong God Glenn Johnson replaced Kajiokas to strengthen physical confrontation. Brazilian Jared Lucas Leiva replaced Christian Poulsen to increase the efficiency of the midfield. After Liverpool made the substitution, Southampton immediately felt the strong pressure again. Southampton was suppressed and had almost no chance to counter-attack. The situation that Southampton had just stabilized immediately became more tense and embarrassed. especially after the strong god Glenn Johnson came on the court. It was like a human tank. No one in the Southampton team could withstand Glenn's collision. The Southampton team's goal was in danger. Davis blocked left and right and loudly commanded the backline to make timely replacements. Although Davis has lost 2 goals so far, the main responsibility is not on him, and Davis also saved at least 3 missed goals. It can be said that, if Davis hadn't been the goalkeeper and the commander, Southampton would have been scored more than 5 goals by now. In Davis's roar, Southampton fans also felt the players' struggle on the field. Southampton fans waved the Saints flag to cheer for the players. The fans in the Kop stand sang all kinds of songs. Liverpool is indeed the hometown of John Lennon. Liverpool fans really like to sing. Anfield Stadium seemed to have turned into a large KTV scene. From Alice, to Field of Anfield Road, to We Love You Liverpool, to We Are Liverpool, to When the Reds Go Marching In, one after another, there was no pause in between. Especially when singing, When the Reds Go Marching In, all the Liverpool fans were very excited. After all, the melody of this song is the melody of the Southampton team's anthem. Although this melody is not only used by Southampton, it is obvious that singing the Red Army is marching when playing against Southampton is intentional. Liverpool's first team song You'll Never Walk Alone has not been sung by Liverpool fans until now. They feel that in this pre-season friendly match that must be one. There is no need to bring out their strongest team song. Although the game scene is dull, the singing of Liverpool fans has become the protagonist. Southampton Saints fans are about to explode. At this time, Saints fans urgently need a goal to counter-attack the Kop fans. But it's easier said than done. It's good enough if they don't collapse. There is not much time left in the first half. In the remaining 10 minutes of the first half, Southampton was suppressed in their own half. Liverpool cooperated in the front court many times and won many free kicks and corner kicks, but they did not achieve new results. The physical fitness of both sides has dropped sharply. In the injury time of the first half, Aurelio completed a wonderful 2-on-2 cooperation with Joe Cole on the left side and broke through the right side of Southampton. Joe Cole dribbled the ball inside, attracted at least 3 Southampton defenders, and immediately passed the ball to Lucas on the other side. Lucas directly dribbled the ball and made a long shot on the penalty area line before the Southampton defense line was completely closed. Davis reacted quickly and jumped up to save the ball with one hand. But it was too late. Lucas's long shot was very powerful, fast, and had an angle. Davis fell to the grass helplessly, looking back and watching the football slam into the net. Lucas scored a goal less than 10 minutes after he came on the field. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Liverpool 3-0 Southampton. The Kop stands were completely boiling. The Kops hugged each other and danced together, leading the singing of Kenny D, the pride of Liverpool. It's easy, easy. Everything is simple. Simple. Wow. Here we go. Oh, let's move forward together. Nothing's gonna stop us now. We are unstoppable. We've got the world at our feet. The world has been conquered by us. And with Dalglish in the seat, as long as Dalglish is there, we'll do it all again somehow. We will always succeed again. The entire Anfield Stadium was full of momentum. 3 goals were scored in the first half, and the outcome was decided. Liverpool fans have begun to cheer for victory, and the Southampton fans who came from afar were full of sadness. It was too difficult to turn the tables after losing 3 goals in the first half, especially against the powerful Liverpool and at the invincible Anfield Stadium. The Saints also knew the gap in strength between their team and Liverpool, but when they heard the mocking song Easy, Easy, the Saints' mentality still collapsed. Southampton's morale was completely gone, and the players on the field were all extremely depressed. Even Chamberlain, who had been clamoring to play before, sat dejectedly on the bench and shook his head repeatedly. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was very clear. If I don't play, you see, I'm doomed to lose, right? Coach Adkins frowned and said nothing. At this time, the referee blew a whistle and the first half of the game ended. Liverpool's players happily applauded the Kop fans, as if the whole game was over. Southampton players were ashamed to face the Saints fans who came from afar, and all lowered their heads and walked back to the player tunnel in disgrace. Several Saints fans in the Anfield Road stand on the north side excitedly shouted Adkins fired. It was only the first preseason friendly match, and it was only the first half, but the Saints fans couldn't stand it. Not only because of the 3:0 score, but also because Adkins' tactical guidance was too conservative. There was no passion at all on the scene. It could be said that they lost again, and it was ugly. Adkins pretended not to hear it, and walked straight into the player tunnel with a poker face. Now, Southampton fans only have the last tiny wish left, that is, Duran can play in the second half. As the players of both sides retired for the halftime break, the local Liverpool band came on stage and began to lead the Cop fans in a victory carnival. The band started with a soothing song Field of Anfield Road, and the whole audience sang along. The singing not only shook Anfield Stadium, but even the entire Anfield area could hear the passionate singing of the Cops. Linda, the proprietress on the main stand, twisted her body happily to the music. Liverpool performed well in the first pre-season friendly match, which was a good omen. As the wife of Liverpool's boss, Linda was naturally very happy. But at the same time, Linda was a little worried. Michael, we were already 3:0 in the first half. Will the Southampton coach not send Duran to play in the second half? Edwards blinked and replied, it's hard to say. But Southampton was basically beaten. The opposing coach is likely to put all the main players in the second half for the sake of face. Not letting the newcomers play can also be considered as protecting the newcomers. Linda hurriedly said, doesn't the contract state that Duran must play? Edwards shrugged, yes, but if the opposing coach only lets Duran play in the last 5 minutes, then we can't say anything. Linda sighed and lowered her voice and said, I really want to see how Duran plays in this unfavorable situation. But I'm afraid it's really like you said, Duran will only play in the last 5 minutes. At this moment, in the Southampton locker room, the players sat in front of their lockers dejectedly, and no one spoke. The only sound in the visiting team's locker room was the deafening background song All Round the Field of Anfield Road in Anfield. Coach Adkins crossed his arms over his chest, pursed his lips and said nothing, like a solidified plaster statue. When he was directing on the spot, Coach Adkins almost never stopped talking, but after leaving the field, Coach Adkins returned to his sullen and poker-faced state. Silence is the best question. The players were on pins and needles, each of them feeling uneasy, especially Hammond, Pulis, Butterfield, and Tafazoli who came on later. Hammond and Pulis made frequent mistakes in the first half, and they were responsible for all 3 goals. Although Butterfield, the right back, had a good run, his cross was too loose and his performance was not good enough. Tafazoli, who came on later, was one of Harding's younger brothers, and he also had no performance, and was almost invisible. In the first half, Lallana and Schneiderlin's performances were also disappointing, far from the level they should have. Canali, who came on later, suffered from his old knee injury in the confrontation with the strong Godglen. The score after the game must be terrible. Harding's performance was okay, with several wonderful interceptions, but he made no achievements in offense, let alone breaking through the wing, and he didn't even make a few passes in the first half. Walton's physical strength was no longer good, and he was hiding in the corner, secretly taking snuff to refresh himself. Davis' performance was actually okay, but Davis lost 3 goals, and didn't dare to look up and speak. The entire visiting team's locker room was as dull as water, and everyone was about to suffocate in this silence. It took a long time. Assistant coach Andy cleared his throat, and whispered to the statue-like head coach Adkins, Coach, it's time to go on the court soon. Do you want to give the players a lecture? Adkins then moved, looked around with sharp eyes, and then said in a slightly hoarse voice, we are all professionals. Let's play well in the second half. Davis, Chamberlain, Duran, other players. I thought Coach Adkins would explode with anger and scold everyone one by one, but I didn't expect that after more than 10 minutes, he would only say such a casual remark. Captain Davis stood up with his head held high. Brothers, the coach is right. We are all professional players. We must live up to our professional contracts. We must live up to the Saints fans who have come from afar to support us. In this game, we have to play with the blood of Southampton. Even if we lose in the end, we can't let the fans down. That's right. The Saints are moving forward. Come on. Southampton. The players formed a circle, palms over palms, cheering for themselves. the lifeless Southampton team finally regained some morale. After refueling, the players walked out of the locker room and headed for the player tunnel. When Guran was about to follow him out, Coach Adkins called him. "Boo, wait a moment." "Yes, coach." Coach Adkins said, "Today, I'm going to give you only the last 5 minutes of playing time." Guran's heart sank. 5 minutes of garbage time, what can I do? But I can play for 90 minutes without stopping. Guran complained crazily in his heart, but his face did not show any unhappy expression. Although he is the same age as Chamberlain, as a reborn, he is much calmer than Chamberlain. Besides, Coach Adkins is a heavy breather. As expected, Coach Adkins said again, "But, I want to hear your opinion first." Guran immediately said, "Coach, as a player, I obey your arrangements. If you want to hear my true thoughts, then I will say, please give me more playing time. I will give you an on-field miracle." Coach Adkins' poker face trembled suddenly, and his face was full of shock. As a head coach, he has also seen all kinds of players. Some are timid and cowardly, and some are crazy and boundless, but it is the first time that Coach Adkins has seen a player as calm and confident as Guran. Chamberlain is also very confident, but compared with Guran's confidence, it is not at the same level at all. Coach Adkins pursed his lips slightly and said, "If you play in the second half, and we still lose this friendly match by a large margin, the Saints fans who have high hopes for you will turn their love for you into hatred for you, and you will bear the responsibility for the loss that you should not have borne." Guran smiled slightly. "I know." Coach Adkins asked, "Do you dare to play, even though you know this?" Guran's black eyes were full of passion and desire for competitive sports. "It is precisely because I know this, that I have to play even more. I can't retreat to protect myself, when the fans have high hopes for me. That's not me, this is me." Coach Adkins was slightly startled, then nodded slightly to Guran, and without saying anything more, he walked straight out of the locker room. Coach Adkins' steps seemed to be more determined than when he returned to the locker room before. The second half began with the cheers and jumping of the Cop fans. The two sides changed the venue. Liverpool stood in the south half and attacked from south to north, while Southampton stood in the north half and attacked from north to south. Southampton still adopted a defensive approach, shrinking in their own back half. Liverpool, with 3 goals in hand, played very relaxed, and all 3 lines pressed past the half. Only 5 minutes into the second half, Southampton striker Canali was knocked to the ground by the strong God Glenn again. Canali covered his knees in pain and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. After checking the situation, the referee signaled for a stretcher to go on the field. Canali did not look optimistic and would not be able to play for at least a month. This was undoubtedly worse for Southampton. Coach Adkins immediately made substitutions. Number 9 Barnard was substituted. At the same time, number 6 Font replaced the poorly performing right back to Fazili. Number 7 Lambert replaced the poorly performing midfielder Hammond. However, Adkins still did not let Guran play. Guran continued to keep calm and wait patiently on the bench. On the other side, Coach Hodgson also began to replace the team's main players one after another. Although Liverpool was already leading by 3 goals, the main players still had to make their debut. Daniel Agger, the number 5 centre-back, replaced Scrotel, and Jamie Carragher, the number 23 vice-captain, replaced Derby. In this way, Liverpool's defence line was already a full lineup of main players. As soon as Jamie Carragher came on the court, Joe Cole ran up with a smile, took off the captain's armband he had worn for most of the game, and put it on Carragher's arm. Carragher happily clapped his hands with Joe Cole, and then quickly ran to take his position. The game continued. In the 10 minutes after this substitution, Liverpool's offensive came one after another. Southampton's defense was as embarrassed as it could be. Fortunately, Liverpool did not have much cooperation, and the offense was basically a personal waste of shots. Southampton's defense once again supported Liverpool's bombardment. Although the scene was ugly, the score did not expand further. Southampton seemed to have stabilized the situation again. The game was in the 65th minute. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, Newbie. Welcome to the professional competition. Duran, your welcome is not warm enough. 63rd minute of the second half. Liverpool's Ngago received a pass from Glenn and quickly dribbled the ball forward on Southampton's left side. Holmes and Harding on the left side of Southampton immediately stepped forward to intercept, and Lambert in the middle retreated to assist. Loud Carragher loudly reminded Ngago to cross the middle. In the middle, Joe Cole and Maxey were ready to receive, but Ngago completely ignored the captain Carragher's orders on the field and continued to stick to the ball and advance. Holmes rushed up to defend Ngago closely according to the on-the-spot command of Coach Adkins. Ngago disdained it and directly used his body to knock the short Holmes away and then quickly got rid of him with a speed. Yeah. The Red Army fans burst into an excited cheer. They never get tired of seeing such a body being forced to eat. Holmes' 1.7 meter figure was really at a disadvantage in this kind of English Super League confrontation. Ngago, who was 1.9 meters tall, almost drove straight into the left. Harding went forward to defend, but Ngago made an emergency stop and flexibly pulled the ball past Harding, easily passing Harding. Harding's turning speed was obviously much slower than Ngago's. Lambert, who was nearby, hurried to fill in the position. Ngago suddenly stopped and turned around to pass the ball through Harding's crotch. Yeah. The Red Army fans cheered happily. This continuous passing scene was so showy and beautiful. Harding was passed by Ngago twice in a row, and he was simply powerless to resist. Especially the second time he was passed through the crotch. The Southampton fans were so embarrassed. Harding blushed and turned around to chase the ball, but Ngago was obviously faster. He pushed Harding and controlled the ball before Harding, then accelerated to get rid of it and cut into the penalty area from the left rib. The cheers at Anfield came one after another. Even Guran, who was sitting on the bench, couldn't help but secretly admire. Ngago at this time was really too talented. Not to mention that Harding, who was at the level of the English Championship, couldn't defend against Ngago. Even the defenders of the English Premier League would find it difficult to defend against the extremely talented Ngago. Guran quickly deduced in his mind how he should face Ngago after he came on the court. After all, as a left back, the opponent was Ngago. It was inevitable to fight with Ngago. Just when Ngago was about to cut into the penalty area, Harding grabbed Ngago's jersey with all his strength. Ngago lost his balance and was directly pulled down outside the penalty area. All the Liverpool fans roared. The referee blew the whistle immediately, showing Harding a yellow card, and awarded Liverpool a free kick on the left side of the penalty area. Yeah. The Cop fans all cheered excitedly. Ngago also stood up from the grass with a grin and shook hands with his teammates triumphantly. Ngago's personal performance just now was really wonderful, and although the angle of this free kick was a little off, it was only about 20 meters away from the goal. At this distance, it was completely possible to shoot directly. The Cop fans hugged and jumped in the stands to celebrate, as if the score was already 4-0. The Saints fans were full of pain and didn't want to watch the next scene anymore. For them, this was really a disaster. Harding, who received a yellow card, was even more dejected. Just now, Ngago passed two people in a row and received a yellow card. His mentality has exploded. At this time, it is really necessary to change players. If there is no change, the left side will be broken by Ngago alone. Coach Adkins frowned and turned from the tactical area back to the bench, saying in a deep voice, "Substitution." Most of the substitutes lowered their heads, fearing that they would be called out. If they played at this time, they would undoubtedly be blamed. Even if they did not, their post-match ratings would not be high, and the post-match ratings of each game would determine the player's value in the transfer market and the treatment of the contract renewal. Even Chamberlain, who had been clamoring to play before, shut his mouth at this time. Only Guran still raised his head and looked at Coach Adkins with eager eyes. Then he heard Coach Adkins call out his name, "Chamberlain, go warm up." Yes. Chamberlain stood up reluctantly and warmed up urgently. When the score was 1-0, He could shout "I can turn the tide," and when the score was 2:0, he could also shout "I can turn the tide," but when the score was 3:0 at Anfield, Chamberlain really had no confidence to shout "I can turn the tide." Coach Adkins moved his gaze to Guran again, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Gu, you should warm up as well." He wanted Guran to play last, but Harding had obviously been kicked out, so a new left back had to be substituted to guard the left side. "Yes, coach." Guran stood up calmly and walked out of the bench. Although he remained calm on the surface, Guran's inner excitement had already reached its peak. "Finally. My professional debut is finally here. This is my first time. Although I have had many firsts, those were all amateur and informal competitions before. And this time, it is the first time in an official competition. It is the first time that I can compete with big name stars on the same field. Although there are only 25 minutes left in this game, although we are still 3 goals behind, although the opponent is the powerful Liverpool, although we are facing the crazy cop, although it is a big headwind situation, but such a debut is meaningful." Guran stood on the sidelines, in front of all the fans, and quickly took off his pants. He changed into sneakers. Then he jumped and stretched on the sidelines. Gu. It's Gu. Is Guran going to appear? I finally waited for it. Ha ha ha. I saw Gu taking off his pants. Gu looks so handsome when he takes off his pants. The Saints are moving forward. I can't wait to see the surprised expressions of those Liverpool fans. Gu. Come on. Come on. The Southampton fans who were originally silent and depressed were all excited and cheered when they saw Guran appear on the sidelines. More than 5,000 Saints who came from afar burst into a powerful roar at this moment. The Liverpool fans in the cop stands were startled by the sudden cheers of the Southampton fans. What's going on? Southampton is about to lose the 4th goal, and they are still so happy. It seems that their Chinese player number 8 is about to appear on the field. A newcomer is actually treated like a star. Those country bumpkins in Southampton really haven't seen the world. Southampton really has no one to replace. The central defender Walton can't even run, but he is still not replaced. I bet that this Chinese kid will be knocked down by Glenn within 5 minutes of coming up. I bet this kid will be made to doubt his life by Ngogo. This kid is unlucky to meet us Liverpool in his first professional game. Ha ha ha. Liverpool score another 3 goals. How can 3 more goals be enough? Score 5 more. This game is too easy for Liverpool. Just keep pressing on Southampton's left side and blow up their left side. That's right. If playing in the Premier League could be that easy, it would be so cool. Liverpool fans all laughed and waited to see the joke of number 8 Guran. Happy boy Sterling, who was sitting in the stands behind the home team's substitute bench, was pursing his lips and staring at Guran. In the main stand, the proprietress Linda, who was dressed in red, was so excited that she almost stood up from her seat. Guran finally appeared. He finally appeared. Edwards behind her hurriedly reminded her, "Ms. Linda, calm down. Calm down. Guran is still our opponent now. You can't cheer for Guran in front of all the fans." Linda quickly restrained herself and nodded. "Oh, right. In the stands behind the visiting team's substitute bench, Elizabeth excitedly cheered, "Gu. Come on. Come on." Although she didn't understand football, she was still very excited to see someone she knew playing on the field. Max Xati and others who were watching the game were also very excited and cheered crazily for Guran. Kyo-shan, who dunked over Jordan, updated the post on his mobile phone. In the 66th minute of the second half, Guran is warming up urgently. Suddenly, the popularity of the post exploded again. Soon, the 4th official raised a sign, and Holmes and Harding were substituted. Holmes high-fived Chamberlain, and Chamberlain ran into the court with his head down. When Harding left the court, he did not high-five with Guran as usual, but sneered and said, "Even I can't defend against that Njego, and you can't. You will be beaten by him." Guran focused on the set-piece defense position on the court, and ignored Harding's sarcasm. After Harding walked out of the sideline, Guran quickly rushed into the court and ran to take position. When Harding walked to the bench, he took the initiative to reach out and high-fived Coach Adkins, but Coach Adkins pretended not to see it. Fortunately, assistant coach Andy came over and high-fived Harding, which eased Harding's embarrassment. In fact, Harding's performance in this game was okay, showing his strength. But he shouldn't have not high-fived Guran when he was substituted off the field. This was an unprofessional performance. Harding sat back on the bench, drinking the electrolyte water handed over by his younger brothers, staring at Guran, waiting to see Guran make a fool of himself. At this time, according to the previous tactical drill, Guran stood on the left side of the human wall. Goalkeeper Davis was very experienced in directing the human wall to move slightly, leaving no space for the Liverpool team. Joe Cole stood in front of the penalty spot, ready to take the penalty kick. Joe Cole was not Liverpool's first penalty taker, but when Gerrard, Kuit and others were not on the field, according to the order, he should take the penalty kick. But at this time, Jago walked up to Joe Cole confidently and whispered a few words to Joe Cole. Obviously, Jago wanted the right to take the free kick. Although there is a penalty kick order within the team, generally when teammates ask for the right to take a penalty kick, they can give it up. After all, this is just a friendly match, and this set piece was indeed created by Ngogo's wonderful performance. Joe Cole was actually a little reluctant, but he had just been recruited by Liverpool not long ago, so he was embarrassed to refuse Ngogo's request. It was not worthwhile to hurt the harmony between teammates for a goal in a friendly match. So Joe Cole smiled and stepped away. Ngogo stood at the penalty spot and aimed at the goal. The Southampton fans in the north stand booed wildly and waved flags to distract Ngogo's attention. Ngogo smiled extremely confidently, suddenly started his run up, and kicked the ball hard. The football rose from the ground like a cannonball. This kick was very powerful, but the angle was a bit low. Ngogo obviously did not control the accuracy of his footwork. When the football flew over the wall of people, the 1.9 meter high school defender JD jumped up desperately and blocked it with a header. Bang! The football hit JD's forehead hard, flew high into the sky, and then fell into the small penalty area by inertia. JD was knocked to the ground by the force of the kick. His brow bone was broken, and his head was covered with blood. But JD got up without saying a word and continued to fight for the second landing point. Tunisia's golden generation, personal ability and fighting spirit are really not exaggerated. At this moment, Southampton players and Liverpool players rushed into the small penalty area like a swarm of bees to compete for the second landing point. At the critical moment, Captain Davis rushed out and jumped high, punching the football. The football was immediately cleared out of the penalty area. Two figures started almost simultaneously, chasing the football like the wind. The first figure is Jago. Jago's position is the best, closer to the football that is about to roll out of the left sideline. With his speed, it is very likely that he will intercept the ball and organize an attack again. Seeing this, the other Liverpool players continued to press into the small penalty area, waiting for Ngogo to stop the ball and then turn around to cross the ball. However, another figure rushed out from the depths of the penalty area, biting Ngogo tightly. There was even a possibility that he would surpass Ngogo and stop the ball first. Ngogo was surprised when he heard the rapid and powerful footsteps behind him and subconsciously looked back. He saw that Southampton's number 8 player Guran, who had just been substituted on the field, was speeding up to catch up. Ngogo's scalp suddenly went numb. He never expected that a rookie in English League One would be so fast. Ngogo then gritted his teeth, and his two long black legs accelerated desperately. The frequency was so fast that it was almost invisible. However, Guran's frequency was faster. Amid the screams of Southampton's female fans, Guran was not only not thrown away by Ngogo, but had already caught up to Ngogo's side. He could reach out and grab Ngogo's jersey. The cops at the scene all took a breath of cold air. They knew Ngogo's speed very well. Even though Ngogo had played for most of the game, his physical fitness was not at its peak, and his peak speed had also decreased. It should be no problem to eat a League One rookie alive. But now, Ngogo was about to be eaten alive by a League One rookie? What was going on? The Chinese boy number 8 was so powerful? Ngogo, are you acting? Just as the cops were surprised, the Southampton fans in the north stand started cheering wildly. They had witnessed the famous scene of Guran being eaten alive many times, but this time, it was more passionate than ever before. This was a live eating in a professional match. The opponent who was about to be eaten alive was a talented Premier League star. Moreover, this was a scene of a big adverse situation. Guran had just come on the court and was about to show his edge. For a while, Southampton fans were screaming wildly, calling their husbands and male gods, and calling their fathers to fuck him. Sterling, who was sitting behind the home team's bench, murmured, "That's right, that's the feeling, that's the incredible, terrifying feeling." Ahalinda, the female boss sitting in the main stand, subconsciously twisted her snake-like waist. Watching such a high-frequency sprint confrontation live is much more exciting than watching it in a small video. Elizabeth, who was sitting behind the visiting team's bench, opened her mouth in surprise, stared at Guran, who was sprinting like the wind on the field with her agate green eyes wide open, excitedly watching. She never thought that Guran would be so fast. She had seen Guran's muscles, and even Guran's majestic and heroic figure in full light, but this was the first time she saw Guran sprint. Too fierce. Really too fierce. Elizabeth's chest couldn't help rising and falling. Kyo-shan, who dunked over Jordan, watched Guran sprint and chase, while blindly typing a message on his mobile phone. In the 66th minute, Guran ate Liverpool's Njego alive with speed. All Liverpool fans were shocked. At this moment, Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines also clenched his fists excitedly and shouted loudly, "That's right. Go. Stick to him, and don't let him get the ball. Even if he is given an out-of-bounds ball, he can't easily kick the ball to the middle." In an instant, Guran blocked Ngogo with his body. Guran not only wanted to prevent Ngogo from getting the ball, but also to form a defensive counter-attack. In the second half, Southampton only had 3 miserable counter-attacks, and 2 of them didn't even cross the center line. The shooting rate was 0. Therefore, just defending Ngogo is definitely not enough. When Guran stuck to Ngogo, all the muscles in his body instantly increased their strength to fight. Ngogo didn't take Guran seriously at all. Although Guran caught up with him at a very fast speed, Ngogo was full of confidence and didn't think that the thin Guran could bring him any threat. In the eyes of most Liverpool fans, Guran's behavior of rushing up and actively using his body to fight Ngogo was simply like hitting a stone with a ball. Guran used his shoulder to squeeze the tall and strong Njego, trying to squeeze Njego out of the line of chasing the ball. However, Njego's body just shook a little and was not squeezed away by Guran. Njego immediately hit Guran with his shoulder and said sarcastically with great confidence, "Newbie, welcome to the professional game. Professional players are really fierce in their confrontation. Njego is also a really talented player." Guran immediately moved his mind and quickly allocated one of the 6 accumulated talent points to the strength attribute. The strength attribute was immediately increased from 75 points to 76 points. Then, at the moment when the strength attribute was increased, Guran's waist and abdomen sank, and his shoulder muscles exerted force again. That's right, there is no skill, just hard confrontation. Go. Njego suddenly felt a tank-like force coming. Before he could understand what was going on, his 1.9 meter tall, 80 kilogram body was pushed back 3 steps. Because he was totally unprepared and running too fast, Ngogo lost his balance, stumbled a few steps, and fell flat on his face. Guran didn't forget to say, "Your welcome is not warm enough." Suddenly, the entire cop stand was as quiet as the Busan Library. Chapter 292, The Dragon on the Wing, that ignites the Anfield Road stands. The classic scene of overtaking on the outside lane reappears. This scene happened too fast. Not only the cop stands, but almost all Liverpool fans were stunned. Originally, Guran showed his wine-chasing speed as soon as he came on the court, which was enough to surprise Liverpool fans. In just a few seconds, Guran's physical confrontation strength made Liverpool fans stunned. Liverpool fans were shocked. This Chinese boy looks so thin, but he can burst out such a strong confrontation force. Is this acting? Yes, it must be. Compared to the continuous shock of Liverpool fans, the Southampton fans in the Anfield Road stands on the north side burst into crazy cheers and shouts. After being suppressed by silence for most of the game, the Saints can finally roar wantonly. The Saints flags waved, and the beautiful cheerleaders shouted Guran's name in unison. The entire Anfield Stadium was completely shrouded by the roar of more than 5,000 Saints fans. This is also the first time, since the start of the game, that the roar of the Saints has overwhelmed the roar of the powerful cops. Yeah. Happy boy Sterling could hardly hide the joy on his face. I was defeated by Guran in the first place. Ha ha ha. It's not that I can't do it, it's really not that I can't do it. Oh, the female boss Linda on the main stand was trembling with excitement. This is much more exciting than watching a short video. Goo. You are so awesome. Elizabeth completely forgot her melancholy and shouted madly for Guran. Kyo-shan, who dunked over Jordan, also quickly typed on the keyboard of his mobile phone. Guran used his body to fight and knocked down the Blackburn Jago. Southampton fans are excited. A female Southampton fan took off her clothes to cheer for Guran. Unfortunately, no one can see it counterattack. Everyone counterattack. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines shouted with his fists hoarsely. This was also the most excited time he shouted in the whole game. After Guran pushed Ngo away, he accelerated to the sideline without stopping. He stopped suddenly and stepped on the ball, which perfectly released the inertia of the sprint. He stopped the ball and stopped on the sideline. Then, Guran started quickly and pushed forward along the left road. Southampton's fourth defensive counter-attack in the second half is coming. Yeah. That's it. I'm happy. I'm already happy. I've been holding it back for almost a whole game, and finally I'm waiting for this passionate scene. Southampton's fans were so excited that they were about to cry. At the same time, Ngo also climbed up from the grass with his hands and feet and chased Guran with all his strength. He felt that he was careless just now. He wanted to regain the face he lost from Guran. Ngo's starting speed reached his unprecedented extreme. He was like a black lightning. Ngo is really a talented player, and he is really the future of Liverpool. After being knocked down by Guran, he was able to start chasing so quickly. Seeing Gogo's dedication, the cops cheered excitedly. Gogo was only 2 body lengths away from Guran. 1 second later, with Gogo's full pursuit, he was only 3 body lengths away from Guran. 2 seconds later, with Gogo's full pursuit, he was only 4 body lengths away from Guran. Cops, Guran is too fast. If Gogo's speed is like lightning, then Guran's speed is like lightning in a storm. Guran's speed is not only fast, but his running posture is full of Ronaldo's violent aesthetics. Gogo tried his best, but couldn't catch up with Guran. Of course, there was a physical impact. After all, Gogo played more than 60 minutes more than Guran, but he couldn't catch up. He couldn't even catch up with his shadow. Seeing Guran dribbling the ball across the center line, the roars and screams of Southampton fans never stopped. Gogo's mentality exploded. He couldn't believe that he was abused by a newcomer in English Football League 1. Light a blue skill bubble is generated under Njego's feet. Guran sensed it, and Guran also left enough time for 10 pickups today, but Guran has no time to take care of it now. Let's deal with this wave of defensive counter-attacks first. Guran's Son of the Wind is fully activated. Njego is still chasing him fiercely behind him. Playing with professional players, especially with talented professional players, is really fun. Of course, physical energy consumption is also greater. However, with only 20 minutes in the second half, physical energy consumption is not a problem at all. Guran rushed forward without reservation. Guran's adrenaline also soared to the extreme, and the sprint speed also reached the peak state during his training. This perfect competitive state is the result of his self-discipline. Just as Guran started to counter-attack, Liverpool also responded quickly on defense. The Liverpool players who were originally gathered in the Southampton penalty area quickly retreated to defend in an instant. Although their retreat speed was slower than Guran, it was faster than other Southampton players. In addition to the difference in ability, there is also the reason that the cooperation between the Southampton players and Guran is not tacit enough. From top to bottom, no one in the team could have thought that Guran could eat up the talented English Premier League star Gogo with speed and body in an instant. Southampton's players are still thinking about slowly counter-attacking, and the defensive counter-attack required by Coach Adkins is exactly Guran's quick blitz. That's right, fighting a positional war with Liverpool, is bound to lose, and only a quick raid will have a chance. When Southampton's teammates reacted, Duran had already broken through the midfield. Duran rushed too fast, and his teammates could not form effective tactical support for Duran in a short time. In the whole process from Duran's hard fight with Ngogo to Duran's quick counter-attack with the ball, Liverpool's head coach Hodgson was still sitting steadily on the bench as before, without any on-the-spot command and deployment. Although Duran's speed and physical confrontation really surprised Hodgson, no, it was twice surprising, but Hodgson was not panicked at the moment. A single soldier without tactical support is not to be feared under Liverpool's defensive capabilities. In terms of personal ability, right back Glenn Johnson can deal with this Chinese kid. Sure enough, the strong god Glenn Johnson quickly cut across from the rib area and intercepted Duran's front area very experiencedly. The team vice chairman Walton shouted loudly, "Go! Pass back to the middle! Pass back!" Lambert also hurried to the middle to coordinate the run. Chamberlain and Lallana also accelerated to follow up. Chamberlain ran to the middle while constantly raising his hand to Duran. "Give it to me! Give it to me!" Duran glanced at the position of Lambert and others. Lambert, Chamberlain and others were not in a good position. Their speed was obviously not as fast as Liverpool's defensive players, let alone any tactical fulcrum. To be honest, Southampton's counter-attack had no formation at all. It was almost completely cut off by Liverpool's defense, and it could not provide a tactical fulcrum. Joe Cole and Maxi Rodriguez were waiting for an opportunity next to Lambert and others. Agger and Carragher were also squatting near the middle of the midfield. Liverpool's formation was like a pocket, and Carragher was the rope that tied the pocket. And the route that the strong god Glenn rushed over happened to block most of Duran's cross routes. The gap between the two teams and the process of switching from defense to offense / from offense to defense was not a little bit big. This is a gap that cannot be denied. It can be said that Liverpool is really worthy of being a century-old giant. Even in the case of a sudden counter-attack, their instantaneous defensive reaction is extremely superb. In this case, if the ball is forced, it is likely that Glenn will stretch his foot to intercept it. In order to successfully cross the ball, Duran must first slow down and hit Glenn behind him, so that Glenn has no time to turn around and intercept. But what's the point? Even if the pass is successful, this counter-attack cannot be launched. Liverpool's defensive focus is in the middle. At this time, Chamberlain or Lambert will face the hunting defense of Maxi, Carragher and other stars. Carragher, the defensive terminal, must be bypassed. Therefore, at this time, it is necessary to rely on personal ability to pass Glenn, so as to disrupt Liverpool's defense line that is about to be deployed, and involve them to move to the left, so as to create space in the middle. In the moment of looking up, Duran's high football IQ quickly made a decision. Duran slowed down slightly and made a gesture to avoid Glenn's interception of the cross. Glenn also slowed down immediately and turned around to intercept. At this time, the distance between the two was only 5 meters. Ngogo behind Duran was only about 6 or 7 meters behind Duran. This was a partial double teaming by Liverpool. Duran's dribbling space has become very narrow. Everyone thought that Duran slowed down in order to pass the ball out of the danger zone. However, Duran just faked a move and did not pass the ball. Instead, after slowing down, he suddenly accelerated again and continued to advance rapidly along the left sideline. Such a change in speed and rhythm immediately made the strong god Glenn feel a little numb. Glenn was also forced to speed up and hit Duran's shoulder with force. Glenn's physical confrontation is not only the strongest in Liverpool, but also a rare opponent in the Premier League. The only player who can fight with Glenn is probably Drogba. If an ordinary player is hit by Glenn, even if he is not injured, he will have to grin for a long time, and being knocked to the ground is even more normal. Duran's strength and physical attributes are already professional level, but now Duran does not dare to fight with the Premier League strong god Glenn. Duran uses his brain to play football. The body is just a tool. Duran stopped again, followed by a step down turn +1 and a side cut +2. These two ordinary basic skills are perfectly and smoothly connected together. Duran easily avoided Glenn's collision with a simple move and knocked the ball through Glenn's back. Glenn was shocked. He couldn't believe that a pure rookie in the English League One could make such a calm, simple and effective pass in front of him. The fans in the cop stands were also shocked. They all couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe that the number 8 Chinese kid on the opposite side could actually pass the experienced Glenn. Moreover, it was such a simple move. This Chinese kid may not be the fastest or the strongest in physical confrontation, but he is playing football with his brain. He should compete with speed when it is time to compete with speed, and he will not hesitate to use his body when it is time to compete with his body. When it is not time to compete with speed or body, he will never be reckless, especially in terms of grasping the speed and rhythm. He is simply a veteran. No wonder he dares to wear number 8. For the first time, the cops realized that this Chinese kid named Guran is definitely not simple. The emotions of the Saints fans on the north side were ignited by Guran's wonderful passing. The screams and roars of more than 5,000 people have not stopped since Guran first touched the ball, and they are getting more and more crazy. Coach Hodgson, who has been sitting on the bench, couldn't help but frown slightly at this time. Just when Guran was about to completely get rid of Glenn and Gogo's double teaming and speed up to cut inside, Glenn turned quickly and grabbed Guran's jersey. Guran's speed was immediately reduced because of Glenn's pulling. The Saints fans immediately booed wildly. A famous Premier League star actually used such a bad trick to defend a newcomer in the English League One. This is really embarrassing. However, Glenn didn't care and grabbed Guran's jersey and didn't let go, not letting Guran get rid of it. Guran tried hard, but he couldn't plow Glenn at all. Glenn is too strong. This is a very difficult test. Glenn restricted Guran's speed by fouling. Gogo quickly came up from behind, and Guran was about to fall into the desperate situation of being double teamed. But the referee did not mean to blow the whistle. At this moment, Southampton's teammates also tried their best to support. Seeing that he could not use his strength to make Glenn plow the ground, Guran immediately turned half-turn to protect the ball calmly, and used his body to hold Glenn's strong body like an ox, while pointing to the unmanned area near the middle and shouting, "Chamberlain! Chamberlain!" This is to command Chamberlain to run to the empty space to respond. Chamberlain immediately accelerated and changed his line, shouting, "Ha! It turns out that you still have to rely on me." Chamberlain's speed was very fast, and Joe Cole, who was guarding him, could not catch up. Southampton's star of hope is not called for nothing. At this time, central defender Daniel Agger rushed up and rushed to the area of Guran's finger almost at the same time as Chamberlain. In an instant, Liverpool team once again found a 3-on-2 zone defense. Guran passed the ball. Guran saw his toes buckle, and then the arch of his foot pushed forward. The football did not roll to the area he just pointed to, but rolled straight forward from in front of Glenn to the deeper sideline. At this moment, everyone at the scene was stunned. Everyone, including the cops, the Saints, the coaches of both sides, and the players on the field, thought that Guran passed the ball to Chamberlain. Chamberlain himself was also ready to go straight to the middle after receiving the pass. However, Guran deceived everyone. Guran passed the ball to the unmanned area on the sideline. Is this a pass error? No. No. Could it be that, before everyone could fully react, Guran, who was without the ball, suddenly started and shook off Glenn's pull? Ejection start. Glenn quickly started and reached out to grab Guran's jersey again. But it was too late. Glenn missed this time. Not only did he miss, but Glenn almost lost his balance. This change was too fast. Glenn never thought that he would be fooled by a newcomer in English Football League One. And he was fooled twice. The first time he was overtaken by an emergency stop, and the second time he was faked by a pass. Glenn could only swing his legs and chase desperately. But speed is not Glenn's strong point. At this moment, Guran's speed is 71, burst is 78, high speed sprint dribbling +4, extreme acceleration, son of the wind +2, all open. Black-haired Bale. The famous scene of overtaking in the outside lane reappears. The cop fans were all dumbfounded. Is Southampton a demon star factory? How come there is another Gareth Bale? And he is an extremely rare Chinese? The Saints fans were proud and screamed wildly. The shouts of Chinese dad resounded throughout the Anfield Stadium. Guran passed the ball to himself 3 seconds later. There was no obstacle in front of Guran. The strong god Glenn and the rejoice brother Jego were all left behind. The central defender Aga's defense also failed. Not only did it fail, but it was also out of position. An extremely deadly gap appeared in the right rib area of Liverpool. Guran cut inside with the ball. Almost instantly, he cut into Liverpool's 30-meter area. This is also the most serious counter-attack crisis Liverpool has faced so far in this game. Liverpool's head coach Hodgson was also a little impatient at this time. All the fans of Southampton stood up and cheered crazily for their rising star, the Chinese father. Let's not talk about whether he can score a goal, just Guran's courage to ride alone for thousands of miles, and the wonderful process of Guran passing Jego and Glenn make people excited. Light Glenn, who was crushed by his IQ, also dropped a blue skill bubble. Guran had no time to take care of it and continued to dribble the ball diagonally into the Liverpool penalty area. Central defender and captain Carragher called on other players to fill in the position while accelerating to intercept Guran. Liverpool's entire defensive formation quickly gathered towards Guran. In addition to Chamberlain and Lallana, who responded to the central area outside the penalty area, other Southampton players have not been able to respond. It's not that they are too slow, but that Guran is too fast. From the time Guran fought for the ball hit by Davis to the time Guran cut into Liverpool's penalty area, it took no more than 20 seconds. In the meantime, Guran slowed down, stopped suddenly, started several times, and had physical confrontations with Ngogo and Glenn. When Guran dribbled into Liverpool's penalty area, he was completely surrounded by 6 Liverpool defenders. The encirclement shrank rapidly, and the passing lines were almost cut off. Even if Guran wanted to pass the ball to Lallana, it was difficult to find an opportunity. The time left for Guran was very short, shorter than the time he had kicked in the penalty area in any previous game. Carragher was very experienced in blocking the position and blocking Guran's channel to continue breaking through. Chapter 293 scored with the first touch. The whole Anfield Stadium was shocked. Carragher got green light. The passage in front of Guran was completely blocked by Carragher. Although Carragher is 33 years old this year and has no belly button since childhood, Carragher's ability is quite strong. Carragher has been a student of Liverpool's Kirkby Youth Training Camp since he was 9 years old. He has been in Liverpool throughout his career and is an absolute loyal soul of Liverpool, although his favourite team since childhood is Everton, and although he also has a nickname called Dean of the Ulang Academy. Carragher has played for Liverpool 727 times in total and scored a total of 12 goals, 5 of which were scored normally, and the other 7 were scored into his own goal with own goals. Carragher is also the 3rd player in the history of the Premier League who has scored the most goals for Liverpool, second only to Andy Cole and Henry. Liverpool also has a deputy dean of the Ulang Academy, who is the escaped brother Skritel, who has been substituted. Is it really bitter? Look at the Red Army Liverpool. But then again, even if Carragher's defensive ability cannot be regarded as the strongest in the Premier League, it can definitely be ranked in the top 20 of the Premier League. Carragher is a player who is not very talented, but very hard-working, and has a lot of mental strength. In the night of the 2005 Istanbul Champions League final, Carragher played the best performance of his career in the second half and overtime, which he can brag about for the rest of his life. Carragher perfectly demonstrated what an iron guard is on the field, fighting to the point of cramps, carrying Kaka, Gattuso, Seedorf, Shevchenko, and blocking Milan's deadly attacks. After the two sides tied 3-3 in the 110th minute of the second half of overtime, Milan Sajinho made a low pass from the left. Carragher struggled to break the ball out of the baseline and fell to the ground in pain due to cramps. It's not that Carragher's physical fitness is too poor, but that the two sides of the Champions League final fought too hard. To be conservative, the intensity of the 15-minute game in the Champions League final is stronger than the intensity of the entire game played by the Chinese national team. At this time, Liverpool had no substitutions, and all the Red Army fans were worried. In the 113th minute, Carragher, relying on his strong mental will, dragged his injured leg and flew in front of the goal to clear the ball again, blocking another wave of Milan's deadly attack. It was because of Carragher's desperate efforts that Liverpool was able to go from 3 goals behind in the first half to a tie in the second half, and then blocked the opponent's crazy attack in overtime, and achieved a miraculous reversal through a penalty shootout in the Champions League final in Istanbul. This is the most classic battle in the Champions League final, and it is also the famous Istanbul miracle. Carragher is one of the important creators of the Istanbul miracle in 2005. Objectively speaking, he is indeed not the best defender, far worse than Maldini, Fernandes and others, even worse than Gary Neville, and not as good as the iron-blooded Terry who slept with Bridges' girlfriend. However, Carragher can definitely be called a loyal, experienced and very hard-working defender. It is absolutely unwise to want to confront Carragher with your body. Carragher's body is not as strong as Glenn Johnson, but once Carragher is close to him, there is basically no chance to kick. But if he couldn't get past Carragher, Duran's quick counter-attack would be delayed. Liverpool's other players were also very fast. As long as Duran hesitated, or was a little afraid, he would be in a desperate situation. Facing the experienced Carragher, Duran was very calm. When he was about to rush to Carragher's face, Duran suddenly slowed down and showed a Matthews shoulder drop in front of Carragher. All the cops couldn't help but exclaimed. A rookie in the English League One actually dared to show off in front of Carragher, the loyal soul of the Red Army. Let's not talk about whether he can get past Carragher. Just the courage of a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger is already worthy of admiration. Carragher was also stunned for a moment, but he immediately saw through Duran's fake move. Carragher's tightly pursed lips curled slightly, and his body did not move with Duran's shoulder, but took the opportunity to kick decisively and shovel the ball under Duran's feet. This kick was fast and accurate, and at the same time full of arrogance. Generally speaking, defenders will not kick easily, and Carragher dared to do so, simply because he felt that he had completely seen through this Chinese kid. At the moment when Carragher stretched out his foot, Duran suddenly passed the ball to his left foot. Carragher was shocked and quickly retracted his foot. If Duran was tripped in the penalty area, it would be a penalty. While Carragher was busy retracting his foot, Duran pulled the ball with his left foot, followed by a gorgeous Marcel turn, passing Carragher. Wow. Liverpool fans all exclaimed in disbelief. Combo? Carragher himself was also shocked. Carragher thought that Duran's Matthews shoulder sinking was over after he saw through it, but he never expected that Duran's Matthews shoulder sinking was just the beginning of a combo. Duran's real intention was to slow down when Matthews lowered his shoulder and leave space for the Marcel turn. Fake is a brain. Carragher didn't have time to think about it. He immediately turned around and squeezed Duran's body, forcibly stretched out his foot to intercept, and prevented Duran from shooting. Although he himself didn't believe that a novice left back would dare to ride on his face and shoot directly, his experience told him that Duran would definitely dare to shoot. Carragher's legs were like splits, stretched to the extreme. But he was still half a beat late. After Duran's Marcel turn, he avoided Carragher's foot range and kicked a heavy cannon directly towards Liverpool's goal. In such a short time, it is difficult for the heavy cannon to fully exert its power, but coupled with the elevation angle of the piercing arrow, it is completely enough. This shot was very sudden. It was very much like Alan Shearer's style. Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina thought Carragher had defended Duran in the last second, but the football shot over like a cannonball in this second. In a hurry, Reina misjudged. Reina thought it was a low ball, and then fell to the ground sideways to save it. The football was like an assassin's sharp blade, shaving Reina's head in an instant, and going straight into the top of the goal net. Reina turned his head and looked back in despair. The football shot into the goal, and the top of the goal net trembled. The ball went in. So clean. So neat. So domineering. So unstoppable. At this moment, the entire Anfield Stadium was shocked. The fans in the cop stands all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, their faces full of disbelief. Less than 2 minutes after being substituted on, Duran completed a one-on-one goal from the wing. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen at Anfield Stadium was immediately rewritten as Liverpool 3:1 Southampton. In the 68th minute of the second half, Southampton scored a goal. This was Southampton's first goal of the game. Although it was only the first one, and although they were still 2 behind, the shocking power of this goal was unparalleled. More than 40,000 Liverpool fans all fell into silence. After a short breath of suffocation, more than 5,000 Southampton fans were completely in a carnival. This goal was so wonderful, and it was a textbook defensive counter-attack. Guran ate Liverpool's talented player N'Galo with speed and strength, and used his super high football IQ to play with the strong god Glenn twice. Finally, in front of the loyal Sol Carragher, he showed a martial turn and a heavy artillery of piercing the clouds. Guran alone, in 20 seconds, penetrated Liverpool's entire right defense. Guran's debut, the first touch of the ball, there was a goal. So many Premier League stars of Liverpool were completely abused by a rookie in the English League One. The sky above Anfield was full of crazy shouts such as "Ayo ayo ayo, Chinese dad," and "My male god." Southampton fans finally raised their eyebrows. The previously suppressed emotions were swept away. Southampton fans hugged each other and jumped excitedly in the North Anfield Road stands. Sing. Liverpool. Why aren't you singing? Ha ha ha. You must be confused. Guran. 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 There is a young and handsome Chinese man named Guran. He easily knocked over the tall Jago. He played with the strong Glenn. Even Carragher, who has no belly button, can't stop him. Even Carragher, who has no belly button, can't stop him. Can't stop him. Southampton fans sang the Southampton High School song in unison. The extremely sarcastic lyrics resounded throughout Anfield. Liverpool fans were also angry that their teeth itched. With a score of 3-1, Liverpool was still leading by 2 goals. Logically, Liverpool fans wouldn't be annoyed. However, Guran's goal was too shocking for them. Almost all Liverpool fans looked down on Guran, a newcomer in the English League One, before the game, and even mocked Guran for daring to wear the number 8 jersey. However, as soon as Guran came on the field, he slapped them in the face with a series of extremely exciting performances. This kid even passed N'Galo, Glenn, and Carragher. He single-handedly broke through Liverpool. Isn't it amazing? Is he really a newcomer in the English League One? Where did Southampton dig up such a rare monster star? Why is such a monster star not from us Liverpool? Why? The Cop fans all looked complicated. On the home team's bench, Liverpool coach Hodgson was still sitting in his seat with a frown. What's going on? 2 minutes ago, it was a set-piece attack. How come in the blink of an eye, our right side was destroyed by the new number 8 player? That kid is the Guran mentioned in the pre-match press conference. That kid is something. However, he shouldn't be so monster. It must be that after we had a 3-goal advantage, the players on the field relaxed. Yes, it must be. N'Galo played too loosely, Glenn underestimated the opponent, Carragher was also careless, and Rihanna had just come on the field and was not ready yet. It's not a big problem. We still have 2 goals to win, and Kuit, Lampard and other offensive main players have not yet played. Now, the players on the field should also know the ability of this kid, and they will definitely tighten their defense. This situation will definitely not happen again. Okay, it's a friendly match, so letting the opponent score a goal is also a face-saving thing for them. Moreover, before the start of the new season, it is also good to let these players on the field suffer a little bit of setbacks to make them tense up. Don't panic. If the game ends at 3-1, it is also acceptable. Hodgson loosened his frown and smiled slightly. Yes, yes, yes. In the technical area of the visiting team on the other side, head coach Adkins excitedly punched and hugged the equally excited assistant coach Andy beside him. The 2 coaches were like children, excited and about to cry. Although this was just a friendly match, being able to score a goal against Liverpool at the powerful Anfield Stadium, even if they lost the game, it was already very face-saving. What's more, Guran's goal was beyond the expectations of all of them. Coach Adkins' original expectation was that Guran could defend Jago and prevent Jago from taking the ball on the sideline to reorganize the attack. He only wanted 1, but Guran did 10. 2 perfect. More perfect than perfect. It was simply that perfection's mother opened the door for perfection. Perfect to the extreme. For Coach Adkins, the most exciting part of the whole set of breakthrough shots was not Guran's use of speed and body to fight against Njego, nor was it Guran's clever fake pass with Chamberlain to get rid of the strong God Glenn, nor was it Guran's gorgeous passing move in the penalty area to shake off Carragher, nor was it Guran seizing the opportunity to shoot through the clouds. The most exciting part was that Guran fully interpreted his defensive counter-attack strategy. This also indirectly proved that his tactical strategy was absolutely correct. Having a player who can accurately execute the head coach's tactical strategy is what makes Coach Adkins most excited. As a head coach, Adkins can make players successful, but this time, it was Guran who made him successful. Coach Adkins wanted to rush onto the court right now and hug Guran and give him a good kiss. After seeing this goal, the substitutes on the visiting team's bench also jumped up excitedly and rushed to the sidelines to cheer Guran's name. Although they had a grudge against Guran before, it was all a misunderstanding. That's right. It was all a misunderstanding. Guran's goal made the entire Southampton team proud. Even Harding's younger brother Tafazali excitedly cheered. Harding was stunned. What are you doing, Liverpool? Can't you defend a newcomer in English Football League 1? Are you defending me so vigorously? It's okay if you can't defend him, but you let him score the first time he touched the ball when he came on the court. This is a piece of crap. Liverpool, you are a bunch of crap. Harding was about to go crazy, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only applaud with everyone with a fake smile. At the moment, when Guran scored, in the main stand, the boss's wife Linda jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly. The other Liverpool executives all had black lines on their faces. Our boss's wife is a fan of the opposing player. If we don't dig Guran over, others will definitely laugh at us, Liverpool, right? Fortunately, there is no media broadcast of this pre-season friendly match today. Edwards hurriedly reminded in a low voice, Miss Linda, be careful of the impact. Be careful of the impact. Oh. Linda covered her magnificent chest. Sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it. Linda sat down with a smile on her lips, and her big watery eyes never moved away from Guran. In addition to Linda, there was another person in Liverpool who was equally excited. That was the happy boy, Sterling. Sterling stood up in the stands full of Liverpool fans and excitedly raised his arms and shouted, "That's right. That's it. That's the feeling. It's the same as when I played against our youth team. Ha ha ha. It's really not that I can't do it. Gogo can't defend him. Glenn has no temper. Carragher can't defend him. Or what?" Sterling also sang along with the Southampton fans. Even Carragher without a belly button can't stop him. Can't stop him. The surrounding Liverpool fans wanted to stab Sterling in the eyes. In the stands behind the visiting team's bench, Elizabeth was trembling with excitement. This was her first time watching a game live, and it was also her first time to see Guran score a goal. Although she didn't understand football and didn't understand how explosive Guran was when he was fighting against Ngogo, and didn't understand how clever Guran was to use Chamberlain's fake pass to get rid of Glenn, and didn't understand how awesome Guran was to be able to Marcel turn in front of the Iron Guard Carragher to strengthen the shot, but she was completely drowned in the impact of adrenaline. This exciting competitive atmosphere can't be experienced no matter how many plays you perform. Elizabeth's eyes were full of stars, and she kept cheering in the stands to the rhythm of the Southampton fans' shouts. Go. You are so good. You shot so well. The wives of the saints next to her all looked at Elizabeth sideways, and they all associated some indescribable pictures in their minds. In the north stands, Max Xati and others all hugged each other happily and celebrated excitedly. Except for Max Xati, it was the first time for the other few people to see Guran play football live. They were worried that Guran would find it difficult to adapt to the high-intensity English Premier League games. Unexpectedly, as soon as Guran appeared on the court, they felt a huge shock and surprise. It's not that Guran has difficulty adapting to Liverpool, but Liverpool has difficulty adapting to Guran. Fuck. Ran scored as soon as he came on the court. I'm so excited. So proud. Awesome. Ran is so awesome. British beauties. Guran is Chinese. We are all Chinese. I've watched football for so many years, and I've only cried twice. Once was when I saw a group of Chinese playing football, and the second time was when I saw a Chinese playing football. Duran's one-on-one goal was so explosive and exciting. What a pity we don't have the live broadcast rights. Otherwise, the domestic fans would definitely have a feast for the eyes. Yeah. Just relying on Rand's goal, our live broadcast would be a big hit. Hey, Kao-shan, stop joining in the fun and update the domestic fans in real time. Oh, too excited, forgot to update. Kao-shan, who dunked over Jordan, quickly typed on his phone with trembling fingers, goal. Duran scored with his first touch of the ball. Duran dribbled past Ngogo, Glenn, and Carragher in one breath and shot into the goal. Sorry guys, words cannot describe how wonderful Duran's goal was. Just wait until we get the live broadcast rights. Please bear with me. Just imagine it first. The domestic live broadcast forum instantly became popular. The live broadcast station instantly added thousands of replies. Lights after the goal. Within a 20-meter range around Duran, the emotional bubbles of Liverpool players fell all over the ground. Among the many blue skill bubbles, there was actually a green bubble. What the hell? What's going on? A green bubble? Duran couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This green bubble was dropped by Carragher. At this moment, Carragher was standing there with his hands on his hips, looking depressed. His head was illuminated by the green light that he couldn't see. Chapter 294, Harvest. Great Harvest. Duran defends Liverpool's talented player N'Golo Kante alone. White bubbles represent training results. Blue bubbles represent special skills. Red bubbles represent pure talent points. And green bubbles are really the first time I've seen them. Could it be a mistake? Could it be that Carragher himself has a green light on his head? My system can't have this function. Duran didn't bother to celebrate the goal immediately and quickly concentrated his mind to investigate. The system immediately gave an explanation. This drop is a special talent point drop, and this talent point can only be used to add skills and attributes in the spirit category of the football special dam. It turns out that the green talent point is a special talent point. Carragher is a star, and he is good at spirit power. When the negative emotions are full, the green talent points about spirit power will be dropped. This means that if the green bubbles dropped by physical players can be added to the skills and attributes of the corresponding physical category, if the green bubbles dropped by technical players can be added to the skills and attributes of the corresponding technical category. Green bubbles are special and corresponding bubbles. They cannot be used for non-special skills such as performance and hand painting, nor can they be used for different special categories. From the perspective of the scope of use, green bubbles are lower than red bubbles. Although not as comprehensive as red talent points, they are equally effective as red talent points in terms of use effect. It is really cool to play against English superstars. As long as you meet a physical star, you will have the opportunity to get physical talent points for free. When you meet a technical star, you will have the opportunity to get skill talent points for free. Duran immediately gathered his mind and picked up the green talent point bubble under Carragher's feet. Now, Duran has 5 comprehensive talent points and 1 talent point exclusive to the spirit category. At this time, the other players of the Southampton team rushed towards Duran excitedly, wanting to hug Duran to celebrate this shocking goal. It would be great to celebrate with teammates, but there are still many talent points that have not been picked up. No time to waste. Duran immediately raised his right arm, bypassed his teammates, and ran all over the field. Alan Shearer's review celebration action reappears. Even Duran himself thinks this celebration action is tacky, but it can add buffs. It can increase the performance and hit rate of the next shot/assist. Seeing Duran running wildly with his hands raised, the emotions of Southampton fans were completely ignited. Alan Shearer was their former hero. Now, Duran paid tribute to Alan Shearer with his first professional goal in the official game. Duran is also their hero. Liverpool fans booed Duran. Southampton players chased Duran desperately from behind, trying to press Duran to the ground to celebrate. But they really couldn't catch up. While Duran ran wildly in the review style to celebrate, he took the opportunity to inspect all the bubbles scattered all over the field. Goalkeeper Ian had dropped a goalkeeper attack +1, which Duran ignored directly. Central defender Wu Jag dropped a strengthened position defense +1 skill. This skill is still good. Guran then concentrated his mind and collected this skill in the air. Glenn Johnson dropped a star skill called continuous charge, violent sprint. Damn. This skill is pretty good. When Glenn was young, his physique was not that strong, but he was extremely fast. He was definitely one of the best winger in the Premier League and a typical offensive right back. Later, Glenn strengthened his physical training, and his speed and strength were perfectly combined. So Glenn's sprint has obvious violent aesthetic characteristics. Whether it is dribbling or defending, Glenn is fast and confrontational. This star skill is definitely an upgraded version of the reasonable charge skill. With this skill, if you upgrade this skill to +5, you should be able to confront the stars of the Premier League head on. Guran immediately gathered his mind and collected the star skill continuous charge, violent sprint through the air. After picking it up, Guran continued to run to his backcourt with his hands raised. The bubbles dropped by other Liverpool players in the front court are all very ordinary, and it is not worth wasting the progress of picking them up. Guran wanted to get some bubbles from VIP Jovanovic and Joe Cole for free, but unfortunately Jovanovic and Joe Cole were not within the pickup range. As soon as Guran ran to Chamberlain's vicinity, he saw Chamberlain with his hands on his hips, and a negative emotion bubble with a blue glow dropped from his feet. Guran. Is Chamberlain sick? Are you from Liverpool? Okay, in the future, you are, but you are not now. We are in the same team now. Why do you still have negative emotions after I scored a goal? Guran concentrated his mind and saw that Chamberlain dropped extreme acceleration, son of the wind +1. Damn it. Chamberlain, you are such a fool. During normal training, you dropped all the rubbish skills, but I didn't expect that during the official game. I didn't pass the ball to you, but you dropped a star skill instead. Great. Next time I don't pass the ball to you, I will fuck you hard. Guran happily collected this Son of the Wind skill from a distance. Adding the 2 Sons of Wind that Guran had gotten from Sterling for free, Guran's Sons of Wind immediately increased to +3. Combined with charge and collision, violent sprint and his own speed and burst, Guran's sprinting ability will definitely be greatly improved. So cool. Guran smiled at Chamberlain, and then continued to run wildly towards the backcourt with his arms raised. Chamberlain's face was almost pale with anger, and he really wanted to catch up and beat Guran, but he really couldn't catch up. Guran ran to the place where Njego dropped the bubble before. Guran concentrated his mind and saw crotch pass +1. Damn. This skill is also awesome. This skill is not only able to pass, but also has a strong humiliation, which can make the opponent's players more negative. When can I get Mama's rainbow pass for free? That's the top humiliation. Top level to the point of being easily beaten. First collect this crotch pass. Guran immediately moved his mind and picked up the blue bubble dropped by Njego. After picking up the items, Guran raised his arms and roared with satisfaction. Southampton fans followed Guran's roar, and their emotions exploded again. Almost all Southampton fans were shouting Guran's name. The entire Anfield Stadium was filled with roars of Guran. 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 The boos of the Cop fans could not cover the roars of the Saints fans. The fans in the Cop stands all shook their heads helplessly and said, "This Chinese kid named Guran is really good. He has more than just 2 tricks. He has speed, confrontation, dribbling, breakthroughs and shots. The key is that this kid has a very high football IQ. His outside overtaking after teasing Glenn, although his speed is not as fast as Bale, but he did not rely entirely on speed, he relied on his brain. Poor Carragher, he is about to retire, and he still got shot in the face by a Chinese kid. Everyone should be content, at least the Dean did not make any own goals. This Chinese kid, playing in a professional game for the first time, had just been substituted on for less than 2 minutes, and his own team was on the defensive, but he was able to score a goal by his own efforts. This must have created a professional record, right? Not really. This is just a friendly match. Only in a professional league is it considered a serious record. That's right. I think our players must have underestimated the opponent, otherwise this Chinese kid wouldn't have been able to score so easily. Don't panic. We still have a 2-goal advantage now, and Lampard and Kuid haven't played yet. That's right. But this kid's professional attitude is really good. If I scored such a cool goal, I would definitely celebrate wildly, but this kid was stunned in front of the goal for a moment, and then ran all the way back to his defensive area. He wants us Liverpool to hurry up and kick off. He wants to use the remaining 20 minutes to score more goals. Humph, his efforts are in vain. Just now he just scored a goal, while we underestimated the opponent. It won't be so easy for him to score again. Liverpool, come on. Go, go. The cop stands were noisy again. At this time, the other players on the Southampton team saw Guran running all the way back to his left back defense area, and they all felt ashamed. They stopped cheering and celebrating, but quickly got into position. That's right, there are still 2 goals to go. As long as they hurry up, Southampton still has a chance. The morale of the whole team was boosted by Guran's enthusiasm. On the other hand, the players of Liverpool team walked to their positions with bitter faces. Guran's flash attack was really too fast. Liverpool lost points without any psychological preparation. While Liverpool team was repositioning, Guran quickly calmed down his excitement and prepared to start again. This wave of picking up just now used up 5 picking progress and harvested a wave happily. Among them, there are 2 very good and practical ordinary skills, 2-star level skills, and a green talent point bubble. The remaining picking progress, in addition to reserving 1 for Amory, the remaining 4 picking progress should be left to Jared, Kuit, Maxi, Joe Cole and others as much as possible. Alas, there are only 10 fixed picking progress every day, which really does not meet my needs. I don't know if the daily picking progress can be increased after the personal system rating is upgraded to A level. The green talent point just now can be allocated and used first. This talent point can only be used in mental strength. The attributes of mental power include prediction, calmness, imagination, creativity, concentration, teamwork, competition mentality, and professional ethics. There is no need to add professional ethics. I'm definitely a moral model on the field. If anyone is not convinced, I will convince them with my own actions. There is no need to add competition mentality for the time being. After all, the official games I will play in the future are basically the English League One, and there are no big scenes. As for teamwork, it is not very useful to add it now. I don't even have the basic cooperation with my teammates. No matter how high my teamwork is, it is like being too enthusiastic. Prediction, calmness, imagination, creativity, and concentration are very good. They have mental bonuses for defense and offense, especially prediction. The higher the prediction, the more accurate the insight into the opponent's running position, interception, etc., and the more effective it is to counter the opponent's moves and even take the initiative. Good. Let's add prediction first. Guran immediately concentrated his thoughts and allocated his exclusive mental power talent points to the prediction attribute in the mental attribute category. The prediction attribute increased from 77 points to 78 points. As a reborn, although the physical attributes are very poor, and the skill attributes can only continue the technical memory of the previous life, the reborn has very good data in terms of mental attributes. Many top stars have first class physical fitness and peerless skills, but their mental attributes are very poor, and Guran's current prediction attribute has already surpassed most of the English League One players. Just taking out the 78-point prediction attribute, it is also a good existence in the Premier League team. Beep. The game started again. VIP Jovanovic knocked the ball back to Joe Cole, and then quickly moved forward to the middle of Southampton. Southampton immediately set up a shrinking defensive formation. Joe Cole steadily controlled the ball near the center circle and advanced, slowing down the rhythm, while waiting for his teammates to run and tear open space. Jago and Glenn on the right side all pressed up quickly. They urgently needed to prove through a wave of sharp attacks that they had just underestimated the enemy. Jago confidently raised his hand to Joe Cole for the ball. Joe Cole did not hesitate and made a precise half-high long pass to the left side of Southampton. Jago jumped up and easily unloaded the ball at his feet. Before Jago could stabilize the ball, Guran came up to defend like a white lightning. Central defender Walton immediately exclaimed, "Go. Come back. Shrink the defense. Shrink. Do you understand?" Chamberlain, who played as a left midfielder, was stunned. Gu. How did you get in front of me? You are the left back. I'm the left midfielder. You, come back. Guran ignored Walton and Chamberlain's shouting and continued to push forward. The leading football IQ and the higher than normal prediction told Guran that to deal with the talented Njego, he must push the defense forward and intercept early. Seeing that Guran ignored him, Chamberlain gritted his teeth and wanted to chase him, but the captain Davis shouted loudly, "Chamberlain, what are you doing? I can't talk to Guran, but I can't talk to you? Come back and fill in the position." Chamberlain could only reluctantly retreat and fill in the position of left back. At this time, Liverpool's right back, Glenn, was also quickly swiping the side, and he was about to form a 2-on-1 situation with Njego. Liverpool's overall formation was supporting and coordinating to the left side. Seeing that only Guran rushed up to defend, Njego sneered confidently and at the same time accelerated with the ball to attack Guran head on. Coach Hodgson on the bench of the home team also raised his lips slightly. Haha, this Chinese kid is really a novice who is not to be feared. Seeing this scene, the fans in the cop stand couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this Chinese kid, can he play football? I feel that he is not a defender, let alone a left back. Yeah, I think he has a good shot. He should actually play as a striker. Just because he attacked and defended, it shows that he doesn't understand defense at all, let alone team coordinated defense. When he attacked, he made such a big gap. Don't you think this is obviously giving us a goal? Southampton is finished. I really don't know why the head coach of Southampton let him play as a left back. It will be 4:1 soon. 4:1. 4:1. 4:1 exclamation point. Liverpool fans shouted excitedly in unison. Southampton fans were not to be outdone, shouting Guran's name loudly in response. Head coach Adkins, who was standing in the technical area of the visiting team, also frowned at this moment. Coach Adkins' first reaction was that Guran's attack and defense this time was too rash. Just after scoring a goal, Guran was floating. But soon, Coach Adkins' brows relaxed. Isn't it to play this friendly match with Liverpool, to let the problem surface? Guran's side attack is indeed very sharp, but as it stands now, Guran's defense is a big problem. Then, either Guran's position on the field should be changed, or Guran should be replaced more, until he learns what defense is. From the perspective of the head coach, it is a good thing to find problems in friendly matches. While Coach Adkins was comforting himself, Njego had already advanced to the 30-meter area on the left side of Southampton with the ball at a very fast speed, and Guran had already rushed head-on, with a distance of less than 2 meters between the two. In addition to the extremely fast speed, Guran's sprint was also full of unprecedented violent aesthetics. Rushing and bumping, violent sprint +1 for immediate use. When the two approached, the confident Njego couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Njego immediately realized that if he directly hit him, he would probably not be able to take advantage. Njego immediately controlled the football under his feet, made a beautiful emergency stop on the sideline, and pulled the ball past the opponent. He is indeed a talented player. This emergency stop and pull action is very beautiful, but it didn't go through. The moment Njego's knee turned, Guran predicted Njego's breakthrough route. Guran made a change of line interception action half a beat in advance almost before Njego changed his line. Njego was severely shocked. There was no space to control the ball and change the line again. The bodies of the two people collided heavily. Guran felt like he had hit a big rock, and his side muscles were extremely sore. The 190 centimeters 80 kilograms Njego was even more grinning, feeling like he had hit another human-shaped hill. This scene seemed like the collision of two flesh hills. The two were bounced back 2 steps at the same time. Wow. The fans in the whole stadium exclaimed at the same time. Chapter 295. When this kid grows up, even NBA's O'Neal won't be able to beat him, right? Equally matched. None of the fans at the scene could believe that this seemingly skinny Chinese player Guran could actually be equal to the tall and strong Njego. Guran was even better. Guran maintained his balance faster than Njego. The football was between the two. Guran quickly shot and stretched his foot to steal the ball. Jego hurriedly hooked the ball with his toes without his body standing firmly and barely controlled the ball back under his feet. Guran's first interception was in vain, but Jego was also shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. It was so damn thrilling. As a talented Premier League player, he was almost intercepted by a fledgling kid. Speaking of which, Jego is really a talented player, and his on-the-spot reaction can be completely brainless. Jego's ability to protect the ball is also very strong. Of course, this is also due to his long legs. If his legs were 1 or 2 inches shorter, the ball would have been directly intercepted by Guran, and then Guran could have replicated the one-on-one move from the wing 2 minutes ago. Not only was Ngogo shocked, but the Liverpool fans present also felt a chill on their backs. Liverpool fans thought that Ngogo's failure in the last duel with Guran was just because he underestimated his opponent, and Guran rushed out rashly without knowing how to defend. However, after just this one encounter, Liverpool fans realized that it was not the case at all. Who said that Guran can't defend? Didn't he defend it? A pure rookie in English League One defended against the talented Premier League star Ngogo alone. Ngogo couldn't hold the ball and advance on the left side, where Guran was. This 1v1 confrontation was really shocking. All the Southampton fans screamed. This kind of explosive collision of muscles is exactly what they want to see the most. Southampton fans suppressed their anger for most of the game, but since Guran came on the field, their roars have never stopped. More than 5,000 Saints fans at the away stadium of Anfield are not inferior to more than 40,000 Liverpool fans in momentum. After Guran failed to steal the ball in the first attempt, he secretly admired in his heart the talented star of the English Super League is really strong. After almost losing his balance in the collision, he was able to protect the ball in the first time. Great. This is the feeling of fighting with a master. Guran's desire to win was ignited, his adrenaline soared, and then he took a step forward and stuck his body to Ngogo. Close defense +3. Ngogo tried to shake off Guran while protecting the ball, but he tried several times and couldn't get rid of it. Guran's crotch was pressed against him. Ngogo used all his strength to resist Guran's close wrestling. Jego used his height advantage to put his elbow back against Guran's shoulder socket. Guran suddenly felt very exhausted. This level of physical confrontation was higher than any level of confrontation Guran had ever faced. Both of them consumed a lot of physical energy in an instant. Both of them had their muscles stretched to the extreme. If they continued to fight like this, with Guran's height and weight, he would definitely suffer. Guran decisively focused his mind and quickly allocated 2 attribute points to strong and power. The strong attribute immediately increased to 76 points. The strength attribute immediately increased to 77 points. Guran's muscle circumference and strength soared to another level. Guran's black eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a low roar like a beast came out of his throat. He held Jego's elbow with his shoulder and pushed Jego back. The expression on Jego's dark face also became horrified and distorted as Guran's muscle strength suddenly increased. You know, this time, he even used all his strength. However, Guran was behind him, pushing him forward step by step like a bulldozer. Liverpool fans were all stunned. What is this? Ngogo, such a big guy, was eaten alive by a skinny Chinese boy. Ngogo, are you sure you are not acting? Why is the expression on your face more realistic than constipation? Chinese dad. Push him. Push him. Push hard. Southampton fans were so excited that they got goosebumps. This 1v1 scene was so explosive. Liverpool coach Hodgson couldn't help but stare in astonishment. A pure novice in English League One actually defended Ngogo alone and pushed Ngogo backwards purely by physical strength. Not to mention Hodgson couldn't believe it. Even Coach Adkins had an expression of disbelief on his face. Guran is too strong, right? How can this be called letting the problem surface obediently? Oh my goodness. What surfaced is simply a big shark. When this kid grows up, even O'Neal of the NBA may not be able to stand up to him, right? Coach Adkins clenched his fists with excitement and roared loudly. That's right. That's it. Go. That's it. It was as if he had arranged in advance for Guran to go up and fight Jego. Exclusive coach Jacob roared excitedly. Yes. This is what I trained. Ha ha ha. That's right. I trained him in the way of Real Madrid. Nutritionist Loina also roared excitedly. This is the credit of my nutritious meals. Guran has been eating the nutritious meals I customized for him and drinking the recovery water I customized for him. Team Dr. Mayfu sneered. Look at you guys who have never seen the world. Guran can have such strong strength because Gregory and I take good care of his body. Gregory also had a veteran smile on his face. You don't know how strong my fashion knife skills are. At this moment, the other Southampton players on the field were completely confused. This situation is different from training. Should we rush up to help Guran with the defense or keep retreating to defend? If we attack to help, what if Ngogo passes the ball? Won't we be hit from behind? But if we continue to retreat to defend, what if Guran can really intercept Ngogo's ball? Won't we be unable to cooperate with Guran to counterattack? Why didn't Coach Adkins give instructions on the spot? Why are you so excited? Doesn't the coach know what to do in this situation? How should we play now? After all, Southampton's players are not used to Guran's playing style, and they don't trust Guran enough. For a while, they can only stay in place and keep retreating to defend. At this time, they can only rely on Guran to fight alone in front. Just as Guran forced Ngogo to control the ball and retreat like a bulldozer, Liverpool's right back, Glenn, came up and inserted into the empty space behind Guran in one breath. Glenn did not choose to run to help Ngogo block Guran's defense, because that would be very embarrassing. After all, even if two famous English Premier League stars teamed up to suppress a pure rookie in English League One, it would not sound good to say it out loud. Glenn wants the ball now. After he goes to the side, as long as Ngogo can pass the ball to him, they can form a 2-on-1 cooperation on the side and easily pass Guran. After passing Glenn can sprint violently all the way, speed up and knock away Chamberlain, who is confused and has almost no defensive ability, and then pass the ball directly to the bottom or cut inside. But Ngogo turned a blind eye to Glenn's interlaced movement. Ngogo still wanted to rely on his own ability to break through Guran, the pure rookie in English League One who had pushed him 5 or 6 meters away. Guran took the opportunity to move his position and immediately blocked the straight line between Ngogo and Glenn. This blocking position is very predictable. Now, even if Ngogo wants to pass the ball, it is not so easy. Carragher in the front court yelled angrily, "What fuck? Ngogo, what are you doing? Pass, pass, pass." Joe Cole, who was responsible for marking Lallana, also began to move to the left side, ready to meet Ngogo who was in trouble. Lallana, who was less stressed, immediately infiltrated the right front court quietly, and the central midfielder Lambert immediately followed Joe Cole, preventing Joe Cole from easily meeting Ngogo. Although the two sides were still in a stalemate, in fact, the situation had already undergone a potential evolution in an instant. At this time, Ngogo's physical energy was severely consumed in the power confrontation with Guran. The previous 65 minutes of play were not as tiring as the half minute of confrontation with Guran. Is this Chinese kid Bruce Lee too tough, right? Ngogo realized that he could not rely on his body to break through Guran, so he gritted his teeth, quickly pulled the ball and turned around, pretending to pass the ball to Glenn. Guran was not moved at all. Guran predicted that Ngogo's pass was definitely a fake pass, because at this time, Glenn's receiving line had been blocked by him, and Jago's best passing line should be to Joe Cole who was cutting across. So, this was not a real pass at all, just a fake move. Jago's thief's heart to break through was not dead. Guran continued to stick to Jago like a rock, holding his hips hard, not kicking easily, not giving Jago a chance to shoot through the crotch. Jago was a little scared when he saw that Guran was not shaken away, but he still confidently kicked through the crotch, trying to force it through the crotch, and then speed up to get rid of Guran. Guran reacted very quickly and blocked it with his legs. The football was blocked back behind Jago. Although Guran did not control this ball, Jago's second breakthrough was blocked by Guran again. The confidence on Jago's face completely disappeared, replaced by a solemnity that had never been seen before. After Jago hurriedly turned around and regained control of the ball, his position had been forced 10 meters away by Guran. This is equivalent to losing the position. Liverpool was originally going to attack quickly from the wing, but was forced into a positional battle by Ngogo, and they kept losing positions. Duran's high pressure defense was too fierce, and facing the English superstar, Duran was not afraid at all. Not afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited. If this continues, Duran will be able to directly press Ngogo across the half court. Glenn, who had just completed a perfect overlap, was very embarrassed. There was only an overlap, but he couldn't get the ball, and the ball was getting farther and farther. Glenn retreated with an angry face and turned to the rib area to form a new connection channel with Ngogo. It was actually very uncomfortable to get the ball from this position. There were Southampton's defensive players all around, so it was basically impossible to go to the bottom, and it was also very difficult to cut inside with the ball. But this was the only way out. Glenn also relied on his strong physical confrontation. As long as Ngogo could pass the ball in the first time, he would still have a great chance to complete the cut inside. As Glenn ran, he yelled at Ngogo, "Ngogo. Fuck. Pass. Fuck." The arrogant and extremely confident Ngogo was completely out of temper at this time because of Duran's defense. He could only kick the ball helplessly and pass it to the rib area where Glenn was. However, just as Ngogo kicked the ball and the ball just rolled along the grass, Duran directly shook Ngogo off and started to shoot. Ngogo was startled and quickly changed his mindset to defend. He stretched out his hand to grab Duran's shoulder. He didn't even grab the hair. Duran's speed of starting to shoot was too fast and the action was too sudden, as if he had been ready for it. Before Ngogo grabbed it, Duran fell directly to the ground with a beautiful and swift sliding tackle. Violent sprint +1. Son of the wind +3. Chase back and steal +3. Interception and steal +3. Prediction 78. In addition, the super leading football IQ is fully open. Before the ball reached the center point between Ngogo and Glenn, Duran made a beautiful and fierce sliding tackle and hit it, flying to the middle area. Wow. All the fans at the scene exclaimed. This tackle was simply shocking. This tackle was too sudden, too accurate, and too clean, as if he knew in advance how Ngogo would kick. What's even more amazing is that the landing point of this tackle fell right at the feet of teammate Lambert. This was a crucial shovel and pass. Liverpool fans covered their mouths in horror, while Southampton fans were all excited. It was so inspiring. It was so fucking inspiring. This is fucking defense. This is fucking passionate defense that can make people's adrenaline, dopamine and endorphins explode. Southampton fans are all crazy. And that's not all. After Duran fell to the ground and completed a precise flying tackle, he straightened his waist and abdomen in a very coherent manner and stood up in a chic manner while sliding by inertia. Ngogo was stunned. The strong god Glenn was also stunned. Chamberlain, who was full of rebellion, was also stunned. The female boss Linda in the stands, Evelyn in the news media area, Elizabeth behind the visiting team's bench, and all the cheerleaders of the Duran Global Supporters Association all made an intoxicated O sound of amazement at the same time. This strong waist and abdominal core strength was so handsome that they drooled. While Duran stood up chickly, he glanced at Glenn, then turned around quickly and started to move to the left. Coach Adkins raised his fist and roared loudly, "Counter-attack. Southampton. Counter-attack." Southampton's players immediately changed from a defensive formation to a crazy attack formation, and the offensive players sprinted at full speed. Liverpool team woke up from their dream and quickly deployed defenses to intercept. Hodgson on the bench of the home team was almost unable to sit still. This Chinese kid has only been on the field for less than 5 minutes. With 2 touches of the ball, he led Southampton, a League One team that had been defeated, to launch 2 counter-attacks. Where did this damn Southampton find such a defensive counter-attack genius? Obviously, I'm the best head coach in defensive counter-attack. This kid should be mine. Hodgson's eyes were fixed on Duran. The situation on the field changed rapidly. Chamberlain was also running desperately on the left side. As a left winger, he was very fast. But the left back Duran was faster than him. Chamberlain was almost mad with hatred. He was a left midfielder / left winger, but he was left behind by the left back. Chamberlain accelerated desperately. Ngogo couldn't catch up with Duran and turned back to intercept Chamberlain. "Ngogo, I can't beat Duran. Can I beat you? Chamberlain, you two are sticking to each other tightly, using each other as a target for venting. At this time, the ball was at Lambert's feet. Lambert was a late bloomer who became more and more powerful as he got older. He had been unknown before, but his basic skills were very solid, and he could use his brain to handle the ball. When Lambert was dribbling forward, Joe Cole retreated to press, and the Brazilian Jared Lucas on the other side quickly double-teamed him. Lambert realized that he couldn't hold the ball, and faced two top Premier League stars at the same time. At this time, Duran had already opened up a gap on the left side. Duran shouted at Lambert, "Give it to me." Lambert didn't hesitate, and made a long pass to the left side. Joe Cole immediately gave up marking Lambert, and turned to block Duran with Carragher. The strong god Glenn also accelerated and chased from behind Duran. But Ngogo didn't get in place, and Ngogo was dragged by Chamberlain, or Chamberlain was dragged by Ngogo. However, even without Ngogo's defensive participation, Liverpool's three main players formed a triangle double team on Duran, which quickly compressed Duran's breakthrough space. Seeing Carragher's head-on attack, Duran did not choose to break through. Although the Son of Wind had +3 and the star-level Violent Sprint had +1, with Liverpool's joint defense speed, even if Carragher only entangled him for a while, this wave of counter-attacks would not be able to start. Duran did not hesitate. Before the encirclement of Carragher and his three teammates was locked, he directly passed the ball back to Lambert in the middle. A wonderful 2-on-3. This pass was just in time, breaking Liverpool's triangle double team. After Lambert got the ball, he immediately carried Lucas forward. Joe Cole, who ran halfway, immediately retreated to help Lucas deal with Lambert. Carragher also moved horizontally to the middle to block the connection between Southampton players. Only the strong god Glenn was still persistently chasing Duran. Duran cut to the ribs without the ball. Lambert didn't wait for Duran to ask for the ball, and passed the ball back to Duran with another accurate long pass. After the 2-on-3 pass, it was followed by another 2-on-2 pass. The two had not cooperated much before, but Duran had practical skills such as 2-on-1 cooperation +4, plus Lambert had solid basic skills and clear thinking. The cooperation between the two was perfect. After Duran got the ball, Glenn had already approached behind Duran, and Carragher quickly cut off Duran's path to the penalty area. Duran kicked the ball between Carragher and Glenn's front and back double teams. It was too sudden. Chapter 296. God level through ball. Even the most rustic is beautiful. Joe Cole also glows green. At this moment, the defensive players in the Liverpool penalty area formed a chain arc defense against Duran. Moreover, the attention of other Liverpool defensive players was also on Duran. Liverpool's entire defensive focus was shifting rapidly to the left. With Duran's current strength, it was basically impossible for him to force a breakthrough with the ball, while Liverpool was defending well. He had no chance to force a shot. Even with the hit, rate both effect of the review style celebration action, it was impossible to score a goal with just a random kick. Scoring a goal with just a random kick is an online novel. Or, the opposing goalkeeper was Joe Hart. So Duran's kick was not a shot, but a straight pass. When Carragher moved horizontally to defend, a gap appeared between him and the fifth brother Aga. Lallana, who had quietly infiltrated before, was at the far right end of this narrow straight pass channel. The opportunity was fleeting. Duran did not hesitate, and passed the ball directly. The magic lamp pointed the way +2. As the experienced dean of the Oolong Academy, Carragher's reaction was also extremely fast. Carragher almost subconsciously split his legs to intercept. This was Carragher's second cramp-like split in this game. However, Duran's kick was too fast, and Carragher had no chance to intercept, let alone an own goal. The football stuck to the grass, powerfully penetrated Liverpool's defense line, and accurately delivered it to Lallana's eyes. This pass was tailor-made for Lallana. It has a both bonus of hit rate and excitement. Lallana shot in a flash, shook off the lax defense of Spearing and Aurelio, and grabbed a position. The entire Liverpool defense line was panicked. None of the Liverpool players expected that Duran could capture Liverpool's defensive loopholes in an instant. It was too late to stop it. Lallana easily stopped the ball with his right foot and shot directly with his left foot. A low shot with the outside of the foot. This shot is definitely the level of the English Premier League. Liverpool's goalkeeper Ian quickly lay down to save the ball, but he was still a little slow, and his fingers didn't even touch the ball. The football went into the lower left corner of the goal. The ball went in. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Yeah, Southampton fans instantly fell into a carnival. Lallana was also incredibly excited after scoring the goal. This was his first goal after being suppressed and silent for most of the game. This cooperation was so smooth, it was simply enjoyable. Lallana excitedly pointed his hands at Guran, who passed him a god-level through pass. He took the initiative to run over and hug Guran. The biggest credit for this goal was Guran. Without Guran's involvement and wonderful pass, Lallana would never have scored this goal. This was a goal scored in adversity, and it was scored against Liverpool at Anfield, so it was particularly precious. Lallana hugged Guran and shouted excitedly, "Oh, Gu, you are so great. You are so great. I love you. I love you. Damn Lallana, don't do this. I'm a man and I like women." Guran wanted to get rid of Lallana's enthusiastic hug, but Lallana held him tightly. The other Southampton players also ran over to hug Lallana and Guran, touching their heads and waists, and some guy took the opportunity to touch his chest muscles, which made Guran laugh and cry. Of course, there was more joy and happiness. Southampton's counter-attack cooperation was quite hearty. It was completely the cooperation of the English Premier League team. This smooth feeling is really cool. Professional teams are indeed much better than amateur school teams in terms of cooperation and hit rate. Guran also attracted a lot of attention in this wave. Guran played less than 10 minutes after he came on the court, and he achieved 1 pass and 1 shot. Although this is not a professional league game, the opponent is Liverpool after all. Being able to get 1 pass and 1 shot in the professional debut against Liverpool, such a record is enough to be the king among the players in the English League One. This is also the first time that Guran has connected with Lallana in the official game. I didn't expect that the first connection would collide with such passionate sparks. Just based on the 1 pass and 1 shot in 10 minutes, Guran's post-match score for this game will definitely not be lower than 7 points. The reason why it can't reach 8 points is just because of too little playing time. If the playing time can be maximized, Guran's post-match score can definitely reach more than 8.5 points. For a grassroots player who is just starting out and making his first appearance on the official field, such a result is simply against the sky. Of course, another great contributor to this counter-attack is Lambert. Lambert's support in the middle is very critical, and the pass coordination is also very decisive, and the timing is also very accurate. The most important thing is that Lambert trusts him, and Lambert is willing to pass him the ball. Without Lambert, the tactical fulcrum, coordinating in the middle, Guran would never be able to quickly break through Liverpool's triangle defense and pass a fatal through ball. Guran took the initiative to high-five Lambert. Lambert also happily high-fived Guran and gave Guran a big hug. Lambert didn't get an assist for this ball, but the cooperation between him and Guran was definitely wonderful, especially the 2-to-1 cooperations, which made Lambert so happy that his adrenaline couldn't be calmed down for a long time. This feeling cannot be measured by technical data. As an unknown veteran, Lambert felt extremely honored to be able to participate in this beautiful counter-attack. Guran also did not forget to raise his right arm and use his other hand to hug the team flower Lallana's shoulders to celebrate. Although this ball was not scored by Guran, as long as it was an assist, the review-style celebration action can also add buff. Lallana certainly didn't know this. Seeing Guran raise his right arm to celebrate, Lallana immediately followed Guran and raised his right arm to celebrate. Celebration actions are contagious. The two handsome guys danced together on the court. This picture is extremely beautiful, even if it is rustic. Looking at the 3 to score on the big screen and the excitedly celebrating Southampton team, Liverpool fans were all dumbfounded. What's going on? It wasn't like this more than 10 minutes ago. To be precise, it wasn't like this before the Chinese kid came on the field. Is the drug effect so obvious for that Chinese kid? The Southampton team, which was already dead, actually chased 2 goals in a row? Are the Liverpool players on the field sleepwalking? Otherwise, how could Liverpool be so easily penetrated by a dying English League One team twice in a row? Against our Liverpool team, Southampton was able to chase 2 goals in 5 minutes at the devilish venue of Anfield. Even acting doesn't dare to act like this, right? That Chinese kid is too awesome, right? How did he kick that fatal through pass? How did he catch the gap between Carragher and Agger? Did he often watch Carragher and Agger play football before? But even if he grew up watching Carragher and Agger play football, even if he could catch the loophole, the way he passed the ball was too good, right? It really has the characteristics of a star. The awareness is too good, the vision is too broad, and the kick is too calm. Is he really a rookie in the English League One? Why is he so awesome? There are 15 minutes left in the game. If he continues like this, something bad will happen. Some cop fans started to discuss quietly, hey, do you know? This kid is actually likely to transfer to our Liverpool club. I seem to have heard that Liverpool club wants to spend a lot of money to buy a young grassroots player. Could it be this kid? Yes, that's right. I've read The Sun. If this kid can come to our Liverpool, then, wouldn't we be happy? In my opinion, the current score is not 3:2, but 5:0! Exclamation point. That's right. Praise God. After so many years, Liverpool club is finally doing business. I agree to introduce this kid. I agree to. Haha, Duran. I like him. The fans in the cop stands were inexplicably excited. Hodgson, the grandfather of the home team on the bench, could no longer sit still. Hodgson stood up from his seat for the first time and loudly questioned how Spearing and Aurelio marked Lallana. Spearing spread his hands to show his innocence, while Aurelio hung his head and did not respond. In fact, Hodgson himself knew that it was not Spearing and Aurelio's fault that the ball was lost. It was just that Guran's through ball was too incredible. This kick was definitely at the level of the English Premier League. After Liverpool had been slack for most of the game, it was difficult for them to adapt to such an opponent. Captain Gerrard, who was sitting on the bench, also frowned at this time. Gerrard's forehead wrinkles were very distinctive, just like the folds of a bun. Especially when frowning, it was like a bun fold inside a bun fold. Gerrard frowned and said, the straight pass from number 8 Guran just now seems to be Lampard style. Kuid next to him couldn't help but say, the shot of this kid before also had some Lampard style. Gerrard smiled. The Chinese version of Lampard? This is interesting. At the same time, in the technical area of the visiting team, Coach Adkins excitedly clenched his fist and shouted, that's right. That's how to play. This is a defensive counter-attack. My pre-match tactical class is still effective. Assistant coach Andy next to him also said excitedly, great. This wave of defensive counter-attacks is really great. Coach Adkins, I have to say that you are the most amazing coach I have ever seen in my career. I thought that changing the way of playing would put the team into long-term chaos, but I didn't expect that the effect would be immediate. Ha ha ha. Coach Adkins' face was almost choked with laughter. Only at this time, he was not a poker face. After all, no one can withstand the pleasure of scoring a counter-attack. The players on the visiting team's bench also jumped up one after another, cheering and jumping to celebrate with the Southampton fans. These 2 goals were so impressive. Even if the score of this game was 3:2, even if Southampton still lost in the end, they could still leave Anfield with their heads held high. Elizabeth, who was standing behind the visiting team's bench, was shaking with excitement, and her voice was hoarse. Go. You are so great. It turns out that football is so cool. It turns out that I can feel so good without using your hands. The wives next to them looked at them sideways and imagined indescribable scenes in their minds. The happy boy Sterling, who was standing behind the home team's bench, also cheered with the Southampton fans. Duran, you are so strong. I'm proud of you. The stronger you are, the more you can prove that I'm not bad. Liverpool's substitutes really wanted to beat this happy boy until he could no longer be happy. On the podium, Linda, the extremely hot female boss in a red dress, kept swallowing her saliva. Gu is really great. It's much more exciting to watch him live than in the short video. Oh my god. I feel like I can't control myself anymore. Edwards next to her hurriedly said, Ms. Linda, you must control yourself. Linda lowered her voice and said breathlessly, Michael, make arrangements for me. I want to meet with Guran alone and privately after the game. Edwards was stunned for a moment and asked cautiously, you mean tomorrow? Linda immediately said, no, I want it today. As soon as the game is over. Edwards was astonished and said, Ms. Linda, this is impossible. Southampton will not agree. Even if Guran is willing, he may not have the opportunity to meet with you alone. Linda looked directly into Edwards' eyes and said, so it has to be private. Michael, I know you are very smart. No one else in the entire club can do it, but you can do it. You can definitely help me think of a way to let me meet with Gu alone and privately, right? Edward suddenly felt his blood boiling, and he wanted to go through fire and water for Ms. Linda. Ms. Linda, although this is difficult to do, I will find a way. You just wait until the game is over and meet Guran. Linda smiled with satisfaction. Oh, Michael, I'm counting on you. Edward said excitedly, at your service, my lady. At this moment, the Southampton fans in the north side of the Anfield stand jumped and danced happily, singing in unison. There is a young and handsome Chinese man named Guran. He will create the Anfield miracle as soon as he comes on the court. Jared, you haven't come on the court yet? Guran will definitely create the Anfield miracle in front of you. Hearing this song, Liverpool fans, especially those in the Kop stand, were all furious. You know, in the 2005 Champions League final, it was Liverpool that created the Istanbul miracle. At that time, Liverpool was also behind AC Milan by 3 goals in the first half, and then chased 3 goals in the second half, dragging the game into overtime, and defended Milan's bombardment in overtime, and finally won the Champions League with a penalty. It can be said that the Istanbul miracle is the supreme pride of every Liverpool fan. The Istanbul miracle also proves how tenacious the Liverpool team is. And now, Southampton fans are singing Anfield miracle to mock them. The current situation is indeed similar to the Istanbul miracle. Southampton was also behind by 3 goals in the first half, and then after Guran came on the court in the second half, he even chased 2 goals. If Southampton scored again, it would really be a 3:3 tie. That would really be an Anfield miracle. Liverpool fans began to sing Jared's song in response to Southampton's Anfield miracle. Although Liverpool is still leading by 1 goal, Liverpool fans can't wait for their Jared to come on the court. Liverpool fans absolutely cannot accept a weak team like Southampton to draw the game at their home stadium. The majestic singing of Liverpool fans soon overwhelmed the singing of Southampton fans. After all, at Anfield, Kop is invincible, no matter in good times or bad. No matter how loud the Southampton fans roared, they could not compete with Kop. However, even if they couldn't hear their own voices, Southampton fans still jumped and sang Anfield miracle loudly. Guran's performance after his appearance gave them hope of creating a miracle of tying the score 3:3. If they can tie Liverpool at Anfield, then from the perspective of Southampton fans, this is not just a draw, but a miracle of victory. The momentum of Southampton fans did not diminish under the Kop fan support, but became stronger and stronger. Fans from both sides roared with all their might, and the atmosphere at Anfield seemed to be as passionate as playing in the Champions League. Amid the cheers of the fans, Guran hugged Lallana's shoulders, raised their arms, and ran wildly to celebrate. Guran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and scan. This time, VIP Jovanovic was still not in the pickup range. However, Joe Cole, Maxi Rodriguez, and Lucas Leiva were all in the pickup range. Joe Cole also glowed green. He was very depressed by the almost seamless 2-on-1 cooperation between Guran and Lambert. Guran immediately concentrated and picked up the green special talent point bubble. This is a talent point bubble in the technical category. Guran did not hesitate and directly added this technical talent point to the dribbling attribute. There are many attributes in the technical category, including vision, cross, short pass, long pass, dribbling, shooting, stopping the ball, ball control, ball protection, free kick, out of bounds kick, penalty kick, corner kick, header, long shot, marking, passing, steal, movement, and positioning. Dribbling is just one of many sub-attributes. This technique is not as intuitive as the effect of the shooting attribute, but Guran took into account that his game habit is to dribble and break through the sidelines, and shooting and other sub-attributes are not as commonly used as dribbling. Therefore, allocating it to dribbling is the most reasonable way. The dribbling attribute immediately increased to 68 points. Guran couldn't help but secretly take a breath of cold air. His dribbling skills are still far behind. If it weren't for the blessing of skills such as sprint dribbling, it would really be difficult to gain a foothold in the professional competition. Chapter 297 Lallana's Challenge. G8 Legend appears. Iron-blooded Guran. Unconventional single defense. In addition to Joe Cole's green light, Maxi dropped a back row +1 ordinary skill, and Lucas dropped a fatal cross +1 ordinary skill. Both skills look pretty good. But now Guran only has 4 pickup progress left today, and one of them has to keep Elizabeth's red talent bubble for free, so there are actually only 3 left. If you pick up Maxi and Lucas ordinary blue skill bubbles, then there will only be one chance to pick up on the field. And the biggest free target Jared has not yet appeared. Guran can only reluctantly ignore the drops of Maxi and Lucas. In addition to the drops of these people, defensive players such as Carragher and Aga did not drop any decent good skills. They were all ordinary skills that could be obtained for free on their own training grounds. In addition, Jago also dropped a blue bubble, wing breakthrough +1. Guran also ignored it directly. Chamberlain, who had been fighting with Jago for a long time, also dropped a blue bubble, center straight insertion +1. It's not a serious skill either. Guran also ignored it. In general, this wave of free stuff is still rewarding, but it is not as good as the first wave. Next, we should force Jared to play. Logically, there are only 15 minutes left in this game, and Jared, as the captain, should also play. However, Hodgson's nickname is Mr. Ho, and it is very likely that he will wait until the last few minutes to make a substitution. If Jared plays in the last few minutes, it will be difficult to get him for free. We have to find a way to get Jared to play as soon as possible. Provocation is the most direct way. Provoke Jared once in front of Hodgson. Even if Hodgson is not in a hurry to make a substitution, he must consider Jared's feelings. Moreover, after provoking Jared, Jared can also play with negative emotions, and maybe he can drop star level skills. Guran frowned, and then hugged Lallana, and ran all the way to the Liverpool home team bench. Of course, Guran couldn't provoke Jared himself, as doing so would greatly affect his status as a future big star. So sorry, Lallana. Guran pushed Lallana forward, and at the same time secretly raised Lallana's arm, pointing Lallana's finger at Jared on the bench. Lallana was still immersed in the joy of his wonderful goal, and didn't react at all. The wrinkles on Jared's face suddenly became more obvious. Liverpool's bench was about to explode. Several angry Liverpool substitutes rushed to the sidelines and wanted to argue with Lallana. Lallana's face turned green with fright. He was completely frozen. As a good boy with a good temper, Lallana has never done anything to provoke the opposing big man. Guran quickly pulled Lallana up and ran, saying as he ran, "Lallana, why are you so impulsive? How can you point at Jared and provoke him? Even if you scored a beautiful goal, you can't do this. Jared is a Liverpool legend after all. You will offend the entire Liverpool. Liverpool players hate you so much now." Lallana wanted to cry. I didn't mean to provoke Jared. I actually admire him very much. I don't know why I wait. Boo. Was it you who lifted my arm and pointed at Jared just now? Guran sighed realistically. Lallana, you actually want me to take the blame? It was obviously you who was too excited after scoring the goal, exposing your inner subconscious thoughts. I grabbed your arm and reached out to stop you. If I hadn't stopped you and pulled you away in time, you would have been beaten today. Lallana was stunned. He always felt that something was wrong, but Guran's expression was so real that it didn't look like an act at all. Besides, how could a good person who can give himself a perfect assist have bad intentions? Lallana said with great sorrow. I never thought that I would be such a person. In my subconscious, I actually wanted to provoke Jared. I really shouldn't have done that. Goo, thank you. If you hadn't stopped me, I don't know how proud I would have been today. Damn, this is also possible. Hollywood's realistic acting skills +1 can beat everything on the football field. This is so cool for cross-border players. Lalana, you are really an honest man. His eyes were full of clear stupidity. It's okay. It's okay. This is what I should do. Don't do this next time. Guran also felt a little guilty. After patting Lalana on the shoulder, he turned and ran to his own defense zone. Lalana looked at Guran's back and said with emotion, "Good brother." At this moment, on the bench of Liverpool, the usually calm coach Hodgson was also angered by Lalana's provocative behavior. "Humph, those two guys actually dared to provoke us so blatantly at Anfield?" Jared, Kuit, Beryl. Coach Hodgson said in a deep voice, "You three, start warming up now. When you are on the court later, don't hide anything, just treat it as a Premier League game. You hit their left side hard. Get back the 2 balls lost from the left side." "Yes, coach," Kuit and Beryl said in unison. Jared also stood up calmly from the bench. "Leave it to me, coach. That kid really aroused my interest." As he said that, Jared quickly took off his pants. Seeing Jared and the other two start to warm up, the Liverpool fans in the stadium instantly fell into a carnival. The singing of Jared, Jared, Jared shook the entire Anfield stadium. Seeing this, the players of the Southampton team also had solemn expressions and quickly stood in position. The game continued. Jovanovic kicked the ball with a depressed face and knocked the ball back to Joe Cole, who also had a depressed face. Being forced to use all the main players by a dying English League One team was really too depressing for them. After Joe Cole got the ball, Liverpool began to look for opportunities from the middle. Jago on the right side had been beaten by Guran, and he didn't dare to ask for the ball and fight Guran. The pressure on the left was temporarily reduced a lot, and Guran also got more room to move accordingly, frequently supporting the middle. In the 77th minute of the game, after receiving Joe Cole's wonderful pass, Lucas carried the pressure of Lambert and Schneiderlin and forced the ball to the front right of Southampton's penalty area. Schneiderlin saw the opportunity and kicked the ball out of the bottom line, causing a dead ball. Southampton's joint defense in the middle and right was pretty good. The fourth official on the sidelines took the opportunity to raise a sign to make a substitution. Babeo Beryl replaced VIP Jovanovic. Kuit replaced the beaten Rejoice Ngogo. G8 Jared replaced SP Iring. All the Liverpool fans at the scene stood up and cheered excitedly for Jared's appearance. Liverpool's full lineup is here. 2 number 8 jerseys exist on the court at the same time. Liverpool's number 8 Jared and Southampton's number 8 Guran. The game has only really started until now, in the last 15 minutes. After Jared and SP Iring shook hands, they quickly ran into the green field. Carragher immediately took off the captain's armband on his shoulder and put it on Jared's arm. As soon as Jared put on the captain's armband, the morale of the entire Liverpool team immediately changed. Almost every Liverpool player became murderous. This kind of spiritual infection and catalysis can only be achieved by a true team spirit. The cops waved Liverpool's Phoenix LFC flag frantically. The entire Anfield stadium was completely submerged in a sea of red flags. Jared then stood near the middle of the penalty area. The Southampton players felt the pressure and focused on man-to-man defense. Guran was originally assisting the left forward Chamberlain to defend Ngallo, but now that Ngallo has left the field, Guran's defense target has become Kuit. Kuit's position is close to the center and slightly to the left, and he seems to be outside Liverpool's offensive area. Southampton's defensive focus is also concentrated on the right side of the road, where Liverpool has a large number of players. The game resumed. The fifth brother Aga thrust his waist and abdomen and threw the ball out of bounds to the middle area. The ball was very fast and flew very far, feeling like a strategic grenade. The most fatal thing is that this ball avoided Southampton's heavy defensive deployment on the right side. Liverpool's out-of-bounds tactics are very smart. The first point of the throw-in was not for Jared, but for Maxi, the engineer who came up to assist. After Maxi got the ball, he held Lalana, made a transition bridge, and passed the ball to Jared. Jared moved dynamically under the joint double team of Lambert and Schneiderlin, used his body to hold the two, and easily stopped the ball from Maxi. This is really a difference in strength. Lambert and Schneiderlin are also very strong, but in front of the powerful Jared, the two are just like elementary school students. Jared half turned with the ball, found the gap between Lambert and Schneiderlin, and passed the ball to Southampton's left side with a rainbow pass. When Gerrard half turned, Couette on the left side started an advance. Chamberlain, who was originally closely guarding him, was dumbfounded. When Chamberlain realized it, he had been left behind by Couette by 2 positions. Liverpool's offensive coordination and running to open space are really many times higher than those of the English League One teams. Gerrard's rainbow pass landed precisely, and Couette ran to the spot and easily pushed the ball forward, stopping the ball and advancing it. The cooperation between the 2 top stars immediately received crazy cheers from Liverpool fans. Couette, who is now 30 years old, is also a model of getting better with age. Couette can play almost any position on the field and is one of the top 10 all-round players in world football. Liverpool fans believe that if Couette is given a pair of gloves, he can even be a good goalkeeper. Couette is not only sharp on the offensive end, but also very good on the defensive end. There are forwards, centre forwards, shadow forwards, and pile forwards in football, but Couette is a shield forward who can attack and defend. Couette has abundant physical energy and is fully covered in almost every game. He is a typical B2B winger. Couette is not only fast, confrontational, breakthrough, and superb shooting, but his awareness is also top in the Premier League, and his sense of smell in front of the goal is even more like a fox in the penalty area. He once completed a hat-trick in a game by picking up leaks in front of the goal 3 consecutive times. Couette can be regarded as the first leak king in the Premier League by picking up leaks in front of the goal. So, when Couette took the ball and cut into the left side of Southampton's penalty area, all the defensive players of Southampton were numbed. Southampton's first 2 lines of defense were easily broken by Liverpool. Couette dribbled the ball very fast and inserted it decisively. Liverpool's offensive players also took the opportunity to infiltrate into Southampton's penalty area to prepare for support. Gerrard also took the opportunity to move forward and attracted the attention of at least 4 Southampton defensive players. That's right, Couette with the ball is terrible, but Gerrard running without the ball is even more terrible. Chamberlain desperately chased behind Couette. It was his responsibility to mark Couette, but he didn't defend Couette at all. If the ball was really lost because of this, Chamberlain would have become Liverpool's hero. But, I can't catch up. The 30-year-old man Couette's sudden start speed is too fast. Just when Couette was about to break through the left penalty area line with the ball, a white figure cut over like lightning in a storm, firmly blocking Couette's breakthrough route. Couette quickly raised his head and glanced, his eyebrows slightly raised. The one who blocked his breakthrough route was Southampton's new number 8 Guran. Couette didn't pause and rushed directly with his body. Guran immediately lowered his center of gravity and used his shoulder to catch Couette's collision. Bang! Guran took a half step back under the impact of the chariot and then quickly stabilized his body. Guran felt that all the muscles in his body had lost their tense strength and his bones were extremely sore. Fortunately, this feeling did not last too long. However, if it weren't for the various skills, relying on physical attributes alone, it would really be impossible to confront the top Premier League stars. At the same time, Couette was also bounced back a step, his eyes full of disbelief. Only then did Couette realize why the confident Ngogo was beaten by such a League One rookie. This Chinese boy is really strong. Couette protected the ball and pretended to break through from Guran's left side. Guran lowered his center of gravity and waited calmly, not in a hurry to move his feet. At this time, Chamberlain accelerated and caught up from the back. Maybe Chamberlain's defense is not good enough, but his speed is definitely not bad. Moreover, Chamberlain was holding his breath. From the time he came on the court 10 minutes ago to now, Guran has made 1 pass and 1 shot, but Chamberlain has not touched the football yet. Just when Chamberlain was about to catch up with Couette and form a double team with Guran, Couette first rushed to the left, then suddenly stopped and ran to the right. Guran saw through Couette's fake move and quickly followed up with the defense. As soon as Chamberlain ran over, the two ran away again. Chamberlain? You two, can you wait for me? Chamberlain could only keep his head down and speed up to chase. Couette suddenly made an emergency stop and stepped on the ball perfectly. Guran also hurriedly followed suit and made an emergency stop. However, there is always a gap. Couette's emergency stop was perfect. Guran's attention was highly concentrated. He also predicted that Kuwait would definitely make an emergency stop to find an empty space, but Kuwait still shook out a passing channel. At this moment, Chamberlain's double team was not in place, and Southampton's defense on the left side was completely collapsed. Gerrard, who was in the middle of the penalty area, had already inserted it and was ready to respond. Kuwait swung his legs to prepare to pass the ball. After Guran made an emergency stop, he had no time to turn around. Guran was quick-witted and kicked his legs directly, using the rebound of his body to lean back to block Kuwait's passing route. Bang! The football hit Guran's head heavily and bounced back. All the fans at the scene were dumbfounded. Kuwait was also dumbfounded. What kind of defense is this? Sacrificing oneself to block the bullet hole? Which professional youth training camp can train such an unconventional defensive method? The key is that, although Guran's action is not conventional, it really blocked the ball. This clearance is very critical. Gerrard missed. After being stunned for a moment, Kuwait quickly turned around to chase the ball and controlled the ball that was about to go out of bounds under his feet. However, in this way, his distance from the penalty area was also pulled away. After Guran headed back to clear the ball, his back fell straight on the grass. The fans of Southampton all cried out in pain. This fall looks very painful. But the next moment, Guran jumped up with a beautiful and chic carp jump. The core strength exploded the whole audience. The female fans of the Southampton team were intoxicated. Some male fans were also intoxicated. On the rostrum, the magnificent female boss Linda took out a tissue with trembling fingertips and wiped the crystal saliva at the corner of her mouth. It hurt. Of course it was really painful. Not only did his back hurt, but his head was also hit by the football, which made him feel a little dizzy. Fortunately, Guran had the passive attribute of Tin Man +5. Although he still felt pain, his body was not seriously injured. At this time, Chamberlain changed his line and caught up with Kuwait, who had just stopped the ball. Before Chamberlain and Kuwait met, Kuwait changed his line and accelerated and easily threw Chamberlain away. Kuwait regained his confidence with Chamberlain and continued to play 1v1 with Guran. At this moment, Gerrard, who was running in the penalty area, was blocked by Walton and JD and lost the best opportunity to receive the pass. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the dynamic changes in the penalty area were too fast. In the confrontation between professional teams, opportunities are often only a moment, and this is no exception for Liverpool. Kuwait's attack is very sharp, but Guran's defensive level is completely unexpected. Kuwait had a great chance to break through, but with Guran's tight defense, the chance became very small. However, Kuwait is worthy of being a top Premier League star. After quickly adjusting his mentality, he rushed to the end line with great momentum. Kuwait no longer sought to break through and cut inside, but wanted to use his speed to overtake Guran and cross the ball. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. The first distance confrontation between the two aides. The goal is broken. Seeing Kuwait give up cutting inside, Guran immediately accelerated and rushed out, sticking his body to Kuwait. Kuwait's speed was extremely fast, but Guran's defense speed was even faster. Such continuous sprinting consumes a lot of physical energy. Guran felt that he had consumed more physical energy than playing for most of the amateur team. However, this kind of struggle also made his adrenaline soar, and his body was extremely excited. The opponent is Liverpool's full set of main players. In the previous life, they were stars that could only be seen on TV and in the news. It was really cool to be able to compete with these stars. The two of them carried out 2 quick attacks and defenses in just 3 seconds, all of which were evenly matched. Kuwait was more and more surprised, and Guran was more and more confident. Kuwait saw that he had already dribbled the ball to the end line, but he still couldn't get rid of Guran. He could only fake it, then quickly kicked and forced a high pass. Guran immediately jumped up to defend, but it was a pity that he was still a little bit short. The football flew towards the penalty area, almost touching Guran's hair. This was due to his lack of experience in major competitions, his lack of basic defensive skills, and of course, Kuwit's strength. A grassroots player who had never been to a professional youth training camp could defend Kuwit twice in his first professional debut match, which was actually very strong. The fans in the stands were all stunned. The fans on both sides couldn't believe what they saw. Under Guran's pressure, Kuwit made a cross, but the quality was not good, and it didn't hit the point. The fans who knew the business could see at a glance that Kuwit forced a cross to save face. After all, if he didn't pass again, he would be forced out of the end line by a pure novice in English League One. So, on the surface, it seemed that Kuwit won the offensive and defensive duel with Guran by making a quick cross, but in fact, Kuwit's offensive level was suppressed by Guran and only played 30%. This is equivalent to a failure for Kuwit, a top Premier League star and one of the world's top 10 all-rounders. The landing point of this cross ball is not good enough. In order to pursue a high arc to avoid Guran, the ball was kicked high and not fast. However, Jared, who was responding in the penalty area, is worthy of being a legendary G8. When Kuwit passed the ball, Jared first got rid of it in the opposite direction, shook off Walton and JD who were closely guarding him, and then flashed directly in front of the goal, jumped up and looked back at the moon. This header shot was very beautiful. With the body in front and the power of the ball was insufficient, he forced his head to hit the far corner of the goal. This is definitely a world-class shot. Fortunately, goalkeeper Davis predicted the first landing point of the ball and attacked in advance. At the moment, when Jared just touched the ball, he raised his hand to block the football in an extreme way. The football hit Davis's gloves, and most of the power was immediately removed. But Davis couldn't hold the ball with one hand. Under the breathless gaze of the crowd, the football passed over the beam and bounced out of the end line. Thrilling. Exciting. Liverpool fans covered their heads and wailed. Jared also smiled and shook his head with wrinkles on his face. He had just finished the World Cup, had just experienced a vacation, and had just played. His condition was indeed not fully adjusted. Southampton fans cheered excitedly. Southampton's defense was pleasing to the eye. It really played at the level of a Premier League team. Davis's performance was very good, but what was more impressive was the passionate scene of Guran defending Kuwit alone. If Guran hadn't defended Kuwit with 3 people, Kuwit would have only been able to play 30% of his offensive level. This ball would definitely not be so loose, and Jared would definitely be able to touch the ball and shoot at a more dangerous time, and Davis would have no way to defend this ball. After saving Jared's ball, Davis excitedly raised his arms and roared, and ran to Guran as soon as possible, holding Guran's face hard to celebrate. Guran had 1,000 alpaca running through his heart. Although his mental age was older than any other player on the field, his body was only 17 years old, making him the youngest player on the field. It was normal to be rubbed on the head and face. The female fans of Southampton screamed at the top of their lungs, wishing they could replace Davis. They rubbed Guran's head in person. This wave of successful defense also gave the Southampton players a huge morale boost. Guran contributed the most to Southampton's recovery from dying to re-energizing. However, the crisis has not been resolved yet. After a brief celebration, Davis quickly ran back to the goal to defend. Liverpool got a corner kick with the attack just now. Guran also stood in the defensive position in front of the left goal post as he had practiced before the game. Although Liverpool got a corner kick, Guran was not inferior to Liverpool's top striker Kuwit in the one-on-one process, and also defended Kuwit's fatal cross. As a rookie in the English League One, this wave of defensive performance can definitely score more than 90 points. Kuwit looked at Guran in frustration, and then a blue skill bubble appeared under his feet. Guran quickly concentrated his mind to check, got level running position, king of picking up leaks +1. Damn. This is also a star level skill. This star skill also comes with a system introduction. Within 5 steps, you must pick up leaks. Damn. This is too cool. This is a typical second striker's magic skill. Although I'm only a left back, a defender who doesn't want to be a striker is not a good midfielder. Guran immediately picked up the bubble under Kuwit's feet in the air without making a sound. There are 2 more pickup progresses on the field today. Next, it's up to Jared. At this time, Jared walked to the corner area calmly, raised his head full of bun wrinkles, and looked at the position in the penalty area, and his eyes fell on Guran. Guran looked back at Jared calmly, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. This was the first time Guran had a direct visual confrontation with Jared on the field. Jared's powerful mental power penetrated half of the field, pressing forward like a surging sea. However, Guran was not afraid at all, and all he had was the excitement of come here. A smile like the folds of a steamed bun appeared on the corner of Jared's mouth. Then, Jared suddenly ran up and kicked the ball. Bang! The power of the football was extremely great, the speed was extremely fast, and the arc was extremely violent. Moreover, this ball was aimed at Guran. Jared's intention was very clear, to hit Southampton's defensive weakness. Jared judged that Guran, as a newcomer to the Southampton team, must have had less training in defending set pieces, and not enough experience in handling dangerous balls. Once Guran was panicked, and at a loss in the face of this corner kick, then this ball was basically there. At the moment when Jared kicked, the engineer Maxi, who was ambushing in the front of the penalty area, also started at the same time, and rushed towards the landing point of Jared's kick with all his strength, or to put it more bluntly, Maxi rushed towards Guran with all his strength. Facing Jared's corner kick and Max's collision, Guran was not afraid or panicked at all. Guran ignored Maxi, and jumped up from the spot to compete for the header. The jumping attribute was not enough, so heading competition +2 was used to make up for it. After being well prepared, Guran jumped very high. Bang! The football hit Guran's forehead heavily, and was immediately headed out of the end line by Guran. The power of this kick was too great. Although Guran had made sufficient mental and physical preparations, his body still lost balance in midair. At this moment, Maxi also rushed up extremely roughly, and there was no intention of retracting his strength at all. Bang! Guran, who lost his balance, was hit hard by Maxi on the steel goalpost. The goalpost of the goal shifted slightly to the side, and the entire goal vibrated with a buzzing sound. Guran and Maxi both fell to the ground. Woo! All the fans at the scene screamed in shock. The next second, Maxi stood up with a grin on his face, and spread his hands with an apologetic look on his face. Of course, his apology was not sincere at all, as he himself was hit hard by the collision. Before Guran stood up, the other Southampton players surrounded the fallen Guran. Southampton fans were immediately worried, and some Southampton fans booed loudly in dissatisfaction. Max Xati and others sitting in the Anfield Road stand on the north side were all very anxious. Fuck. Maxi must have done it on purpose. These guys, they are too cruel, right? Alas, there is no way. The Premier League level confrontation is so brutal, so to play in the Premier League, you must have a good body. I don't know what's wrong with brother Ran. If he gets injured, I'm afraid he will be out for the rest of the preseason. Kyo Shan, who dunked over Jordan, posted a post with a serious face. In the 81st minute of the game, Jared took a corner kick from the left side. After Guran successfully headed the ball out of the end line, Maxi rushed into the goalpost. His current injury is unknown. As soon as this notice came out, the domestic forums exploded. Fuck. No. We finally have a young player who can be shown off overseas. We can't let him die like this. I'm willing to use the length of my ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend in exchange for Guran's safety. If you say so, I'm also willing to do it 100,000 times. Guran, come on. I can't watch the live broadcast to cheer for Guran. It's really too heartbreaking. At this time, in front of Southampton's goal, in the chaos, Guran struggled to stand up, simply shook his neck and shoulders, and signaled to the referee who came that he was fine. Southampton's fans were instantly excited. Liverpool's fans were shocked and envious. You know, one of the reasons why Liverpool lost all 4 games last season was that Liverpool's medical room was always saturated and full. Either this player was injured, or that player was injured. The most famous one is Liverpool's glass man, Biscuit Aurelio. In terms of strength, Aurelio is definitely a top left back in La Liga and the Premier League. He has speed, technology, footwork, and awareness, but he has no body. Once he is targeted by the opponent, he will break at the touch. How glassy is Aurelio? A small sprain in training confrontation has caused him to be injured for 5 months. Even when playing football with the kids, he was kicked by them and was injured for more than a month. Liverpool's former coach Rafael Benitez once purged Aurelio in anger, but fortunately, before he could completely purge him, Benitez was dismissed and replaced by Hodgson to coach Liverpool, so Aurelio escaped the big purge. Duran is also a left back, so young, and it is his first time to play in a professional match. He was hit on the forehead by Jared's heavy ball and his body was unbalanced. He was hit by the engineer Maxi Bull. If it were Aurelio, he would have lost half his life, but Duran, who lay there for less than 10 seconds, stood up by himself. Hard. Too hard. If such a hard left back was Liverpool, Liverpool would be able to hit the Premier League Championship this season. Not only did Liverpool fans look at Duran with shining eyes, but the Liverpool executives in the main stand couldn't help but secretly calculate in their hearts. They had all seen Duran play against Liverpool U18 team, and Duran's extraordinary performance at that time left them with an indelible impression. However, they finally stopped at Duran's relatively high transfer fee. Most of these senior executives believed that it was not a good deal to spend £5 million to buy a grassroots player who had not been trained in a professional youth training camp and had no professional game data. However, judging from today's game, Duran's transfer value was far more than £5 million. If they had Linda's courage at that time and bought Duran in one go, the Liverpool senior executives would have regretted it. Now it is impossible to buy Duran for £5 million. Duran is too hard. The female fans screamed wildly. Not only the female fans of Southampton were crazy, but even the female fans of Liverpool drooled with envy. All the defensive players of Southampton ran over to care about Duran's injury. After confirming that Duran was indeed not seriously injured, they all touched Duran's black hair in a friendly manner. Although the teammates initially rejected this grassroots rookie who was worth more than them, with the training, open classes and the pre-season friendly match, where Duran saved the day with a goal and a pass, most of the teammates recognized Duran. Duran, with his own strength and hard work for the team, proved that he was indeed worthy of this price. Especially Lambert and Lallana, who had cooperated with Duran, recognized Duran even more. The feeling of being fed the ball by Duran was really delicious. When the team doctor Mayfu saw that Duran was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. This is all thanks to the many medical tests and medical care I have done for Duran. Physical therapist Gregory said, thanks to my fashion knife technique, Duran has become so hard. Nutritionist Loina said, it's obviously my food and drinks that made Duran so hard. Exclusive coach Jacob was not to be outdone. It's obviously my Real Madrid style strength training that made Duran so hard. Behind the visiting team's bench, Elizabeth also panted excitedly, oh, it must be the credit of the full body massage I gave Duran last night. Only Duran's personal assistant Rick said dimly, have you ever thought that Duran was actually very hard? After Kyroshan, who dunked over Jordan, celebrated excitedly, he hurriedly posted on his mobile phone, brothers, guess what? Duran stood up. Duran was too hard. Duran hit the goalpost. Duran is fine. The goalpost was broken by Duran. Fuck. Isn't that awesome? It sounds fake. I don't believe it, unless I see with my own eyes how Duran slashed the goalpost. I have a friend who wants to borrow a phone to talk. Ha ha ha. Are those foreigners all stupid? The domestic forums were also excited. Although we couldn't see the situation on the scene, and although Kyroshan, who dunked over Jordan, explained it too vaguely, it was good news after all. At this time, after a simple technical repair of the goal, the game resumed. Liverpool was ready to take the second corner kick. Southampton quickly arranged their defensive positions. Duran still stood in the front goal post area, looking at Jared with an extremely firm gaze. Although it was hard to say who won or lost in the duel just now. In fact, Duran's limelight and role had surpassed Jared. Duran's forehead, neck, shoulders, arms, back, and waist were all in pain. After hitting the goalpost, all the bones in his body seemed to fall apart. Fortunately, his physical foundation is not bad, and he has Lampard's 10-man plus 5 body protection. Otherwise, he would have to be sent off this wave. The confrontation in the professional league is really terrifying. Moreover, the better the performance on the field, the easier it is to be targeted. This is not a personal grudge. This is a journey that all top stars must go through. This is just a friendly match between a Premier League giant team, and it has been targeted so strongly the Premier League giants have face after all. Even if the action is large, it cannot be considered vicious and sinister. After all, the giants have the face of the giants. And when it comes to the English League One and the English Championship, this kind of physical malicious targeting will become more and more severe. Therefore, the first thing to do is to get the mentality right. Secondly, the physical attributes still need to be strengthened, even if the side effects are obvious. Guran sighed in his heart and then smiled at Jared from a distance. The bun folds on Jared's forehead became deeper. Jared took a deep breath, raised his hand to his teammates, then accelerated and kicked the ball hard. The football was like a powerful cannonball, drawing a violent arc in the air. This time, Jared chose to avoid Guran's bug point and pass the ball to the most crowded area in the middle of the penalty area. Maxi jumped over Lambert and grabbed the first landing point. Maxi kicked the ball sideways in the chaos, avoiding Schneiderlin's tackle, and then turned around and kicked the ball hard. Chapter 299 Legendary Showdown. Southampton B2B vs Liverpool B2BX2! Exclamation mark. Max's shot in the chaos was beautiful, but his shot was a little impatient, and he didn't find the most suitable and perfect space. The central defender and vice-captain Walton raised his foot to block it, and the football slowed down and changed direction significantly, reflecting to the right side of the goal. Fortunately, Davis reacted very quickly, and with a beautiful leap, he held the ball firmly in his arms. Southampton fans had a false alarm. Davis' performance in this game was remarkable. Although he lost 3 goals in the first half, in the critical period of the second half, Davis became the mainstay of the Southampton team. Even Guran couldn't help but secretly thought if it was replaced by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Liverpool fans on the other side all hugged their heads and lamented. It must be said that after Jared and the other two came on the court, Liverpool's offensive had greatly improved, but it only blossomed and did not bear fruit. Liverpool's score was still locked by Southampton. The score of 3-2 was a defeat for the arrogant Liverpool fans. For the Southampton fans who were already completely desperate, if they could maintain this score until the end, it would undoubtedly be a huge victory. Just when the fans of both sides were sad/fortunate, Guran quickly started to move forward from the goal post of the small penalty area. Guran's speed was like a white lightning. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the edge of his own penalty area. Davis, who was holding the ball and was still in shock, also reacted immediately and threw the ball directly to the unmanned area in the middle. Coach Adkins raised his arms and roared, "Counter-attack! Quick attack!" Southampton team quickly followed up. Liverpool's players also responded immediately. Kuit started almost at the same time as Guran. Kuit forced his body to hold Guran and at the same time secretly pulled Guran's arm to prevent Guran from getting rid of it easily. Guran used all his strength to fight Kuit, but he couldn't get rid of him at all. Kuit's defense is as sharp as his offense. The name of B2B Shield is not for nothing. But at the same time, Kuit couldn't completely suppress Guran. Guran's sprint speed was only suppressed by Kuit to 30%, but the sprint route was still straight. Kuit was also extremely shocked. It was the first time that he was so embarrassed by a novice in the English League One. At this moment, Jared also quickly blocked from the corner flag area, blocking Guran's breakthrough channel on the left. Two top Premier League stars, Liverpool's B2BX2, actually surrounded Guran, a pure English League One player, at the same time. The fans at the scene were all shocked and numb. Even Guran himself was almost shocked and numb. Damn, they really think highly of me. Two superstars joined forces to clamp me. Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good. Guran was not afraid at all, but every cell in his body was highly excited. That's right. The more he was clamped, the better Guran felt. Only a real man can understand this feeling of pleasure. Violent sprint +1, son of the wind +3, reasonable collision +4, high speed sprint dribbling +4, explosion 78, and adrenaline is fully opened. Guran rushed directly under the tight double teaming of Jared and Kuit. Kuit almost couldn't bear it. Kuit was forced to use all his strength. Jared was also shocked, and his face was full of wrinkles. Although they still jointly restricted Guran's sprint ability by 50%, it was really reluctant. The muscle strength of the three people exploded to the extreme. This off-ball attack and defense scene on the wing was more eye-catching than Lallana dribbling the ball in the middle. Southampton fans were jumping wildly in the stands, cheering and booing. Their cheers were cheering for Guran to be worthy of the two superstars, and they booed Jared and Kuit to bully a pure rookie in the English League One. Liverpool fans were stunned and couldn't believe what they saw. Under the strong double teaming of two top Premier League stars, Guran's counter-attack speed was indeed not fast enough, and his running position was far behind Lallana. This is the intensity of the professional league. Even with various skill bonuses, even if adrenaline explodes, even if dopamine in the brain is secreted crazily, even if the body is extremely excited and wants to push away the defensive positions of two experienced top stars at the same time, it is impossible. There is no need to say much about Kuit's defensive strength. Jared's defensive strength is only better than Kuit, not worse than Kuit. It is no exaggeration to say that Jared should be the top 10 players in personal ability, personal willpower, and team influence in the world in the past 20 years. His overall comprehensive strength level is definitely in the top 10 in the world in the past 20 years. Jared joined Liverpool's youth training camp at the age of 9. He has a strong English midfield style, rough and practical. Jared has good innate conditions and superabundant physical strength. In the early stage of his debut, he played as a B2B defensive midfielder because he was not needed to organize. He had a wide range of running and covered a wide area. But if you say that Jared is a talented player, then it is not true. He is a balanced player with talent, but not outstanding talent. He is a player who can play at the top level in any position. In terms of defensive strangulation ability, Jared is not as good as Simeon, Wildboar Davis, Butcher Gattuso, Keane, Vieira, and even Yaya Toure, Big Buffalo Essien, and interception robot Makalol. However, if you add offensive ability, organizational ability, linking ability, shooting ability, and team spirit leadership ability, none of the above people can be compared with Jared. Jared is the kind of person who, although he cannot be the first in every single item, is only one step away from the top in any single item related to football. From the offensive point of view, Jared's ability to dribble, overlap, organize in the midfield, penetrate, and grasp the goal is very strong. He can also form a first-class cooperation with his teammates, and his threatening passes are very penetrating. Especially the one-touch ball, that is Jared's famous skill. In the current Premier League, no one can match him. From the defensive point of view, although Jared does not have the ability of a meat grinder, his interception ability is also very strong, and he usually takes the initiative to grab more, and his prediction and positioning are also extremely accurate. Jared's biggest skill in defense is tackling. Jared's tackling success rate is extremely high, and his movements are clean and neat, and he rarely commits fouls. Jared's long pass and through ball are also very strong. His long pass transfer speed is very fast, the arc is flat, and he can always pass to the empty space in the first time. Although his through ball does not look as gorgeous and conspicuous as Lampard's magic lamp, it is very practical and the ball speed is very fast. It is difficult for ordinary defensive players to react. Jared is also very good at taking free kicks. His swinging legs are very large, and the time he touches the ball is very short, so the arc is very large and the power is very strong. The biggest feature of Jared's free kicks is that he is extremely powerful. Few goalkeepers can catch his free kicks. Jared's dribbling and passing skills are not very delicate. After all, pure English midfielders don't care about passing skills at all, but Jared's impact is very fierce, and his long strides are his signature moves. In addition, Jared has a super violent long-range shot. In short, whether in terms of personal ability or reputation, Jared deserves the word legend. Jared is the synonym of omnipotence. Being closely guarded by an all-round legend like Jared, and there is another super all-purpose Kuit next to him. Double B2B joint defense. The pure rookie Guran in English League One wants to get rid of it, even if he is cheating. After all, Guran is a growth-oriented player, and Guran's current growth is far from enough to compete with legendary stars. At this time, you have to use your brain. Guran quickly scanned the situation on the field. At this time, Lallana was still dribbling to the middle front court. There were 2 Liverpool defenders in front of him and 3 Liverpool defenders beside him. Liverpool's encirclement of the ball holder was shrinking rapidly. There was not much time left for Lallana to pass or break through. Carragher and Agger retreated outside the penalty area to block Lallana's breakthrough route. Schneiderlin was desperately speeding up to support on the right. However, engineer Maxi squeezed Schneiderlin tightly and cut off the connection between Lallana and Schneiderlin. The current situation is extremely unfavorable to Southampton. Southampton's left and right wings were almost destroyed by Liverpool. Liverpool's defensive performance after Gerrard came on the field was obviously many times stronger than before. But Southampton still has a chance. Lallana's side is not completely blocked. Because Gerrard and Kuit, 2 top players, are on the left side, there is still a lot of space in the left wing rib area. Guran's eyebrows moved slightly, and his peripheral vision swept over Chamberlain, who was not guarded. It's time to use Chamberlain again. At this moment, Chamberlain is speeding up and running towards the middle. Chamberlain's face is full of excitement. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Give me the ball. Chamberlain is very fast. He rushed across the center line in the blink of an eye. When he was about to raise his hand to shout back to Lallana in front of him, he saw Guran on the side pointing to the rib space on the left side of the penalty area. Chamberlain. That's right. Go there. Chamberlain's face turned green immediately. Do I need you to teach me? I'm not a newcomer. How can I not know where to go? How can I not know that the area is just behind Carragher, and as long as I go there, I can form a 2-on-1 with Lallana? I can, but I won't. I just want to go to the middle. Chamberlain ignored it immediately and continued to run along the middle. There was no tacit understanding between the two, let alone the degree of cooperation, which was negative. However, Kit and Gerrard did not think so. In their opinion, Lambert was already following up in the middle of the Southampton team, and Chamberlain's best way to deal with it was indeed to cut in diagonally and overlap. Once Chamberlain cut in diagonally and overlapped, Southampton's counter-attack would be activated. Gerrard immediately winked at Kit. Kit immediately understood and accelerated forward, intercepting Chamberlain's diagonal path. Gerrard continued to stick to Guran with his body. Kit had just run 3 steps away when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Chamberlain was like a fool, crossing the center line and still cutting straight into the middle, with no intention of overlapping. Gerrard was also scared. What tactics is Southampton playing? If Chamberlain doesn't make a diagonal cut, he won't have a chance to make a diagonal cut. Before Gerrard could analyze it clearly, Guran instantly gathered his mind and allocated 2 of the remaining 3 talent points to continuous charge and collision. Violent sprint +3. In the case of insufficient basic attributes, improving the level of a targeted skill is the most effective way. Especially facing a defense like Gerrard who doesn't have a strong strangling ability, violent sprint is the most direct and effective way. Guran first pretended that his physical strength couldn't keep up with his strength. His steps were floating, and his muscle strength was also recovered. Gerrard really thought that Guran was physically exhausted, so he immediately relaxed his vigilance and paid some attention to Chamberlain, who hadn't made a diagonal cut yet. Then, Guran suddenly exerted his strength, violently pushed Gerrard, who was a little relaxed, away with his shoulder, and accelerated forward. Gerrard was immediately knocked away. All the Liverpool fans at the scene exclaimed. It was the first time they saw Gerrard being pushed away by a pure rookie. Gerrard also secretly exclaimed in his heart, and hurriedly chased after him. Kuit, who had just run away, also realized Guran's intention to get rid of him, and hurriedly turned back to intercept him. Gerrard was 1 meter behind Guran, and Kuit was 2 meters diagonally in front of Guran. From this local situation, Guran was still surrounded by the 2 people, but when Kuit turned around, Guran suddenly stopped and changed direction. The next moment, Guran's body bounced back like a fully drawn longbow. His center of gravity was violently pulled back, and his ankles were tilted to the extreme that his body could bear. He cut inward in an S shape and got rid of him perfectly, avoiding Kuit in front of him and Gerrard behind him. Kuit had just completed the turn, and it was difficult to continue turning in a very short time. Jared secretly called out what fuck in his heart and followed with all his strength. Bang. Jared's feet slipped. Jared fell to the ground. Jared, Kuwait, Chamberlain, all the Liverpool fans were silent. Southampton fans also opened their mouths in surprise. Guran, Southampton's rising star, in his first professional game debut, got rid of the tactical double teaming of two top stars with an incredible move. Hodgson, who was standing in the technical area of the home team, was stunned. Didn't they say that it was Guran's first time? How come he has so many tricks like an experienced veteran? The happy boy Sterling, who was sitting in the stands behind the home team's bench, was excited and screaming. The sharper Guran is, the more it proves that he was abused by Guran. The players on the Southampton bench ran to the sidelines excitedly and cheered. Harding was shocked and suspected that Jared and Kuwait were acting. With the S-shaped violent action that hurt his ankle, Guran couldn't get rid of Jared's defense. What really made Kuwait and Jared feel helpless was Guran's super high football IQ. Guran first made Jared and Kuwait think that Chamberlain was going to make a diagonal cut and used a trick to break Jared and Kuwait's suppression and joint defense against him. Then he knocked Jared away in a super violent way, pretending to break through straight ahead, causing Kuwait to turn around and intercept in a hurry. Finally, when Kuwait turned around, he stopped suddenly and got rid of the S-shaped move. This whole set was smooth and there was no excessive confrontation. The process was also very short, but it was extremely shocking. What is playing football with your brain? This is playing football with your brain. Guran is not only playing football with his brain, but also playing football with Chamberlain. The moment Guran completed the horizontal escape, he turned sharply again and accelerated to the middle. That's right, he inserted Chamberlain's middle, leaving Chamberlain with nowhere to insert. Chamberlain was so angry that he wanted to slide and send Guran away. But Chamberlain couldn't do that because he couldn't catch up with Guran. Light A blue skill bubble fell from Chamberlain's feet. Light A blue skill bubble also fell from Kuwait's feet. Light A green special talent point bubble fell from Jared's feet. Finally, Jared, you big bun also glowed green. Guran had no time to care about Kuwait and Chamberlain's bubbles at this moment, but just quickly turned back and glanced at Jared, picking up Jared's green bubble through the air. Then, Guran continued to speed up and go straight to the middle. Jared's face was red, and he quickly got up and chased Guran with Kuwait. The Liverpool fans at the scene also felt their faces hot. Southampton fans sang the song Guran and Field Miracle loudly again. Max Xati and others in the North Stand were so excited that they kept shouting wow, wow, wow. Guran is so awesome. Guran had sex with Kuwait and Lampard. This scene is so cool. So cool. Give me a kiss from a foreign girl. Let me know that I must be dreaming. Chamberlain performed very well. Without Chamberlain's tactical cooperation, Guran would have had a hard time getting a chance. That's right, I'm also optimistic about Chamberlain. Chamberlain had already cooperated with Guran once before, and this is their second tacit cooperation. Although Chamberlain didn't make a diagonal run, this is precisely the subtlety of their cooperation. Chamberlain doesn't look very smart, but I didn't expect him to fully understand Guran's tactical intentions and attract the attention of Lampard and Kuwait on the spot. I think Chamberlain and Guran are about the same age. Maybe they are very good friends in the club. Chamberlain is obviously Aran brother's younger brother. Kyo-shan, who dunked over Jordan, quickly posted on his mobile phone. Guran and Chamberlain completed a tacit cooperation. Guran used an incredible way to fly past Jared and Kuwait's defense and is now heading straight to the middle. Suddenly, the domestic forums were filled with wow. Everyone wanted to see Guran's double fight against Jared and Kuwait. Chapter 300, the attack and defense transition with full details. The final peak showdown. At this time, Lallana, who was blocked by 5 people, also dribbled to the left side very cleverly. Just now, Guran shouted loudly that Chamberlain should go to the left side, which was actually to remind Lallana that there was space on the left side, and Jared and Kuwait were not so fast to get there. Lallana skillfully dribbled the ball horizontally and quickly came to the left side area. Carragher and others quickly moved to block Lallana, while Jared and Kuwait were still chasing Guran all over the field. Jared and Kuwait were both very fast, but Guran's sprint speed was obviously faster. Once you can't stick to Guran, you can't catch up with Guran. Before the encirclement was reduced to the point where he couldn't dribble, Lallana made a quick cross pass to the middle. Carragher quickly split his legs to intercept, but Carragher was a beat too slow. He didn't touch the ball. Guran at the far end was ready to touch the ball and shoot directly from a distance, and at this critical moment, Jared rushed out from halfway and fell to the ground with a desperate sliding tackle. Jared's tackle was very fast and accurate. The football was shoveled by Jared halfway into his own penalty area. Lallana's cross was fast enough, but not fast enough in front of Jared. Lallana saw the pass was shoveled and immediately looked annoyed and helpless. Guran also slowed down. If this ball was taken, Guran would directly shoot a long-range shot with a piercing arrow, and then there would be a high probability that the Anfield miracle would be created. Unfortunately, Southampton fans sighed. It's really not that Lallana is not strong enough, nor that Guran's forward insertion is not good enough, but Jared's strength is here. Guran's heart was beating wildly, but he soon stabilized his emotions. When playing against a strong team, the strong team will never give you a comfortable chance to get the ball. What's more, the opponent is G8 Jared, and Jared's willpower is too strong. In the current Premier League football and even the entire world football, Jared is synonymous with never give up. If there is only one person in Liverpool who can turn the tide, it must be Jared. So Jared is a legend. The soul of the Red Army is really beyond reproach. Being able to play against a legend like Jared, even if Guran failed to get the ball, he was very impressed. Now, the ball is not dead yet. Although the ball is not dead yet, it has entered Liverpool's deep control range. Next, it will inevitably be Liverpool's counter-attack. So, Guran turned around and retreated immediately without waiting for Jared to get up. The football rolled into Liverpool's small penalty area, and goalkeeper Ian pressed his palm to signal others not to intervene. Liverpool's players also turned around immediately, preparing to counter-attack and break. Southampton's players also began to retreat. The players on both sides reacted quickly. The rhythm of this pre-season friendly match is faster than that of the Premier League game. In the first half, Southampton was a normal bottom feeder team, and it was on the verge of collapse. Since Guran came on the court, Southampton has triggered an obvious chemical reaction, and it seems to have regained the foundation of the Premier League team. Liverpool goalkeeper Ian met the rolling ball and kicked it directly towards midfielder Joe Cole. This kick was very accurate. Joe Cole was originally marking Lambert and assisting Schneiderlin. When the team started to counter-attack, Joe Cole immediately switched from defense to offense and shook off Lambert and Schneiderlin. Joe Cole saw where the ball would land, jumped high, and unloaded the ball 1 meter in front of him with his chest held high. Lambert chased after him desperately. Joe Cole did not stick to the ball, but passed it directly to his own left side, which was the right side of Southampton. Babel appeared on the left side like a fast horse. As a world-class talent who reached the peak at his debut, Babel was extremely fast, and was nicknamed Black Robin. Why was he called Babao? Because the pronunciation of his name Babel sounds the same as Babao in Chinese. Babel made his debut in the Star Factory Ajax. His mentor was the Dutch legendary star Van Basten. When Babel first debuted, Van Basten proudly evaluated Babel as the Dutch's own Henry. Babel is also the youngest player in the history of the Dutch national team to score. At the age of 18, Babel had already played for the Dutch national team and scored a goal in his national team debut. At that time, Babel was full of vigor and talent. No one doubted that Babel would become a world-class superstar. Now, after playing for Liverpool for 3 years, no one believes that Babel will become a world-class superstar. Liverpool's former coach Benitez put Babel on the left and let him fall back, which made it difficult for the Dutch genius to adapt. Speaking of talented players, Ngogo is a typical example, and Babel is another typical example. Ngogo is lazy, and Babel is not adaptable. The two can be regarded as Liverpool's crouching dragon and phoenix, and they were the kind that could compete for the championship, if they got one. It's a pity that, although Babel is extremely talented, his football IQ is not high. Babel only has 3 tricks in Liverpool: sprinting, going down the bottom, and crossing. At the beginning, everyone thought it was very fierce and made the opponent very confused, but this kind of kicking style is too simple for the wingers. Without tactical changes, it is easy to be understood by the opposing coach and players. Therefore, after several seasons in Liverpool, Babel gradually became a substitute from a world-class genius. Although there are reasons for the coach, fundamentally speaking, he himself cannot adapt to the change. Football is so cruel. Even the world-recognized geniuses have a very high mortality rate. Seeing Babel running with the ball, Liverpool fans cheered wildly in an instant. At this moment, Southampton's backcourt only has right back Font and central defender Walton. Walton can no longer run, and he also has to defend against the impact in the middle, so as long as Babel passes Font with the ball, he can cut in and shoot. With Babel's talent, long shots outside the penalty area are his strengths. Southampton's Font is also an experienced veteran. Font calmly positioned himself and followed Babel's attack route. Babel rushed up with the ball and pushed Font away. Babel had no problem with this kind of physical confrontation. Seeing Babel easily tear a hole in the rib area, Walton had no time to fill the position. Just as Babel was about to take 2 more kicks and shoot at the penalty area line, Guran chased him from behind. Joe Cole wanted to intercept Guran, but he couldn't catch up at all. Guran's sprinting skills and attributes were fully activated. With a violent aesthetic running posture, he sprinted from outside Liverpool's penalty area to outside Southampton's penalty area in the blink of an eye. B2B. Full coverage. The Southampton fans at the scene jumped and cheered wildly. Babel subconsciously looked back and was immediately shocked. In his mind, Guran should still stay near Liverpool's penalty area. He didn't expect Guran to rush up in such a short time. What made Babel most depressed wasn't this Chinese kid the left back? How did he end up at the right back? This coverage is too big, isn't it? Jared and Kuwait can't restrict him. While thinking this, Babel quickly raised his elbow and prepared to swing his leg for a long shot. Even if Guran rushed over to stick to him, with his physical strength and talent, he could force a long shot under pressure. In this lightning moment, Guran did not hesitate, did not confront Babel physically, but fell to the ground and slid. Jared had shoveled away a ball from Southampton before, and now Guran returned the favor. This shovel was very fierce and decisive, and the grass was shoveled away. Babel just swung his thigh, and before it fell, Guran accurately shoveled the ball in front of him to the sideline. Babel exclaimed and quickly retracted his strength, but the tip of his shoe still kicked Guran's waist. Wow. All the Southampton fans covered their mouths and screamed with worry. Guran grimaced in pain, but soon turned over and climbed up from the grass. This time, Guran didn't have time to show off and couldn't perform his classic waist and abdomen and stood up gracefully. However, this iron-blooded performance was much more shocking than the graceful waist and abdomen. Babel fell to the ground in pain, covering his feet as if he had kicked a steel plate. Light a blue skill bubble formed under Babel's feet. Guran had no time to take care of it. After getting up, he ran towards Liverpool's half when Guran shoveled the ball to the boundary line. Font, who had been pushed away by Babel before, moved in time and stopped the ball on the boundary line. Then, Font made a long pass and passed the ball to Schneiderlin behind Aurelio. Aurelio never thought that he would get rid of Schneiderlin during the counter-attack, but in less than 3 seconds, he had to turn around and chase Schneiderlin. Liverpool switched from offense to defense again. Southampton switched from defense to offense again. The offensive and defensive conversions of both sides were so fast that the fans in the stadium forgot to breathe. The ball was still alive, and this was the third offensive and defensive conversion. The excitement of this preseason friendly match exceeded everyone's imagination. Since Guran and Jared came on the court, the game was full of highlights, with many passionate confrontations and iron-blooded defenses, full of details and full of gold content. The fans at the scene, whether they were Liverpool fans or Southampton fans, were all fascinated by it. At this time, Schneiderlin dribbled the ball quickly to the 30-meter area on the right side. Liverpool's defensive players also quickly retreated to their positions. Guran, without the ball, quickly cut to the left side. Guran's running range is very large, and his route is extremely unsystematic. Jared and Kuwait really couldn't figure out what this Chinese guy was thinking or what tactics he was executing, so they could only bite the bullet and stick to him to defend. The two top stars were defending a newcomer in English Football League One who didn't have the ball at the same time. Moreover, the two top stars had serious faces and didn't dare to take it lightly. Chamberlain was running on the left side, and when he saw Guran also pulling to the left side, he couldn't help shuddering. Poor Chamberlain, since he appeared on the field with Guran, he hasn't touched the football until now, although he has had two exquisite tactical cooperations with Guran. Guran's action of pulling to the left greatly reduced the pressure on the middle and right sides to pass the ball. Schneiderlin on the right was double teamed in the 30-meter rib area. Schneiderlin calmly turned half-turn to protect the ball and saw that Lallana in the middle had run out of space and quickly passed the ball to Lallana. Lallana was surrounded by Maxi and Joe Cole. Lallana didn't dare to stick to the ball, so he kicked it directly into the penalty area. Southampton striker Barnard rushed forward to meet the goal. However, their intention to connect was predicted by Liverpool's defense in advance, and the fifth brother Agger pressed his body against Barnard. Barnard failed to stop Lallana's pass under Agger's pressure. Goalkeeper Ina took advantage of the situation and got the ball. Southampton quickly retreated. Liverpool's defense counter-attacked. The players on the field were running out of their lungs. The fourth consecutive switch from defense to offense/from offense to defense began. This time, Reina passed the ball to the left back Aurelio. After Aurelio got the ball, he stabilized the rhythm, dribbled forward for a while, found the gap of Southampton, and passed the ball to Babel in front with a precise through ball. After Babel got the ball, he obviously couldn't speed up. He was substituted in with Jared and Kuwait, so his physical fitness was naturally no problem. It was just that he kicked Guran, who was very strong, and his ankle was a little uncomfortable, so he didn't dare to run hard. Babel couldn't find a good chance to get to the bottom under Font's defense, so he faked and passed the ball to Jared, who came up from the middle. Jared quickly dribbled forward. Lambert and Schneiderlin both came up to double team, while Walton and JD retreated to block the position. Jared used his body to confront Lambert and Schneiderlin and forced a breakthrough to the front of the penalty area. Guran came to assist in defense in time and faced Jared. Jared immediately passed the ball to Kuwait on the left, who immediately shook off Chamberlain, who was defending him, and dribbled the ball diagonally into Southampton's left rib. Liverpool's offensive rhythm is really fast. The cooperation is also really smooth. Guran immediately retreated to the small penalty area to block Kuwait's inward and cross routes. Guran took on the defense of the left and middle areas all by himself. Facing Guran's defense, Kuwait had no chance to cut inside for a while and could only pass the ball to Jared. Jared touched the ball at the front of the penalty area and shot violently from a distance. The football drew an extremely powerful arc in the air. Davis jumped high and stretched one hand to the extreme to save the ball, but he didn't reach it. But the football rubbed the upper right edge of the goal and bounced out of the bottom line. Woohoo! Liverpool fans all covered their faces in pain. This ball was really just a little bit away. Southampton fans cheered excitedly. This wave of attack and defense conversion, back and forth 4 times. Although neither side scored a goal, the details of the attack and defense were really wonderful. The scene was not dull at all, but very explosive. Every Southampton fan was hit by adrenaline again and again. The last 10 minutes of the game were so exciting. Jared, who missed the ball, was helpless, with his hands on his waist and shook his head. His state has indeed not been fully adjusted, and Guran's defense against him really made him feel a little bit of oppression. At this time, Babel limped and raised his hand to signal Hodgson. Hodgson was helpless and could only make a substitution, replacing Babel with defensive midfielder Almirals. Liverpool's position also changed immediately. Kuwait went from the right to the forward position, Joe Cole went to the right, and Mirals came to the midfield. With less than 5 minutes left in the game, Mr. Huo chose to be conservative. The current score is still Liverpool 3:2 Southampton. As long as they can hold on to these last few minutes, even if the scene is a little ugly, such a winning result can still be explained. Coach Adkins did not make any substitutions. Southampton's current lineup is in high morale. Although everyone is approaching the limit in terms of physical fitness, compared with morale, the physical disadvantage in the last 5 minutes is not a very important problem. As for those substitutes who have not yet played, let them play in the next game against the English League 2 team. Before Melias was substituted on, Hodgson pulled him and whispered a few words to him. Melias adjusted his pants and nodded, his eyes fixed on Guran. While Liverpool was making substitutions, the Southampton players were also taking the time to replenish electrolyte water. The exclusive nutritionist Loiner entered the sidelines with a bottle of special electrolyte water and shouted loudly, "Go, go, drink water." Guran felt his stomach twitch. Guran was about to refuse, but Loiner explained eagerly, "This is not what you drink during training." Guran ran over to get it and took a few sips. "So sweet. This should be beetroot electrolyte water. It is used to temporarily replenish salt and high sugar during physical confrontation." Guran quickly drank a few more sips, then threw away the unfinished bottle of water and ran quickly. Before returning to his position, he had to take the time to look at the emotional bubbles that fell on the field. First, there are the bubbles dropped by Kuit and Chamberlain. If you don't check them quickly, the bubbles will disappear. Kuit dropped a skill bubble with +1 for chasing back and stealing. Kuit, you are really a jack of all trades. As a striker, you actually dropped a defender skill. Guran secretly complained and ignored the bubble dropped by Kuit. There is only one on-field pickup progress and one reserved for Elizabeth, so it can't be wasted. The blue skill bubble dropped by Chamberlain is straight into the middle +1. Chamberlain, how persistent are you? Guran was too lazy to continue complaining and ignored it. On the other side, the blue skill bubble dropped by Babel is bottom cross +1. Guran also ignored it. There is only one on-field pickup progress left, which can't be wasted on ordinary skills. It would be best if you can get Jared's skills. After checking all the bubbles, Guran did not pick them up. This wave only harvested a green talent point bubble of Jared, which is not a loss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.